Folks, if you are just tuning in, happy Sunday. Whoops, did I say Saturday? I might have said Saturday. Is it Sunday? It's Sunday, isn't it? For the weekend to be over, and so I'm just going to pretend it's Saturday. Can we do that? Can we just pretend it's Saturday? Can we please pretend it's Saturday and that tomorrow's Sunday and that tomorrow's not Monday? Can we let's do that. It's Saturday. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. We're going to be doing some more conversations and debates today. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about that. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. Hit the share button as well. I can already feel the cough coming. I'm going to need my inhaler sooner than later. Okay, let's see how far I can go without my inhaler. Folks, if you are just tuning in and you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. We are almost there. We're going to get started with the first conversation in just a minute. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Where's all our Trump supporters at? Where's all the Trump supporters at? Where's all the Trump supporters at? Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy. Do not be shy. I'm a very nice guy. I'm a very nice guy. I've been endorsed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump says all the time, I'm a very nice guy. Very nice. Here's his hand. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. If you are voting for Donald Trump, America's 45th convicted felon of these United States, join the guest requests. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk. It'll be great. It'll be huge. We can have a conversation in rush hour, China. All right, let's get up our first guest. Hello.
What up, man?
So much. The sun.
Oh, birds.
The birds, certainly not Donald Trump's polling numbers or campaign finances, but how you doing? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Calm down. Let me ask the first question.
No, I want to ask you something. What's your opinion of the crowd at Kamala Harris's event the other day start chanting Donald Trump because she didn't have Beyonce start singing?
Okay, I think you're deeply confused and that it's okay to be sundowning, but it is a little bit early and it might be time to get a therapist. That's what I think.
Sundown.
So let's get back into this. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Because I want to and I can.
Okay, well, that's weird, right? Because normally when somebody says, why are you voting for a criminal?
Whoever I want to.
Sure, you can do a lot of things, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Here's my question to you, and I would like you to engage with this, okay? Why are you voting for a criminal? By saying I can and I should isn't really a coherent argument.
You want my argument?
You can. Hold on. For example, you can put pineapple on pizza. Should you? Probably not. You may get judged.
Are you ready?
So my question for you is, why are you voting for the criminal? And please speak in some sort of intelligence.
I'll speak.
Like back it with intelligence.
I'll speak in a way that your communist ideology will understand.
This is too funny. You know what's great about communism is that you call me a communist, but if you want me to act like a communist, I can by putting you on mute. See, this is called censorship, and it's a key part of communism.
You're a communist.
Ready? Poof. Look at that. You want to call me a communist? I'll act like one. Do you like being put on mute?
You like being a...
Oh, poof. Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's get back into this. And instead of doing the whole projection part where you call other people communists when you're one yourself, tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal? Unmute. Let's go.
Here we go. Are you ready?
People communists when you're one yourself.
Can your soft ears comprehend what I'm going to say?
Okay, we're going to move on. You have an echo. Let's get up a guest here who isn't in their feelies. That guest was very in the feelings. Can we get some L guests in the chat? Do we notice that was a full 5-minute conversation and he still couldn't answer the simple question as to why he was voting for Donald Trump? Anyway, hi guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not, but I love you. I finally got my hat in today. Do what you do today, Johnny. Your hair looks great.
I just got a haircut. Thank you so much.
It looks good. I can tell.
Thank you. I know it's all covered up, but we got a little fade in the back,
I see. And I'm just curious, what would you say to people who are feeling a little on edge right now? I'm feeling on edge. Just, in 2 weeks, I'm probably just going to get super wasted and go to sleep and just
Here, I'm going to respond to it. I'm going to get up our next guest as well, but I'm going to respond to that. Thank you for coming up. So folks, what I would say is if you are a little nervous about this upcoming election, you should be, hands down. It's a good thing. Get nervous, stay nervous, and then prepare to win the election. That's it. You should be nervous. That's a good thing. Nervous means that you're worried. That means that you're going to turn out the vote. That means that you're going to go vote yourself. So vote. Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm actually voting for Kamala.
I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking to get some Trump supporters up here right now. We are going to be talking to some Kamala supporters as well, but we're going to be doing that a little bit later. So if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Fuck no, I already voted for Kamala. I love your lives, though.
Y'all, that's awesome. Todd, thank you so much for the galaxy. And Bradley, thank you for coming up. Y'all, if you're Kamala supporters, please do stick around because we are going to be getting some Kamala supporters up here a little later. Hi, Klein, are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am. But
oh my gosh, are you talking to me through a Nokia 1999? What are you talking through right now? It's giving like, when the guy calls in the movie Scream and he's like, blah, 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 or whatever. Like, you sound like him. Like, can we fix that voice? You don't got to change the voice. Your voice is okay, but like fix whatever's going on there because it's... I know that cell phones are expensive, but my gosh. Maybe it's time for an upgrade. It's giving like da-da-da-da-da 1999. So
can you hear me now?
Definitely a little bit better. We'll work with it. So why are you voting for a criminal?
So to be fair, if you want to talk about voting for a criminal, how about the fact that Kamala Harris covered up an innocent man's death row until he was forced?
Do you know what I love about this? Do you know, like, I'm going to be so real about it. What I love about it is that you MAGA Republicans highlight and shine your own ignorance by not simply fact-checking yourself. Like, you say something like that, so have I. And you have blatantly just lied to well over 1,000 people. You did. Hey, listen closely. You listening? Do I have your attention?
Yeah, well,
great. So let's understand something. Kamala Harris, unlike every other Democrat that you guys call weak on crime, you claim Kamala was too tough on crime. Klein, quiet. Your party says Kamala Harris is weak on crime. Donald Trump says Kamala Harris is weak on crime, that she lets criminals go, that she's just pro-crime, she lets all the criminals go. But then you come up here and say that she's over-prosecuting, she's covering up deaths, she's putting people behind bars at a too high of a rate. So is she over-prosecuting or is she under-prosecuting? You can pick one, right? You can't have the best of both worlds and say she's both over and under prosecuting. It's got to be one or the other, right? So get back into this, and this time I'm trying to pivot. Like, don't pivot to Kamala with your BS response. Tell me, why are you voting for a criminal?
So why am I voting for the criminal?
To Kamala with your BS. You have an echo. Scroll out of the app and scroll back in. Go to your homepage and come back. It's called a glitch. It's a glitch. Just like when Donald Trump is on stage spewing his nonsense. It's a glitch. So do us a favor. Click out to your homepage and click back on. You don't gotta leave the live. Click out. Click on. You can do it, Klein. You should have finished by now. Let's go, Klein. Go to your homepage and then go back in. You just scroll out of the app and scroll back in. I know you're on a Nokia 1999, but it should be easy. Come on. Klein, let's go. Unmute. Come on. Come on, Glitch McConnell. Unmute. Hello. Klein, come on. Unmute. Do you not know how to work this phone? What's going on? He left. Ugh, we got a runner. No. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please, for a runner. Moo! We gotta herd the cattle because the cows are running frantically. Let's get up our next guest. It really was giving Glitch McConnell, was it not? Was I wrong? Was that too far? Whoops. Sorry, folks. I'm not politically accurate. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Be very interested in talking about why you're voting for a criminal.
What's up, man?
Can you give me a second? Like, was I on you yet? No? Okay, so get off my back. Let me do something first. Okay, so hi, how you doing?
Doing well yourself?
That's so great. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, personally, I think he can speak a lot better than your joker of a candidate. So
That makes zero sense. That makes zero sense. Donald Trump, the guy who goes on stage and he's like, sharks and batteries, my wife, Mercedes Trump, the Speaker of the House, Nikki Haley.
Yeah, it's easy to clip one thing out of context.
It's not one thing. I've gone to numerous of Trump's speeches. He doesn't talk about policy.
With Joe Rogan, where he doesn't stutter stammer once, but
he literally did throughout the entire thing, right? There's a reason why Donald Trump is comfortable doing some sort of podcast like with Joe Rogan, but refuses to do a podcast or interview of substance like 60 Minutes, because on 60 Minutes his intelligence would be questioned and challenged, and the hardest question he'd receive wouldn't be about bashing Kamala. It would be about, for example, his infrastructure policy, right? So again, you shouldn't be questioning why did he talk too well on Joe Rogan, because this is projection at its finest. You should be asking yourself, why did he refuse to do 60 Minutes, and is that because he is not mentally coherent?
So
and the answer would be yes, he's not mentally coherent.
And fail miserably.
She did 60 Minutes and did very well. Do you know what's crazy with this? The hypocrisy in your criticism. You just said, well, why did Kamala do 60 Minutes and fail? You shouldn't be asking why you think she failed, which, mind you, I don't think she failed. Hold on, it doesn't matter though. Here's my point. You're saying she failed at 60 Minutes.
She's not.
Listen, I don't care, right? I don't care. So listen closely.
Save me. He's
the projection here is insane. I don't care if you think Kamala did horribly in 60 Minutes. I think she did great. You said she did horrible. Who gives a crap? At least she did it. Donald Trump didn't do it. So instead of criticizing her for the performance during 60 Minutes, you should be questioning why Donald Trump didn't do 60 Minutes at all. He never showed up. See the hypocrisy in your criticism. This is like saying, oh yeah, why did Kamala donate money to that orphanage when Donald Trump burned the orphanage to the ground? So instead of saying, why did he burn it to the ground? You're like, why would she only donate 10,000 instead of 15? Do you see the hypocrisy in the argument? So again, again, why are you voting?
60 Minutes is not the
why are you 60
interview.
Minutes literally is. No, it literally is. It reaches the largest audience of moderate Americans. Says literally every statistic. Are you out of your mind? So tell me again, why are you voting?
No, reference to a statistic?
Nope. We're not going to play with 60 Minutes. Listen, crime lord. You want to run away? I'll get the cowbell. You want to run away? I'm more than happy to cheer you out as you cry. So you got questioned about why Donald Trump wouldn't do 60 Minutes. And just like Donald Trump running out of 60 Minutes without approaching the facts and arguments that 60 Minutes would have presented, just like Donald Trump, you're going to run away instead of having a conversation with me because I'm questioning your intelligence. I said, why aren't you holding Donald Trump accountable? And you're crying and you say, get the F out. That's it. As you go to run away as I pull out a cowbell. Now you're sitting there because you probably don't know how to leave the live. Don't mute yourself and go on quiet. Unmute. Let's have a conversation. I want to talk about your candidate. Just like Donald Trump. You go to run away, and then you ask,
brother, I'm here.
And then you ask, oh, why is Donald like? Let's get back into this.
So
tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans. Go ahead.
From 8 years ago, I'm looking forward. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing this election?
Pardon me. You just said from 8 years ago, sir. He was in office for 4 years, and you don't want to talk about his first term as president. That speaks volumes to how weak of a presidency he had. If you can't name one single policy from when Donald Trump was president, if you can't name one single policy from when Donald Trump was president that economically benefited the middle class, then it's time for you to go. So again, tell me, what is a tax policy he passed from his first term that benefited the middle class? You've had more than enough time as I'm talking to Google search this. Go ahead.
I don't want to Google search
because you don't know the policy.
Do you? Can you give me one?
Am I going to give you a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? He's not my candidate. He's not my candidate. Do you know it or do you not know it? If you don't know it, then say that.
No, I'm focused on the policies of this election.
That's not how life works. He was president for 4 years and you want to ignore the entire thing because it steamrolled the middle class. You don't get to do that. The same way you want to ignore the fact he's a felon, you don't get to do that. Okay, so your candidate was president for 4 years. Tell me again, one topic, one policy that he passed that benefited the middle class economically. This is the last time I'm going to ask you before we move on. If you can't name it, then you're ignorant, and that's on you.
I'm ignorant. That's fucking
okay, so you can't name it? You want to harp on you being called ignorant for your blatant ignorance. Can you name it or not? If you can't say that.
No, twice. I'm glad
Okay,
you're
so
giving
that's
your
on
view,
you.
brother.
So you remember nothing from your own candidate's presidency, and yet you come up here to a debate platform to talk about why your candidate should be
I'm not
president
here to
again
debate you,
when you
brother.
can't
I'm
name
just
a
here to make you
single
and all the other
policy.
dudes
Quiet
bad.
time for you, peasant. Listen very closely. When you come up here with your communist stance, your fascist stance like you MAGA Republicans do, when you tell us you want to elect a candidate like Donald Trump, who's going to steamroll the middle class once more like he did the first time, Donald Trump, right, who flattened the agriculture industry with his 50 to 25% tariff on agriculture, leading to an export crisis, surplus and supply and demand issue. Donald Trump, who overturned the will of the people, who overturned the right to choose, a decades-fought argument, chance for women to protect their own choice. You want to strip away that choice and then not talk about it. You don't want to talk about how he steamrolled the middle class. You don't want to talk about how he steamrolled women, both literally and with their right to choose. You don't want to talk about the fact that Donald Trump steamrolled union workers or LGBTQ plus Americans because you know it was awful. So you don't want to talk about it? Okay, yeah, sure. Let's just ignore the fact that Donald Trump absolutely destroyed the country and ran away. And let's not talk about that. Sure. Okay, let's get back into this. So you can't tell me a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. That's insane. That's insane. But you recognize that's insane? That's insane. You understand? Here's the thing. Quiet. Here's the thing. When you come up here and you try to advocate for your candidate who is a fascist by textbook definition, and you don't want to tell us what he did during his first term to benefit middle-class Americans because you can't name it, that speaks volumes to how weak of a candidate you have. You understand? You understand. And I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you do understand that. Now, again, let's better understand this. You don't want to talk about his first term as president, but we're going to do so nonetheless. Tell me about his tax policy. Go ahead.
Tell you, brother, again, for the third time.
Wow.
Yeah,
you can't. So you come up here to talk about your candidate and you can't talk about his only economic policy. No, here's the problem. The problem is people like you come up to a debate platform and you can't talk about your candidate. So let's understand this again. You just said, you know the problem? I do know the problem. When people like you come up here to conversate about a candidate, get asked a simple, solitary, single question about your candidate, and you can't respond. You don't know a single economic policy he passed. Quiet. You don't know a single economic policy that he passed that benefited the middle class. Neither do you know any policy he's passed during his first term. Do you understand how weak that? Hold on, excuse me. You're going to answer the question.
Excuse you.
Yeah.
That's funny because you're
answer the question. Give me one policy. Give me one policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term. Just one. It doesn't even need to be economic anymore. Can you name any policy he passed?
So let me get this right. Are you going to sit here and mute me?
Oh, I am. Yes. Until I get an answer to the question. Ready? Quiet time. LD, thank you so much for the galaxy. Again, answer the question. Answer the question. Name one policy he passed during his first term.
From his first term, for the third time, I'm going to tell you no.
That's first term. That's so sad. You can't name a single. I can. Kamala and Joe, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package. 4 policies right there. Okay, that's fine and dandy. Listen, you want to talk about the economy, but you can't name a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically uplifted the policy of the nation. Like you can't even name a single policy as a whole. So, you're right. So we don't pivot, right? Maybe you've learned by now that I don't pivot. Let's understand this one more time. I like the hypocrisy. I like the hypocrisy. You want to criticize Kamala Harris, but you don't know a single thing that Donald Trump passed that, one, economically benefited the middle class. And you don't know a single policy he passed during his first term. You don't know a single policy out of 4 years of Donald Trump. And it's not because you don't know it. It's because you can't name it because there weren't any. Donald Trump did not pass a single policy that benefited the middle class. Donald Trump did not pass policy. He ran by executive order like a fascist does. And yet you're over here talking about, oh, I'm going to criticize Kamala instead of criticizing Donald Trump for not having done anything. This is why education's important. Let's talk about education. Your candidate right now is running on abolishing the Department of Education, defunding the Department of Education. And clearly with you as our survey, we can tell that would probably be a bad decision because look at yourself. So tell me, why would you advocate for defunding the Department of Education?
Why I advocate for the defunding of the education. Is that what you're asking me? The reason
Did I stutter?
No, I'm just making sure because I can't seem to get a word in edgewise to respond because
you know nothing. So respond.
Okay, great. So we're going to defund the education for one primary reason, and it's indoctrination. It's indoctrination at its biggest.
So are you the example of what that looks like? The sheep? The one who says, "Oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump," even though he's a criminal and I know nothing.
That's what I'm here trying to figure out is why we have so many people who are
indoctrinated.
brainwashed.
Are you the indoctrinated?
Am I? No, I'm not the indoctrinated by any means. I'm trying
That sounds like something an indoctrinated person would say. No, I'm not indoctrinated. I just
what I'm trying to do is have a conversation. You seem to be about insulting, which is typical for your party.
So
but if we could just have a tit-for-tat, not talking over each other, it wouldn't be an issue.
Cry me a river.
If you would let your guests talk and get it worded edgewise, it would be interesting.
Hold on.
No,
do you know what's an insult?
I'm going to keep talking.
You're actually not, because I can mute you. Do you know what's an insult? When you say, "Oh, you Democrats are always insulting," no. Do you want to know what an insult is? An insult is when you strip away the rights of women without replacing it with a policy that will financially benefit them after you force them to give birth. That's an insult to women, right? Do you understand that that's an insult to women? You want to talk about insults? Unmute. Let's go. Cry me a river. Tell me, do you understand that an insult to women is stripping away their right to choose and then not giving them a single policy that benefits them economically after you force them to give birth? Yeah, that's an insult. You understand?
So no, I don't. Are you talking about the policies pre or post birth? You're on two separate waves of thought.
You are telling women you're going to force them to give birth, and then you're not going to financially support them after you force them to give birth. That's an insult to women. Why did you strip away their right to choose?
Is it really me stripping away the right to choose if I'm writing the policy?
Are you voting for Donald Trump? You voting for Donald Trump?
For the sound.
Are you voting for Donald Trump? Yeah, you were voting for a sound economy, but you couldn't name a single economic policy he passed. Sure. So let's stop playing here. You voted to strip away the right to choose. You are voting for the man who stripped away the right to choose. Why do you believe women shouldn't have the right to choose?
That's not what I believe at all. But
well, that's what you're voting for, so that's what you stand on.
That's underlying his policy. I'll take that as the lesser of two evils.
Own it.
I am, man. I am.
Great. So why did you strip away a woman's right to choose?
Voting to try and save this country.
You stand by what you vote for. I'm voting for choice. You are voting to strip away choice. Why are you voting to strip away a woman's right to choose? Own it.
Own it? Okay.
Own it.
Great. I am 100% pro-choice, but when we're talking about late term...
You're pro-choice unless it's surrounding a woman's right to choose. Pro-choice for men, right? Yep. So long as it's a woman, though. No choice for women. So why are you stripping away a woman's right to choose?
It's not. But
it is. So look at Amber Thurman, who's not here to tell her story because of Georgia's abortion ban. Look at Kate Cox.
That's as simple as that.
Eyes on me. Look at Kate Cox, who could not seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy. You're voting for that. Look at Amber Thurman, who lost her life because of an extreme abortion ban in Georgia. You're voting for that. Why are you voting for that?
But did she lose her life because of the policy?
Yes. So why are you voting for that?
There's a difference between malpractice and
why are you
policy.
Voting for that?
No, answer my question.
I just did.
You did
why
not.
are you voting for that? I just did. Your abortion ban took her life. Period. If Roe v. Wade was there and protecting her, she would be with us here today. So tell me again, why are you voting for that? Own it. Go ahead. If you're going to take away a woman's right to choose, you at least got to have the courage to tell them why you're doing it. If you can't tell them why they're doing it, then that's on you.
How did that policy disappearing?
Listen very closely. I'm asking you not to pivot, but instead to stay on the topic as to why you are voting to strip away a woman's right to choose, and you are pivoting left and right because you can't get it out. Repeat what I asked you, and then respond to the question. Go ahead.
What do you want me to say so you can have content?
Ma'am, you need to stop. I'm asking you a simple question. Why are you voting to strip away a woman's right to choose?
I don't. That's not an issue.
You're stuttering now. You're voting to strip away a woman's right to choose, and you're saying that's not an issue you care about.
Yeah, because
are you kidding?
How is
Chat? Do you care about a woman's right to choose?
But
Chat, do you care about a woman's right to choose?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
That's a
take a look at the chat. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Simple answer.
Excuse me.
Excuse you. Excuse you. Excuse you. Can we get can I get one response that's not
Listen, if you're going to cry, at least put it in my cup so I could drink out of it, okay?
Oh,
don't waste the tears. Come on. Come on. All right, here's what I want to know. Why are you voting to strip away a woman's right to choose? The chat wants to know as well. So go ahead. Own up to it. Answer.
Your chat, all 1.7 of them have been listening and have heard me answer.
You have not answered. You have refused. You have cried. You haven't named a single economic policy he passed. You haven't named a single policy he passed.
But you can't even do me that courtesy of giving me clarification.
Ma'am?
See, here we are
Ma'am?
with the insults. I'm asking a simple follow-up for
I've
context
insulted
and
you?
understanding.
I'm being very respectful. Ma'am, I need you to understand
You're really
something.
not. You're being
When
a
I ask
arrogant
you
piece
for an
of shit.
economic policy he passed and you can't name it, then I say name any policy he passed and you can't name it, then I
So
say,
we're
okay,
gonna
let's
talk
talk about the
about
future.
flip-flopping.
Why are
We're
you... See,
talking
this is the
three
talking
different
over
questions.
me. This is the talking over me. It's not gonna work. So again, I ask you about a policy, you can't name it. I say economic policy. You said you were voting based off of the economy, and yet you can't name it. You admit that. So you know no policy. Then you say you want to focus on the future, and I say, okay, why are you voting to strip away a woman's right to choose? And I even give you examples. And you say, oh, I don't want to talk about that. I don't care. Engage in the conversation or leave. Nobody's forcing you to be here, right? You can engage in the conversation. If you know nothing, then that's fine, but know nothing somewhere else. May I recommend the back of a Walmart closet? Like, we don't need to do this whole thing here, right? You don't gotta, if you want to engage in the conversation, do that. If you know nothing, then say so and move on. We don't gotta play, right? Because if this is a toy, like this is a broken toy. So let me ask you again. Will you tell us why you are voting against a woman's right to choose? Instead of sitting here and insulting my voice like you have been doing, it's very odd. Just respond. Just respond. I'm trying to let you talk and you won't. Answer.
Yeah. If you shut up. So
I've been begging you to speak so I can shut up. Please respond.
3 different times.
You have not.
That is not an issue that I care enough about.
Right.
In my vote. I have
Yeah,
other things
that's insane
in
because
my
that's a woman's
voting
right to choose. You just don't
profile
care.
That I care about. It is not an issue.
Here's the thing. You do care about it because I'm going to repeat this one more time for you. Okay? To all the MAGA Republicans in the chat as well, hopefully you better understand this because I'm going to kick this guy after. We're going to hocus pocus him out of here like yesterday's leftovers in the trash can. Understand this one more time. This guest said he can't name a single economic policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term. Yet he said he's voting based off of the economy. And I said, well, if you can't name an economic policy, then that's not an accurate statement. You're voting based off of the economy. You're not voting based off of the economy then. And so I said, can you name any policy that Donald Trump passed? And he said, no. And I said, okay, that's problematic. So you know nothing that Donald Trump passed? Wow. So he said, well, I want to focus on the future. And I said, okay, at the core of our future is the right to choose, a woman's right to choose. I said, why are you voting to strip away a woman's right to choose? And he said, well, I don't care about that. Okay. Where am I supposed to go from here? Like, you're not engaging in a conversation. You don't know anything that Donald Trump has passed. You don't know an economic policy he has passed. You don't know any policy he has passed. You also don't want to talk about the right to choose, which is at the core of our future. Like, you're ignorant? Congrats. On the count of 3, everybody, hocus pocus. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof! And he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. Hopefully that was enough of an explanation as to why I'm cutting him off as he's speaking. If you're not going to respond to the question as I'm asking it, you are going to get kicked. Like, I don't pivot. You know what I mean? I think I made that so clear by now. Like, I am not the kind of guy who pivots. So as they pry and they pray and they try to pivot, like, I don't pivot. It doesn't work. You know, you got to stay on topic. And if that's me, you won't let him speak. No, I won't let him speak about something else that has nothing to do with the question I'm asking him. I will let him speak if he's responding to the question, right? Like, come on. Why are we crying? Like, MAGA Republicans, why are you crying? Why are we crying? You know? Got to hold people accountable. If you don't know anything, don't come up here. It's easy. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up. Slowly but surely, gonna get up our next guest. I feel like after that one, that MAGA Republicans recognize that I won't be letting them pivot. Now they're just not coming up. Now they're scared. I don't blame them. I don't blame them for not coming up. So here's what we're going to do. If you are voting for Donald Trump and you're commenting it in my comment section like a keyboard warrior, you're going to get booted out of the live stream faster than Donald Trump's ass is going to get booted into a prison cell after sentencing. If you're voting for Donald Trump, own it and get into my guest request. Use your big boy and big girl voice and talk to me one-on-one like we are now. Don't comment in the guests. Like, don't sit there commenting. I don't need the comments. I don't care about the comments. Call it what you want. It could be censorship if you want it to be. I don't really care. All right? Talk. Use your voice. Get into the guest request if you're voting for Trump, or get out of the live. It's that simple. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I think we're in our back pocket. We're going to get up the next guest. I love how they're like, I can't wait. I can't wait until one of them run up and says the F slur like it's a big shock to us or something. Like, you know how they're always running up? They're like, let me say the N-word real quick. Haha. I can't wait until the MAGA Republicans. We're going to get a crazy one like that real soon. I can feel it. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Ew.
I just joined this and I came on and you was talking about a keyboard.
So anyway, why are you voting for Donald Trump, a convicted
That's
felon?
my question. You said that you wanted.
Excuse me. Can you answer why you're voting for the criminal?
Because he's the best candidate. Okay.
Well, that's not really a coherent argument, right?
No, are you a keyboard warrior? You
Considering I'm speaking to you right now, chat, pick a spot, chat.
honestly, do you
Guest,
think
here's
if
my
we were
issue.
sitting
I'm trying to
face-to-face,
ask you. I
would
do this
you
face to face all the time.
you
Yes,
talk-
I do this in person all the time. Maybe
not
you don't know
against
who I
me,
am.
Not with me.
Okay, yeah, and yet you are nothing to me. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you respond to that, or do you need a therapist? Because I'm not,
I'm voting for him
classified to
because
be a
I have
therapist.
that right. I have.
Okay, you have that right, and yet we're still talking about why you chose to pick the felon. Can you break that down for us?
Because he's the choice that I made. Okay, there's a choice. You either
Here's the choice that you made.
Kamala
Respectfully, this is
or
like me
Trump.
asking you, hey, what kind of food do you like to eat? And you saying,
You
I like the
are-
edible kind of food.
And
Can you give me a
in-
recipe for that kind of food?
in this
Maybe a
country,
couple ingredients?
You are the shit stain of the fabric
Cry
of this
more.
country.
Cry more. Here's what I'm trying to get out of you here. Just a simple response to my answer. Like, I asked you, why are you voting for Trump?
Because
you're
I
like,
can.
But that's not a response. So one more time.
What do you
One more
want me to
time.
tell you?
Listen, this is like me asking you what kind of food do you like to eat, and you saying, I like the edible kind. Can I have some ingredients and maybe a recipe here as to why you are voting for Donald Trump?
Where do you live?
In your mom's house. So can you please answer the
Oh
question?
my gosh, dude. You have.
Can you answer the question?
Calls on this fucking app.
Can
know
you
that?
answer the question?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because there's two candidates. One is Kamala and one is Trump. I'm
It's
voting
actually
for Trump.
Kamala.
Her name is Kamala. Cumala. That's how you pronounce her name because she gargles the jizz. Okay, who's
You
winning?
still talking
Am I
about your
X
mama?
or O?
That's weird.
Am I X
My
or
gosh.
am I O?
I know I'm in her house, but I don't think she gargles that. Anyway, listen, leave
Am
your
I
mom
X
out
or
of
the
this.
O?
Can you leave your mom out of this?
Am I
So
X
again,
or O?
you're neither. This is for the chat because you're kind of boring and
My
I want them to have
13-year-old
something more
granddaughter
entertaining.
would piece.
Maybe don't bring your 13-year-old granddaughter into this when you're voting to strip away her right to choose. Just a thought. So why are you voting to strip away your granddaughter's right to choose? Do you hate her?
Wow. Are you in the LGBT community? I'm going to guess yeah.
I won. Hey, chat. Sorry, y'all. You know, if you know, you know. Anyway, so why are you voting to strip away your granddaughter's right to choose?
How am I stripping her rights?
Right? You're voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, and how is he going to strip the rights from my granddaughter?
He already did. Roe v. Wade. Your granddaughter has, ready for this? Your granddaughter has less rights than your daughter did growing up. Isn't that crazy?
You're kidding, right?
Are you new to the equation? Were you born yesterday? Did you miss all this?
Where do you live, man? I would love to meet you.
I already said I live in your mom's house. So can you tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal?
So you live in Arizona?
So why are you voting for the criminal?
Because I want to, because I can.
Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that economically
Can you tell
benefited
me-
middle-class Americans? No? You just muted yourself. My hands
Your
are here.
pronoun.
So can
What
you
is
tell
your
me
pronoun?
my pronouns?
And can you tell me the three
Did
branches
you just
of the
ask for my
Second Amendment?
pronouns?
And January 6th was an insurrection.
Sure. You said you want my pronouns, yeah?
January 6th was an insurrection.
It was an interaction. Oh, he's confused.
No, you
it's a
call
little
it
early
an
to be
erection.
sundowning, right?
Like Chuck
It's a little
Schumer
early
and
to
Nancy
be.
Pelosi.
Okay, all right,
They
calm down.
called
First off,
Jan 6
let's.
was an erection.
You got triggered. That's fine. Listen, it's a little early to be sundowning. Okay. Again, you asked for my pronouns. The pronouns you can give me are your daddy.
Send down.
All right, one more time. I'm trying to understand. One policy can you name that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans? Go ahead. Unmute. Let's go. Do you want to say the F slur now or later? I know we're getting to that. So,
What's the F slur?
oh,
What's that
wow,
mean?
you don't even know what the slur is. Oh my gosh.
What's the F slur? Inform me. Let me know. Enlighten me.
All right. Are you listening,
What are you
Uncle Daddy?
drinking?
Uncle
What are you
Daddy.
drinking?
You done?
What's in your cup?
It's your tears. I've been collecting them as you've been crying on this live, and now I'm just sipping at them. So tell me again, one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class economically. You're kind of
What are your
crashing out.
pronouns?
I
What are
just
your
said my pronouns are your daddy. So again, can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class?
Couldn't tell you.
Wow,
I'm voting
that's
for Donald
sad.
Trump because I have a choice.
Okay. You have
Who
a
cares
choice,
about
and yet you
policy?
don't know why you're voting for him. That speaks volumes on your own ignorance.
Man, I wish I could sit down and have a cup of tea with you.
Yeah, come to your mom's house. I'll be waiting.
My mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
You're not interested in women. You want the jizz. You want.
I never said your mom was a woman.
You love the hot dogs.
Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Can you tell
I'm
us,
out
or are
of
you going to
here.
keep crying? You want to run away? Oh, cowbell! Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please, because we got a runner. We got a runner! Moo! Herd the cattle! All right. I love when folks try to go like head to head with me on like the whole I'm going to insult you thing. I'm too quick for that. Like, keep trying. It's not going to work. Just doesn't work. Just does not work. You can keep trying. Does not work. We're Italian. Guys, I'm like, have you ever tried fighting in Italian? Not only are we louder, we're also just way too quick with it. Okay? Where's my Italians in the chat, by the way? Where's all our Italians at? Y'all here? Folks, if you are voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you want to support me and maybe you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. Pitch on in. We use those funds typically as I travel around the state, meeting voters in person. Thank you so much for the hot dogs. Thank you so much, Snarls. Let's try to get up our next guest. Hello, Pat. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Ew. Okay, because?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you just said that. Did you already forget, Dory? So again, listen.
No, so
I
let me
need
ask
you to
you
tell
a
me why are you
question. What
voting for
gives
the
you the
criminal?
right because you suck
Why
dick
gives
that you think you can say whatever you want?
Oh my gosh. Can you cry into the cup so that I can save the tears for later? It makes good honey. Anyway, can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal? This is my last time I'm going to ask you before I just move on to the next guest. If you want to run away, that's fine. But Pat, unmute. Oh, he ran away. Moo! Oh, my bell broke. Moo! We got a runner. Let's get the cow emojis in the chat. Let's get up our next guest. Finding Dory really coming up to come talk to me. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, fuck you.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Let me clutch my pearls. Oh, no. You didn't even leave the... You didn't even leave the live stream right. So my voice is now a part of your cell phone until Christmas, unless you figure out how to leave the live stream properly or you shut down your phone entirely. So again, you're still in the live stream and you hear my voice coming out of your cell phone because you haven't accurately and adequately left the live stream. You are still in the live stream. You can't just say something and run away. You need to come back in and leave the live stream properly, like your walk of shame. Or you can, there you go, you shut down your phone. You could, wow, that's, you know what's nice is it says he waited 15 minutes to come talk to me. So that's 15 minutes of his life he's never getting back. And an additional 3 minutes as he shut down his phone and has to reboot it back up. Wow, that's awesome. 18 minutes of that guy's life he's never getting back. You know what? I'm eating up those minutes just like AT&T. This is phenomenal. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, Willie. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yo, fuck you, bitch ass
Oh
nigger.
my
Fuck
gosh.
you,
Oh, and there's
faggot.
the word. There's the word. There's the F word. There's the F word. Oh my gosh. Why are they doing this? Like, there he goes. Oh my gosh. Fetus deletus. Poof. I should probably send that spell to your parents. Maybe it's not too late for them to fix it. All right? Right? Okay, let's try to get up our next guest. They're crashing out so bad. You know that we're about to win this election if this is how bad the MAGA Republicans are crashing out. Do we understand that we haven't had a single normal conversation yet? Simply because they're all crashing out and crying? Like, Come on. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Try to speak coherently. Let's use words with more than one syllable. That would be great. Hi, are you voting for the criminal?
I know, but I just want to, I don't understand how people could get up and say the N-word and just leave and just get...
Because they're racist people. This is why people shouldn't be voting for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump empowers that kind of rhetoric. They come up here and say the N-word, the F-slur, and then they run away. And they do that because they are homophobic and racist, and they think that they're able to do so because Donald Trump creates a safe space for them to spew that rhetoric. So if you vote for Donald Trump, you are empowering that hate and hurting people. You vote for Kamala Harris and help us get rid of Donald Trump once and for all by losing this election on his part, then we will persevere and stomp out that hate as we see it. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah, I'm not voting for either person.
Okay. Do you want a cookie? You came up to a debate platform that says, I'm voting for Kamala. Why are you voting for Trump? I understand that reading might be a deficiency on your part, but illiteracy is something you can work on, right? By voting for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, who wants to defund the Department of Education. So do you want a sticker or something for not voting? What do you want?
You seem insecure.
You good?
Why are you speaking insecurely?
Oh my gosh, I just don't know. I can't possibly imagine. Why am I talking so insecurely? Maybe it's because I have tiny hands like Donald Trump. Oh, maybe my hands are too small. All right, let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on up. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in the bio. As you can see, all I'm doing is dealing with a bunch of MAGA Republicans who are completely out of touch with America. And so I think reparations are needed for this nonsense because, oh my gosh. Louis, hi, are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Are you talking into a Nokia 1999? Can you fix the sound?
Are you gay?
I don't know, ask your mom.
Why are you gay?
Ask your mom. She doesn't seem to think I am.
Look at this fucking sissy,
So anyway,
bro.
why are you voting
Look
for
at
the
this
criminal?
fucking
Michael,
sissy,
thank you so
dude.
much for the
Look at this
$20.
fucking wuss.
Louis, thank you for being so hateful. Because you're so hateful, Michael just gave me $20. Thank you. Michael says he hates you. And so Louis, thank you for being so hateable. Because of you, I got $20. Thank you so much, Michael, for the love. Anyway, Louis, can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal? Okay, I guess not. Let's move on. W. Michael's in the chat. Let's get some W. Michael's in the chat, please. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it. Hello. Ooh. Sorry. Roz, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, I'm gonna let Roz go. You can't reason with crazy. You can walk a horse to water, but you can't force it to speak a coherent sentence. Hello, truck driver. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I'm voting for Trump.
Oh my goodness gracious. So apparently...
You asked if I was voting for the criminal.
Apparently you don't understand. So let me explain this to you. I'm not talking about a race between Jill Stein and Donald Trump. I'm talking about Kamala Harris, a prosecutor, and Donald Trump, a criminal. Because he's one of these two candidates will be your next president. And Donald Trump was found liable of sexual abuse, found liable of civil fraud, and found guilty on 34 felony counts. And I'm curious why you would vote for a blatant criminal. So Tomater, whenever you're ready, if you could give us that response, I think we'd all be interested in hearing what you have to say.
The reason why I'm voting for Trump.
I like your accent. What state is it from?
The way he was in office before, it's not going to change. We didn't have wars.
I agree. His first administration was god awful, and his second administration would be worse.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. I don't know where Lightning McQueen is, if that's what you're going to ask.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I want to ask a question. If toilet paper had Kamala Harris's face on it, would you wipe your ass with it?
I don't think you need to be worrying about butts when you look like this, right? You should probably worry about getting an oil change. Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Can you break it down a little bit further?
I'm not voting for the criminal. I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. So why are you voting for the criminal? Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Gosh, he'll make his world better again.
Really?
He's not starting war.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. So, can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans the first time? Carol, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you, Carol.
Helped everybody in this world was no wars.
What? There literally were. You could talk about the genocide and starvation. Okay. You can talk about the starvation and genocide he oversaw in Yemen. We could talk about Afghanistan. We could talk about how he abandoned the Kurds. We could talk about all that, but we don't really need to. What I want to talk about is Ukraine and Russia. What is Donald Trump's plan to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
What's her plan? Nothing.
Okay, so nice pivot. I'll tell you her plan after you tell me his plan. Go ahead.
She ain't got no plan.
Okay, you can't tell me his plan?
She's close.
Oh my goodness gracious. I get, listen, I get that everybody has their thing, but if your thing is sundowning, statistically speaking, you shouldn't start sundowning until 5 p.m. East Standard Time. It's only about 1 o'clock, so you got a few more hours before you start, what's happening? Where am I? So can you just tell me, what is Donald Trump's plan to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? Okay, you can't tell me. Would you rather talk about Israel and Gaza? Do you want to talk about Israel and Gaza instead?
No plan at all. We're fixing to get the worst world war we've ever seen in our because of her.
No, because fortunately Donald Trump won't be president, and so we won't be able to start that world war. So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Do you know his plan to end the conflict between Gaza and Israel?
Guarantee it, man.
Oh my gosh.
The conflict between
now you have an echo. Tomater. Let's get up our next guest. Lucky, thank you so much for the diamond gun. I appreciate it. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 300,000 likes if you do want to support me, or maybe you feel bad for me and want to help me pay for the therapy I'm going to need after talking to some of these MAGA Republicans. My Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. Don, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love. Hi, Larissa. Are you voting for the criminal?
Okay, so basically my question is...
Oh, wait, one second. Hold on 1 second. This phone's breaking up a little bit. Fetus deletus! Poof! All right, let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Hocus pocus. You guys want to see something funny? All right, let me show you guys something funny. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello. Oh, is he already running away? Okay. Hi. Nope. He left again. Let's try again. Here, I'll show you guys something funny. Maybe. Let me see. Oh, maybe not. Hi, are you voting for the criminal? Oh my gosh! Bye. Sorry, I saw his profile photo and his face scared me. Oops. Noah, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
Why? Explain to me what Kamala would do.
Yeah.
As president, tell me.
Do you want to know why I'm voting for Kamala?
Yes, please.
Okay, may I put you on mute?
Yes.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris based off of numerous reasons, and I was taught growing up that you don't vote solely based off of policy, but also based off of character, the kind of character that your party threw out the window when they nominated a felon to be their president. A felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster. You have Kamala Harris, and we recognize that Kamala Harris is a middle-class black woman, somebody who comes from that middle-class background, somebody who had no right in America becoming a district attorney, let alone the vice president of the United States, because every card was socioeconomically stacked against her. And yes, she did become a district attorney. She did become an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world, not the country, the world. She then became a senator and a vice president, and she never forgot about her middle class roots. And this is something I admire about her that I couldn't even find in Joe Biden. This is somebody who gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and an infrastructure package that she negotiated and yet doesn't get credit for. But she doesn't stop working. She continues fighting, even without the credit. Kamala Harris creates tens of thousands of good-paying union jobs, has created more than double the amount of jobs on a monthly average than Donald Trump created, not counting pandemic jobs created or lost. Kamala Harris only added half the amount of debt that Donald Trump added, but you guys want to prove to us that he's apparently better for the economy. Yet Kamala Harris got the inflation rate back down to 2.4%, which is identical to what it was in 2018, and costs are still on a downtrend. But you don't want to hold corporations accountable. You don't even want to hold Donald Trump accountable in court for the crimes he committed against both women and humanity. Instead, you want to criticize Kamala Harris for giving us actual policies that benefit middle-class Americans and for fighting for middle-class Americans through policy aspects like the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, the additional $10,000 tax incentive, the $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, and the $6,000 permanent child tax credit. The child tax credit that would quite literally benefit a mother should she choose to give birth. And yet, if she chooses not to have a child, and she chooses her own pathway and her own destiny, Kamala Harris will protect that choice. Donald Trump is not a single policy that benefits a mother after he forces her to give birth, and yet he will continue to force women to give birth. That's not acceptable. That's not about freedom. That is pro-forced birth. And you can try to guide that rhetoric through some sort of facade as though it be pro-life, but it's not. It is pro-forced birth. Again, you look at Donald Trump, and this isn't the first time he has actually stripped away the right to choose. He has violated our Constitution. Look no further than the Second Amendment, the very Second Amendment that you, Noah, your party, claims Donald Trump would protect. I am a Second Amendment Democrat through and through. I don't like when people touch my Second Amendment. And yet Donald Trump put into place a bump stock ban. That would have been fine if it went through the legislature. Instead, he signs by executive order like a fascist does. And what does he do? He has that very ban overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. So let's better understand this. You want to justify why we should vote against a middle-class black woman who gave us middle-class policies, who has a background as to being tough on crime. You want to justify why we should vote against that and vote for Donald Trump, a civil fraudster, felon, sexual abuser, whose only middle-class policy steamrolled farmers and small businesses, who thinks that the middle class is a recipe for cookies, who has no idea how to operate a country, let alone his own businesses. He has 6 bankruptcies and $488 million in debt. And I should know, because I'm the guy who programmed the website for him that tracks his debt down to the penny. You're welcome, Trump family. I'm glad I could help you. So let's better understand this. That's my reason as to why I'm voting for Kamala and why I won't be voting for Donald Trump. You tell me why you're voting for the civil fraudster, sexual abuser, and felon. Go ahead.
Okay, well, to your first point about personality.
Tell me why you were voting.
I respect your opinion.
For Donald Trump.
Okay. I'm voting
Kamala.
based off character and his policies. I mean, first of all, he's a much better leader. When he's been president, he started no wars. He has respect from other world leaders. No wars. When he had the meeting, he had no 18 months. Not a single soldier was harmed. The economy was much better under him. Prices, especially house prices, are way up. I'm voting on, first of all, you mentioned abortion as well. He pushed it back to the states, right? Well, not him specifically, but he hired the Supreme Court justice, right? And he got it back to pretty much back to the states, which is, he didn't ban abortions. People want to blame him.
Okay, you're mumbling. This isn't productive. Let's start off on a few points here.
Okay,
One,
give us specific. What specifically do you want to talk about?
Right, well, you're mumbling here. So you said no new wars under Donald Trump. Okay, let's recognize there have been no new wars started because of Kamala or Joe. Understood? You have no troops on the ground fighting on behalf of the U.S. right now because of a war that was started by either Kamala or Joe. They never started a war. So this goes for both then. If you want to say that Donald Trump didn't start a war, fine. We can still talk about how, he oversaw the largest genocide and starvation in Yemen in our global history. We could talk about how he had more drone strikes in 4 years than Barack Obama had in 8. We could talk about how he abandoned the Kurds. We could talk about Afghanistan too. But we don't have to. Because again, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they didn't start the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Neither did they start the conflict between Israel and Gaza. And the fact that you seem to think that these wars have anything to do with them shows your own ignorance, because these conflicts have been going on for decades. Okay?
Okay, sure. Okay.
Now, I'm not done.
Abortion? No wars under either, right?
Wouldn't
What
agree
about
with
all
that.
the tax money going towards Russia, Ukraine?
However, you then look at abortion.
Okay, let's talk about abortion.
You want to look at a war? Look no further than the war MAGA Republicans have waged on women. You're saying that Donald Trump passed that right back down from the federal government to states, giving states the right to choose. Okay, no.
What is your opinion?
Hold on. He didn't pass the right to choose down from the federal government to state governments. He stripped it from women and passed it up to state governments. It went from women up. It didn't go from the government down. Understood? He didn't give it from the federal government to the state government. He took it away from women on the people local level and then passed it up to state governments who banned it.
So what is your exact opinion on when a woman should be able to get an abortion?
As it stands, in many states, there are limits that look around when the fetus becomes viable into a pregnancy, around 22 weeks. And then again, in the instance of rape, it's life of the mother. And then after 22 weeks, you talk about an emergency. I'm not done. And then after 22 weeks, you talk about an emergency C-section. How can we ensure that that fetus is viable outside of the womb should a medical emergency exist and the woman cannot have an abortion? So again, understand my stance on this. You have the 22-week cutoff, which is as it stands and where it stood before Roe v. Wade. And that is when the fetus becomes viable. After that, it's not a termination of the pregnancy. It's now called an emergency C-section. It's no longer an abortion because the fetus can survive outside of the womb. And so they put it in an ICU. And this happens in an immediate medical emergency. That's normal procedure. But your party thought that that was too freeing, that was too much freedom for women. So they said, let's do a 6-week abortion ban, or let's do an outright abortion ban with no exceptions like you see in Texas, where they're saying even for women
Trump
like Kate
supports
Cox.
the 3 exceptions, though.
No, but Donald Trump can support 3 exceptions yet because his decision to overturn the right to choose, that being Roe v. Wade and the protections that belonged in it. You have women like Kate Cox in Texas who couldn't have an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy. Donald Trump is basically saying, you know what? I support your right to have an abortion with the exceptions, but my stance and what my actions took away that right and won't allow you to have an abortion with those exceptions. That's just called hypocrisy. That's like kicking sand in the face of women, or like spitting in their face and slapping them down even further than you already did.
Can I talk? So I recognize the issue of people having him when he pushes it down back to the states.
He didn't push it down to the states.
People having to go to another
He didn't
state.
push it down to the states. He took it from women and passed it up to the states.
But do you believe, you said 22 weeks, do you believe it is okay to abort a baby before 22 weeks? I'm asking you.
Sure.
What's your opinion?
That's a woman's right to choose. It's not mine.
But it's not okay. So as a Catholic,
what is your cutoff?
I completely
don't bring God into this. Don't invoke the name of God
My
as
personal opinion. Can I
justification.
talk?
I'm not done. Don't invoke the name.
I was speaking.
Don't
and you
invoke,
interrupted me.
Right, because you're not answering my goddamn question. So don't invoke the name of God when you don't know God's teachings. I'm religious. I believe that we're all God's children. I don't use God as justification. I don't use God as justification for stripping away the rights of women. Understood?
Okay, so I will
don't
answer
use
that
God's
question.
name like that. I'm not done. Now, what I want you to do is tell me, where is your weekly cutoff? You said you believe in the exceptions. What is your weekly cutoff?
The cutoffs are sexual assault, rape, or the death of the mother.
That's not a weekly cutoff. So you're saying 0 week. That you're saying you want to outright abortion ban.
And then a week. No. Oh, okay. Oh, cutoff. No, from inception. From the beginning.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're saying an outright abortion ban then? You're saying if it's one of the exceptions.
No. With
hold
the 3
on, let's get this right. I want to make 2 points clear. One, you're saying with one of those exceptions, however, you want to outright ban abortion then. But let's also better understand this. You're saying before a woman even knows she's pregnant, you won't let her have an abortion. I mean, you're more extreme than even the 6-week abortion ban. And better yet, you're saying that you support the instance of an abortion if the woman's life is at risk. But do you understand? Once the woman's life is at risk...
No, I said I don't accept that if her life is at risk.
Oh, even if her life is at risk, you don't support the right to have an abortion?
No, I said I do not accept it. If her life is at risk, that is the exception.
Right. So I'm saying again, you understand that if the woman's life is at risk, that is... she has 1 foot in the grave by that point. You understand? And so you're saying, well, now she can have an abortion. Do you know how far that exception pushes to her deathbed by the time you let her have an abortion? Like, do you understand this? So again, you're saying that a woman can't have an abortion even if she knows there's going to be a medical complication. You'd rather wait until she has 1 foot in the grave to then let her have that abortion. Why don't
No,
you
if
mandate
there's a medical
vasectomies?
complication and they are assuming it's going to
Pardon
lead
me.
in that direction.
Pardon me. Why don't you
then-
mandate vasectomies? You know that there's not one law that mandates the body of a man, only women. So why don't you just mandate vasectomies instead?
Okay, well, I completely support the rights of women, but since from
No, you don't.
inception,
You
when there's a
literally
baby,
don't.
it's not her body. It is
You
a baby's body.
You do, no, it's not. And it's actually
It is
glob
not
tissue.
her body. I completely support the rights of her body, but it is
you're not
her
going
body
by
at that
science,
point.
though. You're going by religion. So let's better understand this. By the time you're saying she can't have an abortion, it's not even a glob of tissue. It's a chunk
Everybody's
of
saying
cells.
her body, her choice. At some
It is
point,
her
it
body,
is not
her
her
choice.
body. It is a
No, it
baby's
is.
body.
Who are you? Are you a man?
Yes.
And you're telling women when you think it's not their body. Do you see how disrespectful that is?
No.
Take
It
a
is
step back. What I
another
want you
body.
to do
It's
is
another body.
answer
I'm not
this.
telling
Riddle me
women.
this. Why are you mandating the bodies of women instead of mandating the body of a man? Forced vasectomies. Will you advocate for forced vasectomies? They would accomplish the same goal.
It's another human life. It is
You're
not
not
the woman's
listening.
body.
You're not listening.
You're not listening
You're
to
not
me.
answering.
You're not listening to me.
I hear you. I'm saying you're wrong. Factually, categorically, you're wrong.
Why am I
But
wrong?
let's also better
How is it not
understand
another
this.
body?
You're not going to
No,
have
just
me
answer
pivot. I will answer that, but I'm not going to pivot. I don't pivot. It doesn't work on me. So answer this question.
Yeah,
and
well-
until you do, we're going to remain on this question.
Sounds
Okay?
good.
Why are you not advocating for forced vasectomies? You're mandating the body of a woman, but not of a man.
Because only women can have kids.
Nope, takes two to tango. So again, let's understand this. You are advocating for mandating a woman's body and regulating her right to choose, but not that of a man, because you don't put them on the same playing field. You're not putting them in an equal capacity. You are saying women are
The man is not carrying the
property,
baby.
effectively.
Okay,
There
I
wouldn't be a
never
baby
said
if you forced
anything
vasectomy.
even close to that. Do
Listen
not twist
closely.
my
Maybe
words,
I'm
first of
explaining
all.
this too kindly to you. One more time. You are advocating for mandating the body of a woman. You are not advocating for mandating the body of a man. Why? You were saying, well, it's a woman who carries the fetus. Guess what? Fetus wouldn't exist if you mandated the body of a man, right? You force a vasectomy, which is reversible. Guess what then? By you doing that, there would be no pregnancy.
Okay,
So tell me
yeah, I
again, will
understand
you mandate vasectomies?
I understand that. So when I'm saying I support, no
But will
abortion,
you mandate
conception, right,
vasectomies,
without
yes
the
or
three
no?
exceptions,
Will you mandate
I'm
vasectomies, yes or
responsible.
no?
I'm
Will you
responsible. The
mandate
man and the women,
vasectomies?
the man and the
Will
woman
you
are both
mandate
equally responsible
vasectomies,
for the
yes
kid.
or no? We're not pivoting.
No.
Okay, so you're a hypocrite. Congratulations. Hocus pocus. Come on. Yeah, you only want to control the body of a woman. You don't want to control the body of a man. That's hypocrisy at its finest. Snip, snip. Get ready for those vasectomies. I'm going to run for Congress just to mandate vasectomies on these MAGA Republicans who think that they can control the body of a woman without owning up to the fact that it's men who commit the grape that would lead to the abortion being needed. But anyhow, hi guys, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, apparently you're talking into a coconut. Let's get a better cell phone, please. Not all of y'all saying do it. Thank you so much, Dom, for the $10, and Carol as well for the $10. And Jaron, thank you so much. We're working to turn PA blue, Jaron. We ain't gonna let you down. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get the work done. Thank you so much for the love, folks. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. I use those funds towards travel as I travel the state and meet voters in person. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah, I'm voting for him.
That's disgusting. I just thought you should know. So why are you voting for a civil fraudster, felon, rapist?
No, the only reason why I voted for him is because I have a good experience while he was president. So that's pretty much it.
Andre, thank you. Andrea? It's either Andre or Andre. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo. Thank you so much for your love. I appreciate it. So listen, I'm going to ask you again, but this time, instead of saying like, and like, this is like me asking you, what's your favorite kind of food? And you saying, I like the edible kind of food. Can I have like a list of ingredients or maybe a recipe? I don't need to know about your gooder experience. Can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal?
I mean, that's really the real reason. Because I had a good experience. I benefited from his tax cuts. I benefited from
Are you
his
middle class?
EOD.
Are you middle class?
Yeah.
So how did you benefit from his tax cuts? Can you tell me what the tax deduction was for the middle class?
So during that time, I actually was in 2 different tax brackets. So during before he became president, I was during the Obama's tax bracket, which was I ended up paying more taxes.
Okay.
But during Trump's administration, the tax bracket changed a little bit, so I was able to go down to a smaller tax bracket. So I ended up.
Did the tax bracket change, or did you make less money? And then let's also better understand something. I'm asking you again. What is the tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to middle class Americans?
I don't know it by heart, so can you educate me on that?
Sure. So you come up here to advocate for Donald Trump's tax deduction, and yet you can't tell me what the deduction was. Does that seem like you're an informed voter, or does that seem like you're voting based off of feelings? Rhetorical. You're voting based off of feelings, not based off of facts. Now, mind you, you are the exact kind of voter that Donald Trump is looking for, the one who doesn't recognize Donald Trump's economy as a whole and how it actually didn't economically benefit you, but rather tossed you and steamrolled you. For example, you said Donald Trump gave you a tax cut. He did. Middle-class Americans got a 1 to 2% tax deduction. 1 to 2% tax deduction. This was nothing in comparison to the 14% corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart. My name's not Rite Aid. Your name is not Walgreens. We didn't benefit from this. We got the 1 to 2% tax deduction. And then additionally, let's recognize that while he put pennies in our pay stub so we would notice this on paper at the end of every week, every other week, he also simultaneously increased tariffs. So for example, I used to operate a small business that relied on produce. This small business led to middle-class consumers picking up our costs when Donald Trump implemented a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. So let me explain that again. Donald Trump implemented a tariff on agriculture, 15 to 25%. This led to farmers having an export crisis as they lost China as a consumer market. They had a surplus and supply and demand issue, and they passed off rising costs to middle-class consumers through small businesses to make up the difference. Many farmers went out of business. Those who didn't made small businesses go out of business. And the small businesses who didn't passed off costs to middle-class consumers. This was $230 billion in tax hikes for the middle class. So you lost more money out of pocket than you got back from his tax deduction. Except you are the voter that Donald Trump is looking for because you don't recognize this. You saw more money in your pay stub. You didn't notice the money coming out of your pocket via rising costs at the grocery store. And then you turned around and blamed Joe Biden for the rising costs at the grocery store.
I didn't blame Joe Biden.
Not you.
I can give credit to Joe Biden for
I'm saying your party. Now let's also understand, you are your party. When you vote for Donald Trump, you are referred to as you. Because you now own up to everything Donald Trump did. The same thing with me and Kamala. When I say I'm voting for Kamala, that is me endorsing Kamala as a whole. That is me saying I stand for what she's standing for. Understood? Okay. So tell me again, why would Donald Trump give a 14% double-digit tax cut to corporations who are already making record high profits like Microsoft, and the percentile being well over 100%, and yet only give 1 to 2% as a temporary tax cut to the middle class? Why do we get a temporary 1% tax cut when corporations got a double-digit tax cut that's permanent? Can you explain the discrepancy?
So in this case, I believe the intention was that because the corporation had a tax cut, this means that they have a little bit more money going towards the company. They can use that to actually invest in their business.
From the get-go, they didn't pass that money down the chain. It never went to job growth. It never went to higher salaries. It never went to cuts on product costs, right? So then you give them more money and they still didn't do so. Instead, they passed it up to, I'm not done. Instead, they passed it up to their CEO. For example, look no further than Apple. Apple benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction. Their CEO walked away with more money by the end of Donald Trump's term pre-pandemic than he walked in with because the money went up the chain. Or PepsiCo. PepsiCo owns Gatorade. They took the money from the 14% corporate tax deduction and passed it up to the chain via their higher end employees like their CEO, but then turn around and raise the cost on Gatorade. So they didn't cut costs. They passed the money up the chain and then raised costs. Gatorade is now more expensive and smaller in size. Hasbro, Starbucks, Kroger, all companies that have played into this.
But there were raises within the middle class that the wages actually increases throughout the time.
And there also wasn't justification.
Wage increases.
No,
like,
there
even
also,
for me,
nope. There also wasn't justification to suggest that that had anything to do with the corporate tax deduction for those companies that did increase wages. For example, times change. As the market continues to change, wages will continue to go up in many industries. Had nothing to do with the corporate tax deduction, and neither did it. This led to an $8 trillion deficit. You understand that? So if your salary went up, if you're making an hourly salary of $12 an hour, and that was pushed up to $15 an hour, that is not going to offset the money you're going to spend out of pocket to pay off that corporate tax deduction of 14% that led to the $8 trillion deficit. Neither will it pay off the $230 billion tax hike from Donald Trump's tariffs. So you're not making more money. Again, you see more money on paper, you're not making more money. You're losing money at a higher rate than you are at your return. Then you also talk about job growth, and you applaud Donald Trump for his job growth. Me too. Donald Trump had 178,000 jobs created on a monthly average. Every month, 178,000, that's his average. This is not counting jobs created or lost because of the pandemic. If it was, his job growth would be negative 30,000. But that's not fair because he caused the pandemic. Neither did Joe Biden. And so I'm not going to give Joe Biden credit for the jobs created because of the pandemic. Otherwise, his number would be an average of 800,000 per month. Joe Biden's good. He's not that good. So Joe Biden created on average 400,000 jobs per month. Donald Trump created 178,000 jobs per month. That's more than double what Donald Trump created under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So can you tell me, will you applaud Joe Biden for his historic job growth, considering you just did the same for Donald Trump?
Example, the signing of the PACT Act for the VA, that's definitely a beneficial thing. So, I'm not oblivious of when good things happen. I'm technically unaffiliated and only going things that are beneficial for me at the end of the day. For example, the wage increase, I experienced that is because it's simple because I work for the federal government. So I actually see the wage increases and I see that how I was saving money. So that's the main reason why.
You said you work for the federal government, and so you witnessed a wage increase. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as somebody who has plenty of government experience, let me assure you, your wage did not go up because of Donald Trump's tax deduction or job growth. That is in the private sector. What you're talking about is the government funding your wage. That is the government. That is not Donald Trump. That is not the executive branch. I hope you understand that you gave credit to Donald Trump for something that has nothing to do with him. As somebody who has that experience in the government as well, know that has nothing to do with him. I mean, if you're like a GS employee or something, your wage continues to go up. It's a set wage. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Okay. Thank your own boss for that. Don't thank Donald Trump. Not same for Joe Biden.
He was my boss.
No. You have a supervisor. You have a department. You fall under that category, and you have a pay scale. I'm not done. Fine and dandy. You have a pay scale, right? And this is allocated already and set in stone. Your wage will continue to go up. Neither is that because of Donald Trump or Joe Biden. That's because that's how the government operates. Okay. Now, let's move aside from that and recognize you are giving Donald Trump credit for something that just simply does not have the merits behind. I mean, Donald Trump, we recognize, steamrolled the middle class, steamrolled small business entrepreneurs, steamrolled farmers, and you're not holding him accountable for that. Instead, you're giving him credit for something that has nothing to do with him, and I'm trying to better understand why you would vote for Donald Trump.
Again, me personally, I vote based on personal experience.
But your personal experience is redundant because it has nothing to do with Donald Trump.
It does, because if I benefited from it, that means that I'm going to vote for the person that's in office that caused me to be able to experience a good time during
this is how redundant it is. That's like me scratching a lottery ticket, getting $1 million, and then saying, I'm voting for Joe Biden. Thanks, Joe Biden. You gave me this money. No.
That's usually what happened during these during the presidential election. Like, for example, Obama, if he did a good job as a president and he was able to do his job, then during the second term, when he runs for second term, people is going to vote for him because he did a good job.
But you're not paying attention. So I explained exactly how.
Opinion.
It's not, because I just explained exactly how Donald Trump didn't do a good job, and you turn around and associate the good happenings that you experienced with him. So I explain and you maybe missed something, but once more, I'll touch on this again. You had more job growth under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You had less debt under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You had higher wages under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We are back down to pre-pandemic levels, which speaks volumes to their pandemic response, that being the 2.4% inflation rate you're experiencing today, which is on par and identical to the 2.4 inflation rate you saw under Donald Trump. You had a better economy under Kamala and Joe, and they didn't have the experience that Donald Trump did by inheriting a strong economy given to him from Barack Obama, right? Kamala and Joe got a pandemic and a crappy economy from Donald Trump. Donald Trump got a strong economy from Barack Obama. That's not fair.
Okay. Well, I appreciate talking to you. Okay, I got to.
I wish I could say the same, but this was blatant ignorance at its finest, and I hope that you're hopefully a display to everybody in this live stream as to what happens when you're misinformed. Congratulations, you're deeply misinformed, and that's not going to serve you well as you vote against your own rights and freedoms, as you vote against your own economic interests, as you vote against everything at will in your future, and you try to put Donald Trump into office. When, mind you, not just for economic reasons, but Donald Trump isn't really on par with you. He's not exactly looking for you. He's looking at a very distinct electorate, and it's the MAGA Republicans who have been running around in the comment section of this live stream the entire time saying the N-word and the F slur, right? That's who he's looking for. But you keep voting against your own interests. I hope you find what you're looking for. Goodbye. Okay, you don't know how to leave. There you go. Good boy. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 500,000 likes. I feel like we can do it. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Whoa! 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 Doreen! Oh my gosh! Can we please get like 1,000 W Doreens in the chat? Doreen, that was so nice. Doreen just sent... Oh my gosh. Doreen, thank you so much for the love on PayPal. Doreen just sent $100. That is beyond kind. Thank you for that blessing. And thank you for, thank you so much. And Brooke for my Congress fund. Thank you so much, Brooke, for the $30. You folks, that is so kind. I want to be clear. Those are your hard-earned dollars. And when you pitch that in to support me, I immensely appreciate it more than I can ever express. So thank you so much. And I want you to know that any dollars are used directly for travel as I continue meeting voters across the swing state of Pennsylvania. Know that those are going towards work. Those are going towards getting out the vote. Those are going towards hardworking efforts that hopefully will pay off. We got a week. Hello, Phil. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting.
You know what's disgusting is the...
Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
What's disgusting is the chemical castration and mutilation of children.
No, what? Hold on. Listen, you don't got to talk about Donald Trump like that, okay? Let's mind our words. There are families who listen into this, right? You don't got to talk about Donald Trump. I don't know why Melania wanted him to get that done, but it speaks volumes considering we know he was found guilty of sexual abuse. We don't got to harp on that, though. So tell me again, why are you voting for a civil fraudster, sexual abuser, and felon? And leave Melania Trump out of this. She is a beautiful pro-choice woman. We stand for Melania.
Fantastic.
All right, so why are you voting for her criminal husband?
Because he stands to put an end to the chemical castration and mutilation.
Okay, this is getting weird. Again, I know that Donald Trump had a bad experience with that just because Melania wanted him to get it done. But that is no reason to say that that's why you're voting for him. It's very odd. Very odd. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love, Sarah. Hi, Alexa. Are you voting for the criminal?
Hi. So actually, no. I wanted to honestly just ask you for a question.
I appreciate it. Feel free to message me. Let's get up our next guest. I love your tattoos. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me tell you something. They continue to go up. I have a massive bear up here. It's all forestry, conservation.
You're a fucking loser.
Oh my gosh. Crying more.
Yeah, you're a
all right, I'll see you at your mom's house later. Cry more. Your mom's making us cookies tonight. But yeah, so we got a buck. We got a little buck on there. We got a baby bear hopping through some water. Hi Tyler, are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah.
That's gross.
Oh.
Why?
Okay.
Did I catch you off guard with that? Okay, so why are you voting for the criminal?
So like, if he's a criminal, then why isn't he in prison right now?
Okay, because he's on bail awaiting sentencing. That's typically how the criminal justice system works. It's a odd system when you let somebody walk free who committed a crime simply because they had the money to pay for their freedom, but he is out on bail awaiting sentencing. Criminal justice system is flawed in its finest, but still supported nonetheless. So a unanimous bipartisan jury appointed by his Republican lawyers that he paid for found him guilty. So help me better understand that. Are you saying that the jury is wrong? The jury that was appointed by his lawyers that he paid? Or are you saying that the justice system is wrong? Are you saying that Donald Trump never committed a crime whatsoever? What are you saying?
I'm really just saying, okay, so what, like, the jury, how is the jury, like, the jury selected at random?
No. You're mistaken.
Yeah. Otherwise it'd be a mistrial.
So Donald Trump paid for lawyers, and these lawyers' sole responsibility at the core of the conversation is to define the jury that would find him innocent or guilty. For example, look at his civil fraud case. Because of Donald Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, mistakenly forgot to check a box on a document, which I won't dive into the details of the documents and the structure. Nobody cares about the legal policy behind this. Because she forgot to request a jury, he had no jury in his civil fraud case. Of course, then we look at his 34 felony convictions revolving falsifying business records, checks, and statements. The lawyers approved of the jury, and the jury was selected by the lawyers, and the jurors that they disagreed with were let go. And then they brought in different jurors until the lawyers felt as though this is an adequate jury. This is a simple civil class, right? So again, help me understand here. Why are you voting for somebody who was found unanimously guilty of being a fraudster? You're voting for a felon because?
Look, my thing is, all right, so say if it was me or you right now, we wouldn't even be out of jail. We'd still be in jail waiting. I
would be out on bail.
Yeah.
I would be out on bail. If you can't afford bail, you would not be out on bail. But bail in many cases, especially for Donald Trump's case, if I was a multi-billionaire, bail wouldn't really be that expensive. I'd be out on bail. But you and I aren't Donald Trump, right?
Right.
Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts, and you're doing everything in your case to sway against holding him accountable to that. So help me better understand this again. Are you saying he didn't commit the crime, or are you saying the criminal justice system is flawed? What are you saying? Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that your story doesn't make sense.
No, it does. Mary, thank you so much for the $25. Mary, thank you so much for the love. Love you right back, Mary. So
a jury is sent out of mail, like the jury is randomly selected by the state.
No, you're mistaken. I just explained how that's not true.
That's how that works.
No, you are mistaken. Again, if you want to fight me on the whole legality issue, and maybe you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Johnny.
It wouldn't matter if I was
Great.
right or not.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. Hi, I'm Johnny. I'm the guy who was in the Supreme Court sitting across from Clarence Thomas during both the immunity case and the Colorado ballot hearing. I'm the guy who programmed Donald Trump's site to track his own debt for him. He owes $488 million. I can tell you that now. Featured in HuffPost. I'm that Johnny. That's me. I'm that Johnny. So you're not going to argue with me about the jury selection process because you're just wrong. You don't know how it works. It's a simple Google search. You never even needed. You had to take no law class or exam to understand the jury selection. You just need to search it on Google or ChatGPT. Okay. Anyway, so help me better understand. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Select the jury. Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Is like, are the laws?
I'm going to ask one more time.
Because he has a better.
I'm going to ask one more time. I'm going to ask one more time. You're voting for a criminal. Why? You're saying that it's what? That he's the victim of political persecution? Are you saying he didn't commit the crime?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you're saying he's the victim of political persecution. What about Hunter Biden?
He did or didn't.
By textbook? Okay, so you're saying you don't know if he did or didn't. if you don't know if he did or didn't commit sexual abuse, and it's more than likely he did commit sexual abuse, why would you vote for that? Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a couple babysitters to choose from. One of them is a prosecutor. The other babysitter is somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse and more than likely did commit sexual abuse. Would you let them babysit your kid? Or would you vote for the prosecutor to babysit your kid?
Well, no.
It was a simple answer. Would you put somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse?
I definitely wouldn't want the kitty diddler touching messing with my kid, bro.
So you wouldn't want somebody who was found liable
messing with my kids.
So you wouldn't want somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse to babysit your kid. But yet you're going to put somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse into the highest office of the land, that being the presidency. That's hypocrisy at its finest. You said that you think Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution. Was not then Hunter Biden also the victim of political persecution? Because Hunter Biden is more politically relevant than Donald Trump. He is the son of the current sitting U.S. president. So help me better understand this. Is Hunter Biden also the victim of political persecution? Right. So you're saying if anybody has any political capacity, they must all be the victim of political persecution should they be held accountable for their crimes. Okay. So you don't support the criminal justice system. You don't support law and order. You don't support law enforcement. You're putting doubt in the criminal justice system, acting as though you know more than the attorneys and the jurors that found Donald Trump guilty. You're saying if somebody is politically relevant, they must be the victim of political persecution. You might as well say George Santos is too the victim of political persecution then. No? Okay. So let's move on from this. I'm bored. Tell me, why are you voting for the criminal?
Because he has a better sense of economics and stuff. He has a better idea of how the economy works.
Okay. Do you want to break that down? You can't, can you?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so how do you think that groceries and everything are so expensive right now?
Yeah, let me approach that first by asking a question to help us better understand the narrative behind that. Yeah, no, I hear you. You're right. What is the inflation rate today? You don't know, do you?
Inflation. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know it's too damn high.
Today. 2.4% today. What was it in 2018 before the pandemic? It's 2.4%. So if inflation is identical to what it was, that's not debatable. That's a simple fact check. You can Google that right now if you want to fact check me. That's fine. I appreciate a good fact check. So it's 2.4% today. It was 2.4% in 2018. That is identical to what it was. If anybody disagrees, please go fact check it. It's a simple Google search. It's the easiest Google search that you could do. Almost as easy as when you're trying to find where your dad disappeared to after he left. Excuse me. I was making a joke. Almost as easy as a simple fact check when you do 23andMe to find out where your dad went when he left you as a child to go get milk. So tell me again, 2.4% today, 2.4% in 2018. Let me ask you, if the inflation rate is back to what it was, why are grocery costs still high? Can you break that down?
Yeah, because the diesel prices are freaking astronomical. Right now, I'm over here in Tennessee. It's $3.04 a gallon for diesel.
Okay, so gas is also at pre-pandemic levels, especially on the national average. There are outliers like California, for example, because California is a state that has the 5th largest economy in the world, not the country. California could quite literally economically survive as its own entity. It is the 5th largest economy in the entire globe. Now, that being said, we are at pre-pandemic levels with gasoline and diesel. So you tell me again, if the inflation rate is identical to what it was in 2018, everywhere, without those outliers like California, it's going to be more expensive in California.
You said pre-pandemic?
Yes.
So we back down
and
to
also,
$1.89.
Pre-pandemic was not $1.89. That was Barack Obama, not Donald Trump. At no point was gas under $2 under Donald Trump without the interception of the pandemic. Did I break him?
Where you live at, dog?
Now, what I need you to do is answer this question for me. What I need you to do.
The entire presidency of Barack Obama had no prices like that.
Okay. What I need you to do, 2.4%. is the inflation rate today, which is identical to what it was in 2018. Can you please answer the question? Why are costs at the grocery store still high if the inflation rate is back down to what it was? Okay, so you don't know. Chat, can you tell him?
I just answered the question.
You didn't. Chat, can you tell him? Do you want to take a look at the chat,
Diesel
Tyler?
prices, man.
Do you want to take a look at the chat?
This is how it works. This is how
Thank
it
you.
works.
I know how it works. Can you please take a look at the chat?
You don't know how it works, dude. You're naive and you don't know how it works.
I'm actually 52 years old. Anyway, so the chat is saying most sent comment corporate greed. Chat, we're right.
You're how old?
So I'm 52. Yeah, I look good.
Bro, no, ain't no way in hell you 52.
Okay, it's crazy what a little
Ain't no
exercise
way.
can do for you.
Ain't no way,
You should
dog.
try it. Anyway, so listen very closely. Again, if the inflation rate is back down to what it was, but grocery store costs are still high, that has to do with rising costs via price gouging and corporate greed. Kroger is a good example here. Kroger's CEO just 1 month ago admitted to price gouging. Okay? This price gouging was across the board. They raised their costs higher at a percentile than that of the inflation rate. PepsiCo is another example. PepsiCo owns Gatorade. Gatorade is more expensive and smaller in size. And why? Because of corporate greed. They didn't have to do that. They chose to do that to make more profit off of middle-class Americans simply because Donald Trump empowered that action for them to do so. So it's corporate greed. Kamala has a plan to ban that practice outright. She'll need Congress to do it. She'll need Congress to do it, but she can ban that practice outright. Donald Trump has no such ban or plan to ban the practice of corporate greed and price gouging. So let's also talk about rising costs, not just in the sense of price gouging. Let's also talk about Donald Trump's tariffs.
Let me explain to you how it works.
No, I don't need you, Mr. Bucktooth, to tell me how corporate greed operates.
I drive 18
Thank you. Listen, I understand. But when I maybe I can't make this clear enough for you. Your opinion does not match the facts. So I don't care to hear how you think it works. You can simply Google search this and find out how it actually works.
No, I know how it works.
You don't. So let me better understand this now.
Have you ever had a lumper fee?
Okay.
Do you know
Let's
what a
talk
lumper
about.
fee is?
Excuse me. Let's talk about Donald Trump's tariffs that also led to higher costs at the grocery store. For example, Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This led to farmers back home in places like Lancaster, Pennsylvania, experiencing an export crisis as they lost China as a main consumer.
Chinese agriculture.
Correct. And it was put back on us by China. This is why you don't play a trade war that you can't economically survive. So this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him on the premise that he lost the trade war with China. Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This led to farmers back home in communities like Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which was arguably the most hurt from this, and those in Iowa, for example. This led to farmers having to raise costs on middle-class consumers through small businesses because of a surplus in supply and demand issue they were now facing as they lost China as a main export market. This led to a $230 billion tax hike on middle-class Americans. This also led to higher costs on produce across the board. So when you want to talk about higher costs at the grocery store, look no further than Donald Trump because he knows all about hiking up costs at the grocery store. Do you know about Donald Trump's tax deduction in 2017, his Jobs and Tax Act? Do you know about it? You don't, do you?
Yeah, I've heard about it, yeah.
Okay, what was the tax deduction he gave to the middle class?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what was the tax deduction he gave to the middle class?
It was like I think the middle class paid like 12% in taxes.
Let me ask you again. What was the tax cut Donald Trump gave to the middle class? It should be a percentage.
Yeah, I just told you it was 12%.
No, he didn't give a 12% tax cut to the middle class. So do you want to try again?
I was paying 12%. I don't
Well,
know.
if you were
like,
paying-
but like I don't know what tax bracket you in, but
Pardon me. What was the tax cut Donald Trump gave to the middle class? What was the tax cut? He cut taxes for the middle class by how much? It should be a percent. Okay, it was 1 to 2%.
Why is
I'll
that
help
even
you.
a question?
It was 1 to 2%. So Donald Trump gave the middle class a 1 to 2% tax deduction. And then he gave corporations a 14% tax deduction. And if you think that this isn't true, you are under the same tax policy today as we speak. The tax policy renews every 8 years. You're still under it. The middle class tax deduction will expire next year. The corporate tax deduction, Donald Trump found loopholes to ensure it remained permanent. Why did Donald Trump give a double-digit permanent tax cut to corporations like Microsoft, who are already making record high profits, but only give a 1 to 2% temporary tax cut to the middle class? Can you explain that? Justify that.
Yeah, because the middle class don't really own anything that's really worth of value. The middle class doesn't own billion-dollar corporations that give people jobs.
They could
someday
so like, operate a corporation.
The only time a middle-class person really
Lee,
owns...
thank you so much for the $5.
Middle-class person owns anything, dog, is
thank
like
you so much, Lee, for the love. Thank you, Lee, for the $5. I appreciate the love.
That's the only time the middle-class owners don't own anything. It's like a small business.
Let me better understand this. Chat, do you own anything of value? Do you feel as though you have no value to contribute to the economy, like Tyler's suggestion? I mean, if I understand this properly, the middle class is the backbone of the economy. Because believe it or not, our country has in the past and could once again operate without Microsoft, could operate without a multi-billion-dollar industry that's already making record high profits. We only need to give them more tax cuts. But you know what this country couldn't operate without? The middle class. If there was no middle class, if there was no working class, there would be no corporations. Neither would there be an economy. The economy would crash without the middle class. The economy would be fine and dandy with corporations.
That's not what I said at all.
That is what you just said. So let me better understand this then. Once more, you're making the case for trickle-down economics. The trickle-down economics... You're making the case for trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics didn't work in the 1980s. It led to George H.W. Bush's recession. Not his fault. That was Ronald Reagan's fault. That was not George H.W. Bush's fault. He simply inherited that recession, and that's what led to him being a one-term president. George Bush played with trickle-down economics, and you had a market crash.
You said that was Reagan's fault?
Correct. Reagan played with trickle-down economics.
Are you talking about George Bush Sr.?
George Bush Sr. inherited a recession from Ronald Reagan. And yet, this is what led to George H.W. Bush becoming a one-term president, simply because that recession was the cause of trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics led to that recession. Trickle-down economics also led to George W. Bush's market crash, borderline depression. You were borderline in a Great Depression. Then you say, you know what, maybe third time is the charm. Let's play with trickle-down economics. Donald Trump didn't do anything for the middle class. Did not work. Because fun fact, you can keep giving more and more money to the wealthiest of the wealthy and more money to corporations. Corporations would like to take that money, not pass it down. Let me explain this better one more time. Fun fact, if you give rich people more money, they're not going to share it. They're already rich, right? They're rich for a reason, okay? You give corporations who are making record high profits more money, why would they share it? They have record high profits for a reason. They're taking money at a higher rate than that of necessity. Understood? This is like saying, oh, there's a millionaire. Let's give him another $1 million. Maybe he'll share that million with us. You might as well just give the million to the middle class.
Owns X amount of money.
You can become a millionaire if you want to.
Who are you to tell them that they can't earn X amount of money?
I'm a capitalist, but I'm also a realist. I understand that if we're going to give tax cuts to corporations, this being a flaw in capitalism that I can recognize, but you seem to not be able to recognize, that if you give corporations tax cuts, they're not going to pass that down the chain. You might as well just bypass all that and give it right to the middle class, right? Why give tax cuts to corporations and hope that they'll give it to the middle class instead of just giving the tax cut to the middle class right from the get-go?
So you're saying we should, think about it this way.
Donald Trump gave
taxes for the middle class.
Correct. So Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate tax deduction. Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate tax deduction to Walgreens, Amazon, Microsoft, PepsiCo, Apple, so on. He said that money will trickle down to the middle class at some point. Why do that?
Yeah.
Why not just give the 14% corporate tax deduction into the middle class and call it the 14% middle class tax deduction?
Middle class workers work for those corporations.
No. Not all Americans work for corporations.
Those corporations.
No, not all Americans work for corporations, and even those who did work for corporations did not receive the benefits of that trickle down economic policy because the money never reached the middle class. Middle class Americans don't work for corporations. Some do, some don't. And yet, even those who did, you're not listening. Even those who did,
GM is a corporation, right?
Tyler, even the
GM
Americans,
is a corporation, right?
Tyler,
GM is a corporation.
Okay, you're getting triggered. Are you good? Do you want to take a breather?
Right. GM is a corporation.
Do you want to take a breather?
Right?
I'm trying to explain. Do you want to take a breather?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Don't raise your voice. Take a breather if you need it. I understand that you're getting deeply upset because you're getting smacked down on this economic policy talking, but no reason to get stressed. Take a breather if you need it. You don't got to crash out. So stay in timeout for just one moment. Doesn't matter if you don't work for GM. Whether you do or don't work for a corporation, you did not
shut the fuck up.
Whether or not you work for a corporation,
you don't shut up.
Middle class Americans did not reap the rewards from trickle down economics. Trickle down economics never offered a reward to middle class Americans. This is the third time we've played with trickle down economics.
I don't know about you. I don't know where the fuck you been. My paycheck went up.
I've been in reality.
About
and
5
yet you're
years
saying,
ago.
for example,
That's why in 2021. That's why in 2021 my motherfucking McDonald's went up like $4 or some shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
Here's an
McDonald's, man. I remember my damn my McDouble used to be $1, bro.
Okay. First off, so you're making the case for corporate greed, right?
My McChicken used to be $1 before President Biden.
Your McChicken, first off, maybe stop eating McDonald's. It's not very healthy. It's a nice treat, but you shouldn't be recognizing the price discrepancy by eating it that much. Like, think about it. If you're eating it that much that you notice the price change, time to lay off the McDonald's. Okay? Cook at home. 2, I want to better understand something as well. You just said that the cost of your McChicken went up. Okay. That's McDonald's increasing the cost of their product. Even though the inflation rate is back down to pre-pandemic levels, there was no reason for them to increase that cost. They chose to do so to make more money off of you.
Don't be a truck driver, get out of your mom's basement and tell.
That's called corporate greed. So you just said that the cost of McDonald's went up. That's a corporation raising costs on you. Do you understand that? They didn't have to. They did not have to. Oh, you ran away. Well, at least he recognized that he was wrong. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo! We got a runner! We got a runner! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We gotta herd the cattle. Let's herd the cattle. We got a runner. We got a runner. Yeah! We got a runner. Let's get up our next guest. Yeah, doggy. We got a runner. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. And Michael, thank you as well for the 20. Phoebe, oh my gosh. Curtis, Phoebe, Jennifer, thank you folks so much for the love on PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you, thank you. Y'all are too nice. Love you folks so much. George, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, I already voted for him.
Okay, congrats. You want a fucking
don't
cookie?
care about-
Goodbye. Like, oh, you already voted for him. Okay, did you want a sticker? What is the... Sorry, fresh out of stickers. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala, please tap that like button. Help us get to 500,000 likes. It'd be immensely helpful. I love when they're like, I already voted for him. Okay, what do you, I don't have cookies for you. I don't really know what you want here. All right, let's get up our next guest.
Hello.
Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am planning to, yes.
Fetus deletus. Poof. At least take your age out of your bio if you're going to come up here as somebody who's not old enough to vote and then claim you're voting. Like, I don't know, just like a thought. If you're going to say you're a voter, maybe recognize that you need to be old enough to vote. Just, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but pretty sure that you got to be, old enough to vote. Just like something to think about. Oh, for those of you guys who don't know, yeah, we got a wand. This is my Fetus deletus wand. Fetus deletus is a beautiful spell. It is banned in some states. You can't go to Alabama and Fetus deletus, for example, but it works in my state. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Slowly but surely, we'll get up our guests. Let's try. Thank you so much, Connie, for the love. That's so nice. Connie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Connie. And Adrian, thank you for the love. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much for the love. Kupai, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting. Sorry, I just thought somebody should probably tell you that.
Yeah,
sure, all the chat's urging too. So why are you voting for a criminal?
All right. So at least for my standpoint, when it comes down to like how I'm casting my vote this year, I've historically always
voted Democrat. If I had a nickel for every time you MAGA Republicans came up here and said you were lifelong Democrats or that you voted for Joe Biden, I would be a billionaire. It doesn't work.
No, this is my first time voting red, like genuinely.
That's yeah, sure. I'm sure all of you say the same thing.
It's been a huge discrepancy.
All of you say the same thing. If every MAGA Republican was truth-telling instead of lying so often, and you MAGA Republicans do it with such ease. You come up here and say, oh, I was a lifelong Democrat, and, you know, I've always voted for Democrats. I voted for Obama. I voted for Joe Biden. I voted even for Hillary. I'd be rich if I had a nickel for every time you folks claim that. You understand? If you were a lifelong Democrat, you wouldn't run around saying it. That's not normal, right? Like, you guys understand that us Democrats don't run around saying we're lifelong Democrats. We just vote. We just vote. Okay? Anyway, so Coop, are you voting for the criminal? Yes or no? And if so, why?
You're not actually giving somebody the opportunity to talk when you're continuously...
You know what? That's it. Cry more. Goodbye. Go cry more. But do so, you know, alone. We don't gotta all hear the tears. Or if you are gonna cry, ship them to me so I could drink them. They're great. A little salty, but, you know, depends. Hi, do you want your tea sweet or salty? Let's get up our next guest. I love when they're like, okay. Anyway. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay. Do we have any mods on, by the way? Where's our mods at? We should probably get some more mods up here so that they can keep the chat kind of... Oh, I see Powerhouse here. Hi, Powerhouse. If you see any crazy MAGA Republicans, feel free to mute them. I am playing with them today. You know? Yeah, no. Can we get some W's for our mods in the chat, speaking of? Thank you so much to our mods. I appreciate you taking the time. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Ew. Why?
I disagree with your opinion.
Okay. Just because you disagree with my opinion isn't really an opinion. I go by facts, you go by opinions. I say women should have the right to choose because that's freedom, and you think that's an opinion? Okay. Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
Because life right now, man, it's really hard.
No, it's not. Let's be honest. Life has always been hard. It's not harder today than it was 4 years ago when people were losing their lives in a pandemic, when the economy was shut down in its entirety, when people were unemployed at significant rates than that of what we have seen in decades. So let's not act like it's harder today than it was mid-pandemic. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal?
So I'm going to tell you my personal experience, man.
What I want is not your personal experience. What I want to know is why you're voting for the criminal. If I was asking for heartfelt feelings, I would go talk to somebody else, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you voting for a criminal? Is it policy? Is it his character? Is it his values? What is it?
He puts Americans first. That's for sure.
Okay. Can you back that up?
Yep. So when inflation was low, when he was president, people were actually able to save. People actually had more money, and life was a lot cheaper than it is right now.
So what is the inflation rate today?
It's 2.5.
2.4. Close though. What was the inflation rate in 2018 before the pandemic hit?
It was 2.4. But what was the inflation rate in 2019? That was before COVID.
Pardon me. So you see the inflation rate's identical, pretty on par with Donald Trump's presidency. And yet, sorry, do you hear my dog barking?
Yeah.
Shut up or you're going to Springfield! Okay. You too! Okay, so tell me, will you explain why costs might be higher at the grocery store if the inflation rate is back down to pre-pandemic levels. Can you explain that?
So pre-pandemic levels in 2019, inflation rate was 1.8.
Great. And even if it's 1.8 and 2.4, that's a minimal discrepancy between, like, for example, the 9% inflation rate you saw from the pandemic. My point being is, again, once more, if the inflation rate is back down to pre-pandemic levels, even if it's within 1%, why? Because that would not lead to higher costs at the grocery store. Might you be seeing higher costs at the grocery store?
That's what they do before the election season. They
raise costs at the grocery store. No. Why are costs at the grocery store higher than that of inflation? For example, the inflation rate 2.4%, yet costs at the grocery store are at double-digit percentages. So do you want to explain that? You're really dodging this question. You're dodging this question, and I don't know why.
I heard you talk about corporate greed and all that stuff.
You understand? No, you weren't. And do you understand that this is corporate greed? So corporations are price gouging. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So then let's not talk about, oh, well, Joe Biden caused higher costs at the grocery store. No, corporations did. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. I booked the train to Springfield. You're going at 5. Anyway, so if you see higher costs at the grocery store and you don't want to hold corporations accountable for that, then you better bet those costs aren't going to go down. But Kroger, for example, admitted just last month to price gouging across the board, and now they're being legally investigated for that practice. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And if it's based off of the economy, can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class?
So for me, during the COVID, my family lost their jobs, so he gave us stimulus checks, and
so did Joe Biden. And those stimulus checks came from Nancy Pelosi, not Donald Trump.
No, but he signed it though.
Understood, but Nancy Pelosi passed that package, and so did Democrats when Republicans tried blocking it. Okay? You understand? And then Donald Trump was in an election year, and thus he wasn't going to turn around and say, you know what, we're going to prevent stimulus checks from passing. He decided to pass it, even though the Republicans and his party did not want him to. But Nancy Pelosi negotiated that. So you want to give her credit for it, or you want to just give credit to Donald Trump? And then also, do you recognize that Joe Biden as well then also passed a stimulus package?
I do know that.
Okay, so then why would you say I'm voting for Donald Trump based off of the stimulus package if Joe Biden did the same?
Because the Democrats have been saying, oh, when Donald Trump passed the stimulus packages, that raised the national debt.
Sure did. Still should have passed it. You know what he shouldn't have passed that led to the $8 trillion deficit?
What?
His corporate tax deduction. That wasn't needed. If you're going to add to the debt, it ought to be something that the middle class and working class Americans of our country need. So the stimulus package, absolutely. Pass that. It raises our debt. That's okay. Americans needed that money. You know what? Middle class Americans didn't benefit from that 14% corporate tax deduction that added $3 trillion to the deficit. That didn't benefit middle class Americans. So maybe leave that part out, just a thought. But anyway, do you have an actual package or policy he passed that benefited the middle class? And if it's stimulus packages, maybe pick something else because Joe Biden did that as well.
I mean, there was job growth and low unemployment.
Not a policy. Give me a policy.
He promoted the domestic manufacturing and trade policies.
Are you really reading from ChatGPT right now?
No.
Okay. So let's better understand this then. What was Donald Trump's job growth? If you can't name the policy, that's fine, but can you tell me what his job growth is? Or what it was?
Well, he provided a lot of jobs to people, so that
right.
helped.
I agree. He created jobs. What was the job growth?
Oh, you need like numbers?
Numbers would be great, yeah.
I don't have on top of my head.
But if you're talking about the economy and you can't give numbers, which is the sole purpose of the economy, numbers, then maybe don't talk about the economy. So Donald Trump created 178,000 jobs on his monthly average. That should be applauded. That's phenomenal. That's great. However, then he lost jobs due to the pandemic. That's not his fault. So I'm not going to count those jobs. If I was counting those jobs, it would be at negative 30,000. I'm not done. It would be at negative 30,000. But instead, we recognize that Donald Trump created 178,000 jobs on a monthly average. Joe Biden and Kamala doubled that. 400,000 jobs on a monthly average, not including jobs created because of the pandemic. Otherwise, it would be even double 400,000 to be up to 800,000. So again, Kamala and Joe, 400,000 jobs on a monthly average. This comes in part from packages like the infrastructure package and the CHIPS and Science Act that created tens of thousands of good paying jobs. Donald Trump, 178,000. Do you understand this?
You said that COVID was not Trump's fault, but I heard you say before that you're using your inhaler and that's Trump's fault. So are you being a hypocrite or what's going on?
Right. So I'm saying job loss due to the pandemic was not Donald Trump's fault. His pandemic response that led to vaccine distrust and masking distrust, that was his fault. Having a super spreader event at the White House that led to, for example, Kelly Loeffler, a sitting senator, getting COVID, that right there, that is his fault. Understand? The job loss, not his fault. The pandemic distrust he created surrounding vaccines and masking that saves lives.
But what did you want him to do? Exactly.
Here, maybe tell people that the vaccine works. Maybe don't tell them, oh, you can use other deterrents like bleach. Just a thought. Just a thought. Okay? So help me better understand this. You don't understand the economy. So let's move on from there. But help me better understand this. Do you know Donald Trump's border policy?
Well, I heard he wants to do a mass deportation and he wants to build the wall.
He doesn't want to build the wall anymore. He's not running on that.
Really?
Yep. George Bush introduced the wall. Barack Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Do you know how many miles of the wall that Donald Trump built?
Not on top of my head. How many miles?
50.
Okay.
So you want the wall. You recognize if Obama built 400 and Donald Trump built 50, that your actual candidate to be voting for would be Kamala, because you can suggest by deduction here that Kamala would build more wall than Donald Trump, as Democrats have a record of building far more wall. But
so I agree
Donald Trump's not even running on the wall. So we don't get to harp on this. I'm glad you agree, but we don't get to harp on this. So tell me again, what is Donald Trump's border policy? You said mass deportation. Can you explain to me what is the process of mass deportation?
Well, kicking people out of the country.
That's called deportation. We're already doing that. What is mass deportation? What does mass mean in mass deportation?
Like he's gonna deport a lot of people?
No. So deportation is underway. Mass deportation isn't a quantity. Mass is a process. So when he says mass deportation, it's a talking point. It sounds like he's saying we're going to deport people at a higher rate than that of what we are doing now, but it's actually a process. It's not a quantity. This is where you're misinformed. So can you please tell me again, what is mass deportation?
So, like you just said that he's going to increase the quantity of people getting
No, I
deported.
just said it's not. Oh my gosh. I just said it's not a quantity.
Large scale.
No, it's not a quantity. Mass doesn't mean quantity in this instance. It means process. So what is the process of mass deportation? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. We need to, at some point, we as Americans need to question when it is time that we implement cognitive tests to ensure if people are capable of voting anymore. Because this right here, the fact you thought that mass deportation surrounds a quantity instead of a process, and you can't talk about the process when you bring up mass deportation yourself, leads me to think that we need to implement some sort of cognitive test before people vote.
That's
Let me
why
better
I'm debating.
understand
You
this
gotta
once more.
educate me.
Yes, no, but this isn't a classroom. A debate, like you just said, we're debating, I need to educate you. I do not. You are debating and speaking on behalf of the MAGA Republican Party as to why we should be voting for your candidate, but you can't actually speak on behalf of your candidate. This isn't a classroom. I'm not your teacher. If you want to act like we're in an even playing field, then act like it. Mass deportation is a process. You don't know what the process is. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump refuse to tell you what the process is for the point that they recognize it's very unpopular and it mimics the rhetoric and action seen in World War II by a little somebody we all remember with a mustache. This is the process of weaponizing the military against its own people. You use military and law enforcement to knock on the homes of civilians to see if they're harboring illegal immigrants. If they are, whether they know it or not, those Americans are prosecuted. Then those illegal immigrants are removed and sent elsewhere to a place that we are unaware of. And let's say that an illegal immigrant, was brought here at the age of 4. This 4-year-old, who is now maybe a 30-year-old, would be stripped away from the roots that they've planted in their community, taken away from everything they have built and the home they have, and sent back to Mexico, where they have nothing, and are expected to rebuild their life and their roots. That's not normal. That's not normal behavior. Then let's also recognize that, again, Donald Trump is not only weaponizing the military against civilians, also businesses. If a business is employing an illegal immigrant, he will prosecute and charge them. And then again, take that illegal immigrant, detain them, and send them to God knows where. That is mass deportation.
The only deportation I agree with is criminals and rapists that come in through the border, the open border, by the way, and they hurt American citizens.
That is not what you're voting for.
That's the people that I think they should get deported.
But that is not what you're voting for.
What do you mean that's not what I'm voting for?
You are voting for mass deportation.
I've seen a Venezuelan gang member.
I hear you, but deportation in that instance that you just spoke on is already underway and would be underway if Kamala Harris is your president. You are suggesting that you're going to vote for Donald Trump based off of mass deportation, and I just explained the process to you. It sounds like the process of mass deportation is something you don't support. Is that accurate? Do you or do you not support mass deportation now that you're more informed on the subject?
Yeah, I don't support that. People that are coming to this country, hardworking people that want to live a good life, and they shouldn't be deported.
Okay, but also you shouldn't be prosecuting civilians who may or may not know that they're harboring illegal immigrants, because that is weaponizing the military against its own. And this is where the rhetoric of Donald Trump talking about the enemy from within becomes dangerous. The enemy from within? Who refers to American citizens as you're trying to run to be their president as the enemy from within? That is not normal rhetoric. But so now let's better speak on this. Kamala Harris sounds like she would be your candidate then. Do you understand what Kamala's border policy is?
What I've heard is that she's wants to build the wall still.
Correct. What else?
And that's all I know from what she said.
Kamala wants to build the wall. She wants to put 1,500 to 2,000 border agents to monitor the wall. She wants to block illegal immigrants from seeking asylum unless they do so the legal route. She wants to put a limit on immigration. She wants to...
That's against Joe Biden's policies, though, because Joe Biden had like the open border.
Joe Biden didn't have an open border, and in fact, you have less border crossings today than you did under Donald Trump, and this is an easy fact check.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
Way more people coming.
No. Limit on immigration, and also providing funding to border states so that they could secure the border how they see fit. Do you agree with that policy?
Yes.
Okay. Then Kamala is your candidate. Because not only do you agree with that policy, but you disagree with Donald Trump's mass deportation policy, which is the only policy he's running on. You also said you wanted to support Donald Trump because he wants to build the wall, but he's no longer running on that. It's not even on his website. He had the wall on the website. He is no longer running on it. It was taken out of the Republican Party platform. The Democrats have adopted it once more. Now, mind you, the Democrats didn't take it from Trump. Trump took it from Obama. The Democrats have readopted that policy. Donald Trump is no longer running on it. Do you understand?
You said Kamala wants to block people from having asylum?
Correct. If they're illegally coming in, if they are illegally coming here and then claiming asylum, that's not going to work. You go away. You go back home. You don't come here and say, I'm seeking asylum illegally. You can have legal asylum, not illegal asylum. Did they seek illegal or legal asylum?
Legal.
Okay, legal's fine. Illegal is not.
Okay. So I agree with most of her border policy then.
Right. So you're going to vote for her?
But also, even if it's illegal asylum seeker, but some people are just like, people come through the running through the border and their life is in danger and they might need asylum.
Then you need to do so legally. The process is very straightforward for legal asylum. You said that your own parents did it. So then you know this better than everybody. The process is very straightforward. You don't get to just jump the border and then say, I'm seeking asylum. No. Because then you're unaccounted for and we don't know about your background. That's not going to work. Or else you can make the case that illegal immigrants can do the same in any scenario. Right?
But that's what they've been doing during Biden. So you're saying she's going to make it different?
No, there are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. And once more, that is an easy fact check. If you disagree with that, correct me. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to look it up right now.
Great. And now, once more, I want to better understand this. You were saying you endorse Kamala's border policy and you don't support Donald Trump's. So why are you still voting for Donald Trump?
Well, also, the wars that have been going on in the world, it's not very... Like, Biden made us look like a weak country. When I saw him in an interview telling Putin, please don't use nuclear weapons. That's not a good leader.
Do I think that Joe Biden radiates strength? No. But Joe Biden isn't. I'm not done.
He was a weak leader.
I'm not done. Do I think Joe Biden radiates strength? No. Do I think that he is a very intelligent man who just doesn't present that well? Yes, which is why he could negotiate the deal to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan when Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a deal to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. Because while Joe Biden and Donald Trump both don't exactly display strength, at least Joe Biden had intelligence and was competent. Kamala Harris is also not Joe Biden, though. So you keep bringing up Joe Biden and harping on him, but I want to make very clear, Joe Biden's redundant to me. Joe Biden could sit in a nursing home for the rest of his life, and I would not know or care, because he won't be my president in a few months. Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will be, so let's stay on the candidates. Donald Trump, what is his plan to end the conflict between Gaza and Israel? Go ahead.
So I'm sure he's going to support Israel, and he's going to just stop the conflict that's been going on for so many years. I don't know. Nobody can fix that conflict for some reason between Palestine and
But Donald Trump said Donald Trump said he would. So how would he? What is his plan? He said he would end it.
Probably going to send like U.S. military forces to.
So you're advocating for us sending troops out to Israel to fight their war?
Well,
really?
some people say that.
Let me get this right. You just said that Donald Trump is going to send troops from our country back into battle in Israel to fight their war, and you're advocating for that.
Well,
you
some
want
people
us
say
to go to war?
Some people say that Israel is the 51st state. That some people actually.
No. Nobody's calling Israel the 51st state. Maybe you're confusing it with Washington, D.C. Maybe Puerto Rico. But so you're saying, let me better understand this. You're saying that that Donald Trump is going to send troops from America to Israel to fight their war, and you're advocating for that. So you want war. You understand that would be us entering a war, but that's not what you want, you're saying now. But you just said that Donald Trump would introduce us to that war. He would enter us into the war, put troops on the ground.
But there's already American troops in Israel.
Better understand this once more. You just said that Donald Trump will send troops to fight on the front line of Israel's war. That is not what troops are doing right now. Troops have been sent out to other countries to introduce them to new technology so that they can better fight their own war on their own. They are not fighting the war. They are teaching. They're going to areas to teach other militaries how to operate equipment. They aren't going on the front line and fighting that war. You just said that Donald Trump would send troops to fight that war, and that's what you want. Why do you want to enter a war? Why do you want troops to fight that?
I said.
So then you would want to vote for Kamala if you don't want that.
Well, people are dying in Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine, and Russia, and Kamala is not doing anything to actually prevent that from happening. Some people actually fear the American military.
Kamala Harris said two-state solution, ceasefire, bring the hostages home. That is a common sense solution when it comes to Israel and Gaza. Donald Trump is saying, Donald Trump is saying, as you just said, that we would send troops to Israel to fight their war. So you want war, which is odd. I don't. And then two, you are suggesting that we should have the least loss of life, but that you're going to, by jumping into it, you're going to end the war by sending troops there to fight the war. You just said Donald Trump was going to send troops to Israel to fight the war, but yet you want to end the war. No, that would introduce us to a war and lead to more loss of life, but now that leading to Americans losing their lives. Okay.
How did America end World War II?
You're really advocating for us being introduced into a war to the extent that you're bringing World War II into this. Why do you want us to go to war? By going to war? Why do you want us to go to war?
I don't want you to go to war. I just want these people dying.
You just said that you don't want us to go to war, but you just said you want to vote for Donald Trump because you said this. You want to vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump would send troops to Israel to fight the war. That would be you going to war. But then you're a hypocrite because you're saying you don't want to go to war. You can't have it both ways. You can't say you don't want war, but then say you're voting for a guy because you think he's going to put troops on the ground and introduce you into a war.
I think that the only way to end war is by actually going into war. That's the only way.
No, there's something called diplomacy. You should try it. So let's recognize that Kamala saying two-state solution, ceasefire, bring the hostages home. And I'm sure as part of the overall deal that will likely be introduced, I'm certain it's going to require Hamas and Netanyahu being taken out of power.
You do realize
Let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear. The Palestinian people have made very clear they do not want Hamas in office. And the Israeli people have made very clear they do not want Netanyahu in office anymore. They want power back to the people. Okay. So I'm certain that the end goal will have both of them out of office, both Netanyahu and Hamas. That being said, you're not understanding here. You made the case that we should go to war. You made the case that Donald Trump would send troops to Israel to fight their battle and that we need more war to end war. No. Now let's move into Russia and Ukraine. What is Donald Trump's solution to end the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
So he never said how he's going to do it, but he said on his first day of presidency.
Valerie and Robin, thank you so much for the love on Cash App. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Robin. And Robin is like my favorite name ever. I've never met another Robin, but my best friend used to be named Robin. Love Robin. Robin's such a great name. What were you saying?
I was saying he said on his first day of presidency he's going to end the Russian-Ukrainian war. Sometimes Trump just bluff. I don't know how he's going to do it. He never mentioned it, but he said...
Okay, that's a problem. If you don't know how he's going to do it and he has a concept of a plan, but you're going to suggest voting for him because of that concept of a plan that you don't even know the plan of, that's...
You're convincing me to vote for Kamala right now. So right now, I'm leaning more to...
And you should vote for Kamala because Kamala is your candidate, not Donald Trump.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is Trump claimed that he's good friends or good in good terms with Putin, so he might find a common grounds.
But Donald Trump wasn't on good terms with Putin. Donald Trump was playing pick me. Like Donald Trump, you know, I remember we've all had that experience in like middle school, like growing up in elementary school, where like you're hated by somebody, but you're so delulu that you think you're friends with them. This is Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Okay. Vladimir Putin's the school bully and Donald Trump is the delusional kid who thinks he's friends with the school bully. Okay. So Donald Trump says he can negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin to end this war, but he couldn't negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, who was detained wrongfully in Russia. If he couldn't simply negotiate a deal to bring home a Marine, how is he going to negotiate a deal to end a war? Donald Trump wouldn't hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers. But you think he's going to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for initiating an invasion of a sovereign country, thus being Ukraine? Come on.
Yeah, but he didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was in office.
But why?
He's been wanting to for a long time.
Why didn't he?
I don't know. Maybe he was scared because Trump is crazy.
No, he didn't invade Ukraine while Donald Trump was in office because of the timeline. Ukraine was not knocking on NATO's doorstep. The moment that Ukraine was looking as though it were about to join NATO, that is when he invaded Ukraine because he didn't want NATO on the doorstep of Russia. If that happened in 2018, he would have invaded Ukraine in 2018. Didn't. It happened during Joe Biden's presidency, but not because of Joe Biden's presidency. Two countries can go at it and have it being nothing to do with that of the presidency in America, right? We like to believe as Americans that we're the center of the universe, and in many scenarios we are. but not in these scenarios.
Well, America does help hold the whole world like mostly in peace, because the Middle East, most of it, because I come from the background from Middle East, they all want to bomb Israel and they all want to attack Israel, but what's holding them is probably the US. They're scared of the US and Europe and the NATO too, actually. So what I'm saying is, like, America has to be a strong country because that's what's keeping more wars to come out.
Okay, but let's better understand this. You just suggested that you want to go to war once more.
No,
I don't want war. I don't know why you're advocating for a war, but I don't think Americans on either side of the aisle actually want a war. So it might be time to change your perception on this. If you're advocating for a war, maybe you're in the wrong, because both Democrats and Republicans agree we shouldn't be sending troops out to fight Israel's war.
I never said
both sides of the aisle.
I said America is what holds the whole world together in peace.
Right, and just before you said you wanted to vote for Donald Trump because he was going to send troops out to Israel to fight their war. And in reality, I think I speak on behalf of everybody, both Democrats and Republicans in the chat. When I say this, peace. We shouldn't be sending troops out to fight a war, right? We should be keeping our troops home and then using those dollars to invest in their veterans' benefits, right? Like, let's invest in our veterans. Let's not send them back out to war. Peace is not war. Peace is peace. War is war.
I agree. I don't want war. I want more peace. I want less people to die because of what's going on. Let me ask you, if China goes today and invade Taiwan, what's the solution? Because China wants to...
Can we stay on one topic instead of talking a hypothetical? Okay. When China invades, and if China invades, let's talk about that. But let's stay on what we're talking about now, and let's live in the present. I mean, before we move on to another hypothetical of somebody getting invaded, maybe we should talk about the invasion that's already underway, again, that being Russia and Ukraine.
I agree.
Okay.
So Trump said, I'm not sure if that's 100% right, but he said that Kamala, before the Russia and Ukraine war, she went to talk this out and she failed, and the next day the war already started.
Inaccurate. Michael, thank you so much for the love on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it. Inaccurate.
So you're saying
diplomacy was already underway. Kamala Harris in no way, shape, or form caused this invasion. Let's stop inferring that this invasion was the product of Kamala or Joe Biden.
Okay.
This also wasn't the product of Donald Trump. Ooh, goodness gracious. I could tell that my neighbor is getting their dog under control. I'm going to send you to Springfield too. You're all going to go. It's going to be a one-way train to Springfield, run by Norfolk Southern. Watch that derail on the way there. You know, Ohio is good for one thing. Two things, actually. It's train derailments and cats and dogs. They just eat them up. They just shut up the problem. Anyway, are we done here? Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Kamala's your candidate.
I mean, now when you explained it to me, I'm considering Kamala as the better option.
Well, good. If you have any other questions about Kamala Harris or even Donald Trump, feel free to message me. My messages are open. I'm happy to talk about any stats. I'm happy to get you any fact checks you need, even from any source you need. If you want me to do this and you're like... You know, it's going to be poodle noodles. I think that's what they eat in Ohio. Poodle noodles? A little golden retriever gelatin? Okay. Yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to message me. All right. Have a good one. Thank you for coming up.
Appreciate your time.
Let's get some W's in the chat. That was an open-minded guest who is willing to listen from both sides of the aisle and get better educated on the candidates at hand. That's awesome. So W's in the chat. Thank you so much again for coming up to that guest. Let's bring up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Can you wait a second? I'm kind of doing something. Okay, so my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio, and those funds are used as I travel the swing state of Pennsylvania, and meet voters in person. So appreciate the love and the support there. All right, anyway, unmute. Let's go.
My bad. Hi. I didn't talk like that.
How old are
I'm 17, so I'm gonna be voting next year.
Fetus deletus. Let's get up our next guest. Fetus deletus is a beautiful spell, but it is banned in some states, so be careful where you use it. Let's get up our next guest. Trying to get up a Trumper. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up if you're voting for Donald Trump. Come on up. Come on up. Hello, Ben. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Gotcha. And why do you support a convicted felon?
Well, first of all, I mean, Kamala can't even, like, do a fucking interview for shit.
She just did Fox News and 60 Minutes,
Well,
both
yeah,
of
but
which
she
Donald Trump
failed
refuses to do.
horribly. Like,
Hold on, pardon me. Pardon me, if I may. You are making the case that you shouldn't vote for Kamala because in your perception, you believe she failed at an interview. Let's say she did. Listen, I disagree, but let's say she did so we could save us both some time. At least she did the interview. Your question shouldn't be, why did she fail the interview in your opinion? It should be, why didn't Donald Trump do the interview at all? Why didn't he do 60 Minutes? He's the only president to have never done 60 Minutes in modern history. You understand that? That's leading back to Nixon.
Because
Why
he
didn't
already
do
knows
it?
it's going to win. I mean, what's the point of
Hold on.
debating on...
Hold on. You're saying he already knows he's going to win, so he can cut off communication with the American people? Let's say he is going to win. I
No, I'm
disagree.
not saying that.
Hold on. I disagree. But once more, just to save us time, let's say he is going to win. Why would he cut off communication with the American people by refusing to do 60 Minutes? You're criticizing Kamala Harris for speaking to the American public, but you won't criticize Donald Trump for refusing to do an interview. So I'm going to ask you once more, and this time I challenge you not to use Kamala's name, but rather talk about Donald Trump. Why? You really want to become a golden retriever taco, don't you? Okay. So anyway, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And this time, try not to mention Kamala's name. Good luck.
Well, I'm voting for Donald Trump because he's better for the country. And he's here for the American people.
Okay. Respectfully, that is like me asking you, what kind of food do you want to eat? And you saying, I like the edible kind. Give me a recipe and ingredients. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? If you could talk policy, numerical digits, that would be very useful information and more productive to the conversation than your feelings. I want facts. And he ran away because he couldn't. Let's get a cow emoji in the chat. Moo! He ran. We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle. We got a runner. Moo! Moo! We got a runner. Herd the cattle. Herd the cattle. They're running away. Okay, let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. Help us get to 1 million likes. I want to see everybody tapping their screen right now because we should absolutely be at 1 million likes already. Like, statistically speaking, we should have reached 1 million likes by now. I feel like we can do it. So please tap on your screen. Let's get up our next guest. All right, slowly but surely. I like how he ran away the moment I go to talk policy, he runs away. That's so sad. I go, tell me a policy Donald Trump passed. And he was like, can't, and ran. Goodness gracious. Like, my live stream is not a therapy office. Why are we using it like this? I'm like, let's talk policy. They're like, let's not. You got to panic because somebody wanted to talk policy with you? Okay. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Oh, shit. No, I came up by accident. My bad, bro.
You're good. Have a good one. Slowly but surely.
Hello?
1 sec, it's breaking up a little bit. Fetus deletus, poof, and they're gone. If you're going to come up here, please ensure that your voice dropped. If your voice hasn't dropped yet, you're probably not old enough to vote. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely not, because I believe in law and order.
That's awesome. Can we please get some W's in the chat here? Thank you so much for coming up. We're going to be talking to some more Kamala supporters later, but we are going to be talking to some Trump supporters for now. So if you are voting for Donald Trump, jump on into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Hell yeah.
Okay, you say, hey, like as though that's like a flex. I mean, this is like me saying, are you voting for the rapist? And you're saying, yeah, great. Like, calm down, buddy. It's not the flex you think it is. Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm not voting for a criminal.
You just said, yeah. I said, are you voting for the criminal? And you said, heck yeah.
I'm not voting for a criminal.
So, I'm mistaken. So you're voting for Kamala then? That's awesome. Let's get some Kamalas in the chat. John, that's awesome. So you are voting for Kamala?
Why would I vote for a person who claims to have done something that didn't do a damn thing?
Calm down. Let's set the terms for what we are going to do and what we're not going to do here. We are going to have some sort of conversation that surrounds intellect. If you lack intellect, then I suggest you turn around and go talk to somebody who maybe wants to hear from, an ignoramus. But that's not me. I would like a conversation surrounding facts over feelings. When you come in here chanting Camilla and you can't pronounce her name properly, how can I possibly take you serious as a voter if you don't know basic literacy? Her name is Kamala. Say it right. It's simple. Okay? Now, I also want to understand here when I ask you, why are you voting for the criminal? And you say, I can't answer that right now. Then maybe this isn't the proper platform for you. Maybe you should do something more entertaining with your time, like solve a Rubik's Cube, if you're able to. I think you would like the pretty colors more than a conversation surrounding intellect. Maybe you want to talk to somebody like, I don't know, your lost father who left when you were a child to get milk. 23andMe that, Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
What has Kamala done to earn your vote?
Sure. May I put you on mute and tell you?
Sure.
Okay. I look at Kamala Harris and I see far more than I get with Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is a middle-class black woman. Kamala Harris comes from middle-class roots. And no matter how many times you MAGA Republicans try to make her out to be some sort of multi-billionaire, even though we know that's not to be true, even though you MAGA Republicans run around and say she's not a black American, even though we are sure she is, you just can't get your story straight. Kamala Harris, middle-class black woman who had no right becoming a district attorney, let alone a vice president, because every card in America socioeconomically was stacked against her, became a district attorney nonetheless, became an attorney general leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world, not the country, the world. Becoming a senator and a vice president, and having never forgot about her middle class roots, somebody who gave us policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package. Somebody who also fought on social issues like the Respect for Marriage Act, something that Donald Trump wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole unless he was ripping transgender Americans out of the military. Kamala Harris fought for the right to choose, protected the right to choose, believes in freedom. And if you choose to have a baby, Kamala Harris has a $6,000 permanent child tax credit that will benefit you financially and economically should you choose to have a baby. Donald Trump says no right to choose. Nope. Not unless you're a man. No right to choose for you women. And then when he forces you to have a baby, he is not going to financially support you. Not a penny in your pocket to support the baby, because it's not about being pro-life or pro-choice with Donald Trump. It is about being pro-forced birth. And he dehumanizes women the same way he was found liable of sexual abuse against a woman. He dehumanizes women. And then you expect women to vote for him. No. Kamala Harris is fighting for a $25,000 down payment for first-time homebuyers, $50,000 for entrepreneurs. For small business entrepreneurs, mind you. Donald Trump steamrolled small businesses like the one I used to operate, with his, for example, 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, led to an export crisis for farmers. Many shut their doors. Those who didn't had a newly found surplus and supply and demand issue and raised costs of middle-class consumers through small businesses like mine. That was the equivalent of a $230 billion tax hike on middle-class Americans. So you ask why I vote for Kamala. I vote for Kamala for freedom. Like, for example, I'm a Second Amendment Democrat, so my Second Amendment freedoms, the freedoms that Donald Trump violated in June of this year, having his bump stock ban overturned by his own Supreme Court, I might add, becoming the first modern day president to be known as a constitutional violator. But yet again, I vote for Kamala because I vote for freedom. I vote for Kamala because I vote for a middle class economy. I vote for Kamala because I believe that she's going to act on her promises and not throw them under the bus. She said she was going to give us an infrastructure package. She did. She said she was going to give us a border bill. She did. She said she was going to fight for the right to choose. She did. Donald Trump said he wasn't going to touch the right to choose. He overturned it. Donald Trump said he was going to cap insulin costs. He didn't. Kamala and Joe did. Donald Trump said he was going to give us an infrastructure package. He didn't. Kamala and Joe did. Donald Trump said he was going to lower prescription drug costs. He didn't. Kamala and Joe did. Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. Kamala and Joe did. And now you run away. That's why I'm voting for Kamala. And if you can't own up to that and at least sit through that and you recognize you're out of your league, then just like this guest, run away. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle. Let's herd the cattle. Moo! Let's get up our next guest. I love how he really thought he was going to conversate and then he got scared and ran away. Hi, I'm Johnny. I know what I'm talking about. If you're a MAGA Republican and you don't know what you're talking about, maybe don't waste your time. Just a thought. Hi, guest. How you doing?
Oh, sorry, I was tapping.
You're okay. Thank you so much for liking the live. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, we are almost at 800,000 likes. If you could help us get to 800,000 likes, that'd be awesome. And as always, if you do like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio, or hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little blue wave. I'd be very happy to have you as part of our team. Lisa, thank you so much for the golden chain. I appreciate it. Looks like mine. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
You know, it's one thing to wear merch. It's another thing to make it your whole personality by making your username and profile photo based off of the MAGA cult. It's kind of odd, right? Have you ever tried your first name? What is your first name? I bet it'd be refreshing to say it. What's your first name?
It's Joseph.
Okay, Joseph. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, to start with, everything that you just said, is that actually true that Kamala Harris was involved with the...
You're driving.
Yeah, not allowed to drive?
Goodbye. I think it's pretty easy not to commit a felony. I know that you MAGA Republicans are tempted to commit felonies because you are voting for a felon, but texting and driving is actually frowned upon. So here's an idea. Don't commit crimes. I think that's, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's pretty easy not to commit a crime. Like, again, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong or am I right? Am I wrong or am I right? It's pretty easy not to commit crimes. Hi, guest. Are you voting for a criminal?
Yes.
Okay. You're voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why?
So under Donald Trump, I was able to get health, and I wasn't forced to have health insurance, and it wasn't $530 taken out of my check. Under Obamacare, you had mandatory issues that you had to have health insurance, so they were taking $530 out of my check.
Congrats. I don't care. Do you know why?
Why?
Do you know why I don't give two craps?
Why not?
Hold on, wait, let me make sure I don't. Yeah, there's nothing down there. No craps to give. That's because, fun fact, if you have an issue with Obamacare, then your grievance is with Barack Obama. But yeah, it seems most Americans supported Barack Obama because he was a two-term president. Seems like, if you want to expand on healthcare coverage, though, and benefit Americans, instead of running around like Donald Trump saying he has a concept of a healthcare plan, you should actually deliver on it. Right? Where is Donald Trump's plan to replace the ACA? Can you tell us about it?
He doesn't have a plan.
Exactly. Okay, so why are you voting for Donald Trump? And this time, don't go off of your personal feelings or your grievances with Barack Obama, somebody who was twice elected and term limited. Let's talk about Kamala and Donald Trump, if you will. Why are you voting for the criminal and not Kamala Harris?
I actually loved Barack Obama. But
okay, now you love Obama? So why are you voting for the criminal? Get off of Obamacare.
Okay, well, I'm telling you why. So
stay on Trump.
So under Trump, we were not mandatorily forced to have health insurance. So that was $530 that went back into my check.
Yeah, under Donald Trump, you didn't have to have health insurance, period, because Donald Trump frowns upon health insurance or covering people financially should they seek health care. You understand that Donald Trump once more is running on repealing the ACA in its entirety, leaving millions of Americans without health care, and yet doesn't have a plan to replace it. Okay? That's not a flex. That's not the flex you think it is. Okay? So why are you voting for the criminal? Is it economic focused? Is it immigration focused? Is it character focused?
Well, no, I can't say character focused because the guy is an idiot and a rapist and he's misogynistic.
Okay, well, at least you understand that. So you're going to vote for hold on, let me get this right. So you just called him a rapist, misogynistic, you just called him an idiot, and yet you're still going to vote for him. What does that speak on with your character? That shows that you were willing to throw the country under the bus for what reason? For what reason?
Saying it out loud, I kind of feel like an idiot myself. So
all right.
I think I'm going to back out of the room.
Yeah, I would too. You have a good one. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio, because I think I'm going to need therapy myself after these conversations. What is going on?
Can you hear me?
No. Sorry, he asked if I could hear him, and I decided to play card number C and say, no, I can't hear you. And then, oh my goodness. My goodness, you have an echo problem. Fix that. I like hearing myself talk, but not that much. We're almost at 900,000 likes. Folks, hit that like button. I feel like we can get to 1 million likes today. Hi, guess. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, what you should be voting for is a new stereo system, because I don't know what you were listening to, but it sounded like it was coming out of a Nokia in 1999. Trying to get our next guest up. Ooh, well, if you're voting for Donald Trump, then join the guest request.
Absolutely, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Great. Why are you voting for the grapist? Come on, I'm listening. I need you to say it.
I'm sorry, are two people living in your brain? You just said you're voting for Donald Trump, but then you asked if I'm voting for the rapist, Donald Trump. Are you confused? It's a little early to be sundowning, don't you think? I mean, it's not even 5 o'clock on the East Coast yet. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Because he's going to bring our country back to the place that it needs to be, for people to thrive and have a life.
What's he going to do? Throw us back into the pandemic? Oh, yay, something to look forward to. More loss of life, more unemployment. Yay.
You realize that people clip your videos, and when Donald Trump gets back in office.
Yeah. Do you know what's exciting? Do you know what's exciting?
They're going to bury you.
Do you know what's exciting?
When you're silenced, when your party loses?
No, you're delirious. Do you know what's exciting? When I get to point out the ignorance of MAGA Republicans like yourself. Because you can't actually engage in a conversation, so you're just coming up here to cry. If you're crying and you want to project onto something, may I recommend getting a wife and, go have a talk with her. You don't need to talk to me. If you're going to treat me like we're married, ask me out to dinner first and buy me some Panera bread. Okay? But if you want to have an engaging conversation about, the politics behind these candidates and their policies, let's do that.
Okay, we can go there.
So why are you voting for the criminal?
I'm married and I have a son. Thank you.
And you're voting for the criminal because?
Because I respect the man, that he loves the country that he lives in, and I love his policies.
He hates America.
I love the idea of the policies
he hates this country.
No,
what are you talking about? Donald Trump hates this country so much that he wouldn't even marry somebody who was born here. All his wives are immigrants. I mean, let's be so real, right? Donald Trump hates America so much that he was like, hold on, let's take a step back. May I put you on mute? Thank you. Donald Trump hates America so much that he was like, I ain't even going to marry an American woman. Okay, let's understand this. Donald Trump called our country a trash can. Donald Trump exploited the graves of soldiers.
He said that it was a trash can.
Donald Trump exploited the graves of soldiers for a photo op at Arlington National Cemetery, to the point where soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery had to file a police report against him. Donald Trump incited the textbook definition of an insurrection at our Capitol to overthrow the will of the people, the American electorate. But you want to talk about how Donald Trump loves this country? Donald Trump doesn't even love our flag. Donald Trump violated Chapter 4, Title 1 of Flag Code by signing the U.S. flag. Donald Trump treats the Constitution as something that can be dissolved, and he has made very clear that he would dissolve it. He has said that. He said that we should dissolve it. Donald Trump also violated the Second Amendment within our Constitution by implementing a bump stock ban. He treats the Constitution like a recommendation, not like the platform for America. Okay? Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, that being
Can you stop
a decades-fought fight that gave women the right to choose. Donald Trump hates freedom. So tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal?
Do you know how to have a conversation and debate?
The fact that you couldn't respond or engage.
Monologuing, dude.
Quiet.
Do you want me to?
Quiet. The fact that you couldn't engage or respond to what I just said, and instead you say that all I'm doing is monologuing so that you can pivot, so that you don't have to respond to me, speaks volumes to the projection. You're saying I don't know how to debate, but in reality, you don't know how to respond. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? Unmute and respond.
I like his policies that he's proposing, he's putting forth. For one, if you want to stay on policy, we'll do that because I don't want you to monologue. So
okay, you mean you don't want to talk about history or Donald Trump's blatant threat to our democracy? Okay,
I don't want to talk. I don't want to hear you.
Sure. Why talk about his first term?
I don't want to hear you monologue.
Sure. Let's talk about his first term. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans.
Term, or are we moving forward?
You're gonna have to talk about. You're gonna have to talk about his first term.
Are we moving forward or going back?
You're going back.
So do you want me to talk about Harrison Biden, or want to talk about the future?
Do you know what I love? That you're not responding still. So I'm going to ask you once more. Respond. Both.
I thought you're the party of the future. Why do you want to live in the past?
Not me.
No, you're not.
I ain't the one. So I'm going to ask you one more time. I get you don't want to talk about Donald Trump's presidency, his 4 years in office, because you don't know a single policy he passed, but then say that. So I'm going to ask you once more. My question to you is, what is one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans? Because there's no future without the past. So let's talk about the past so that we can better understand the future. Name that policy.
Tariffs. The policy of him having a global...
That's not a policy.
Wait a minute.
That's not a policy. We can hold on. We can talk about the tariffs.
Why do you just get to keep talking?
Because I'm more intelligent.
You like to monologue?
Cry more. So again, you just said tariffs. That's not a policy. So if you don't know a policy, say that, and then we can talk about tariffs. I don't pivot. That's life. Welcome to it. You found somebody who won't let you pivot. Oh no. So do you understand that tariffs is not a policy?
It is part of his economic policy.
No, I asked you for a policy.
What are you talking about? You're making yourself look unintelligent. It's part of his economic policy.
Thank you, Uncle Daddy. I think if anybody's looking unintelligent here, it's the person who's confusing tariffs and policy. Tariffs is not policy. Tariffs is action. What is a policy that Donald Trump implemented that benefited the middle class? Mind you, we can talk about tariffs too, because that didn't benefit the middle class. But we have to get to that after you name a policy. If you can't name a policy, then say so.
Are any of Donald Trump's tariffs still in place under Biden?
Yes, they are. Still not a policy. Thank you for the pivot. Can you name a policy?
Which ones? Which ones are in place?
An economic policy that Donald Trump passed.
Tariffs are in place.
So you can't name a policy.
Dude.
Why do you not know a single policy?
You talk the same.
Why do you not know a single policy? Why do you not know a single policy? It's not that I'm talking the same over and over again. It's that I'm not letting you pivot. Name the policy. If you can't, then say you can't.
I don't need to name shit as far as policies go, dude.
When you come up here to talk about your candidate and why other people should vote for him, you should probably talk about a policy he passed that benefits the voters you're seeking to sway.
You said middle class. I want to talk about no tax on
name the policy.
No tax
Name
on
the
overtime.
policy he passed.
No tax on overtime.
That's not something he passed. Name a policy.
Do you have a problem with that?
Name a policy
you have a
he
problem
passed.
with that?
Name a policy he passed.
No tax on
Name
tax on
a policy
overtime.
he didn't pass that policy.
Stop
Name a
living in the
policy he
past,
passed.
Bro.
You don't want to talk about his 4 years in office?
In the past.
Name a policy.
We're moving forward.
Name a policy.
Dude, you just can't win, can you?
Mind you, you're not moving forward. Your candidate's slogan is literally "Make America Great Again." He is harping on the past. Again means past. Your own candidate's slogan is harping on the past. So don't tell me I'm harping on the past. Tell me again. What is one policy?
New policies.
Thank you. One policy. One policy that Donald Trump has. Great. After you.
3 for 3.
Go ahead. After you.
Brand new policies that people are trying to
give me a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. This will be my last time asking you.
Oh, gosh. Mute and kick me. Do it. I can't wait.
Fantastic. On the count of 3, everybody. Hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof. Goodbye. Okay, slowly but surely getting up in us, guys. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, thank you for helping us get past 1 million likes. That's amazing. That's so cool. Guys, we got 1 million likes. Thank you folks so much for pitching into that goal. Oh, and they ran away. Trying to get up our next guest. If you can't stand that I'm talking to Trump supporters, leave. This is about education, in part also entertainment because it's fun, but it's also about education. Feel free to go write postcards.
Being educated.
Okay, but then feel free to pitch into the fight. Go write postcards, make phone calls, spend your time better than instead of wasting my time. Don't use your time to waste my time. That's 2 Democrats now. You just wasted 10 minutes from 2 Democrats that could have been spent working to elect Kamala. Don't waste people's time. Hi, Janice. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Janice? Okay, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No. I voted yesterday for Kamala Harris.
Thank you so much for voting.
United States of America.
Thank you so much for voting and thank you for coming up. Let's get up our next guest. That's awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat. W voting. W voting. You know what I love? When you talk to a Kamala supporter, though, Kamala supporters have already voted. Like, they're already voting, right? But talk to a Trump supporter and they're like, I think I'm going to just vote on Election Day, November 6th. And it's like, don't you vote a day sooner than November 6th? Good for you. Yeah, November 6th or January 5th. I'm like, yeah, okay. That's crazy. Y'all remember Donald Trump told his voters to vote on January 5th? I'm like, okay, yeah, don't vote a day sooner, MAGA Republicans. It's crazy. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Trying to get up our next victim. Guest. We're trying to get up our next guest right now. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting.
Okay.
Just thought you should know. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I think I was originally a Democrat.
No, you weren't. I do literally, and the chat knows because they've been tuning in. Every single MAGA Republican who comes up here says that they used to be a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a Democrat who voted for Obama and Joe Biden. If I had a nickel for every time, if I had a nickel for every time you MAGA Republicans said you were a lifelong Democrat, I would be a fucking billionaire. So stop lying. Tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? And this time try to stay on topic.
I think a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for RFK.
How old are you?
RFK's values.
How old are you?
22.
When were you born?
2001.
Oh my gosh. Get better at math. Let's get up our next guest. Because I'm 22, born in 2001. Okay. Okay, that's not 22. Hi, are you voting for the criminal? Okay.
Hello.
Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump and your voice has actually dropped and maybe you're old enough to vote, let's conversate. If I need to continue doing fetus deletus, it's just... Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am unsure at the moment.
Okay, well, if you have any questions about the candidates, feel free to message me. All right, and we can have a more productive, I think, one-on-one conversation about it.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello?
What year was this written, I wonder?
What year was this written?
Having you probably. 90s.
Oh, the 90s. I wasn't even a thought in my dad. Never mind.
Oh, 85? Okay.
85? 1985?
1985. Text copyright 1985. Mirror
Throwback. 1985. My gosh. Was the Breakfast Club out in the 1985?
So yeah, I did a bit vaccinated. But
Are you making coffee? Can I have a cup?
It's a book edition, July 1987.
Okay.
1987. Got you. What are you washing?
We can get you a new one if you want to.
Yeah, if you could get me a new one, that'd be great. I don't know what the new one is, but... Are you taking a bath? Hello? Kristen? Kristen, are you there?
Oh, is this me?
Yeah, this is you.
Oh, geez. Hi.
No, you're good.
I didn't request to come in this live. I'm sorry.
You did. You did. You probably misclicked something.
I'm probably because I'm 100% supporting Kamala Harris.
That's
so
awesome.
So
well, thank you for
sorry
voting
about
for
that.
Kamala. You're good. We're just chilling with you. And
That was my
we're
sink. I was not taking a bath, by the way. I'm doing dishes.
You're good. Have a good one, okay?
Hey, take care.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Let's get up our next guest, folks. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Let's get some W's to Kristen in the chat, please. Some W's for our guest.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I mean, I guess possibly. I mean, I'm kind of undecided.
Okay. Well, if you have any questions about the candidates, feel free to message me. I think it'll be more productive to have a one-on-one conversation instead of a conversation in front of 2,500 people.
Well, I want to.
Don't you think?
I thought that was the point of me calling.
No, the point of the conversation is if you're a Trump supporter, I want to conversate with you.
I am a Trump supporter.
You just said you were undecided.
No, I'm decided. I'm definitely.
You just said you were undecided.
You made me decide.
Something you should be decided on is changing that first name because associating with JD Vance just ain't the one. Let's get up our next guest. If you are undecided, folks, feel free to message me and we could have a more productive one-on-one conversation. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it, okay? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join. I'm just tapping for Kamala Harris.
Oh, I appreciate you tapping. Thanks for the love. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Coming up. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Donald Trump, but
That's disgusting.
I do have a
That's really gross. Like you recognize how gross that is. I mean, that's like well, hold on. That's like mixing like toothpaste into your breakfast cereal. Gross. That's like
okay. So are you trying to have a conversation? Or you're just trying to insult people who are voting for Donald
It's
Trump?
not really an insult. You're the one insulting yourself by voting for the criminal, right? I don't need to do the work for you. You've done more than enough. So why are you voting for a felon?
How do you feel about all of Kamala Harris's endorsers being
Kamala?
Jewish? The person you're supporting. The one who can't stop manically laughing on stage. The one who can't literally answer one question. The one who...
Queen Camilla, consort of England. Okay. Yeah, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. I don't know who Kamala is, but I do know who Kamala Harris is. So if you can tell me why you're voting for the criminal, that'd be great. And here's a challenge for you. Try not mentioning Kamala's name. Good luck. You can't even pronounce it right. So this time, try not to even mention her name before you crash out on us. So why are you voting for the criminal? You don't know how to unmute? Wow. That's sad. You don't know how to unmute yet. You want us to trust that you know how to vote. Okay. Do you want to unmute? Did I scare you? Did I scare you already? There's a There's a notification on your screen. There you go. Good boy. You got it. So why are you voting for the criminal? And this time, try not to peddle anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, homophobia, ableism, xenophobia, or any of the ovias.
So don't say anything that combats your viewpoints, and then start talking.
Back on mute. So you just said don't say anything that combats my viewpoints. If your viewpoint is being homophobic, anti-Semitic, racist, sexist, being a bigot, then maybe don't peddle that viewpoint. Just a thought.
Kamala Harris fucked her way to the top.
Okay, let's get you out of here. You're a blatant conspiracy theorist and sexist and ableist and racist and homophobe. Congratulations, you're also a xenophobe. He really thought. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Sopranos. Hello. Okay. Has anybody seen Melania, by the way? Where'd she go? She good? Is Melania Trump okay? I haven't seen her. I'm worried that Donald Trump dressed her up like a cat and sent her to Ohio. Makes me nervous. Melania, where are you? Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay, next up. Gonna try one more, and then we're just gonna move into Kamala supporters. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes.
You.
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. Wow, you know his name. Yay! Congrats. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I was going to vote for Kamala.
No, you weren't. If I had a nickel for every time you MAGA Republican said this, I would be a billionaire. Statistically speaking, you couldn't have possibly have also been voting for...
What's going on? Being born in 2001 does make you 22. This is why I've decided to vote for Donald J. Trump, because...
I know my stomach's growling. Oh my gosh. Deepali? Did you mean to do this right now? Did you mean to just send this? Deepali, did you mean to just send this? Deepali just sent $250 on Venmo. What kind of... Oh my gosh. Did you mean to do that? That is like... What kind... Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that blessing. If you didn't mean to do that, please message me. Like, that is so nice. But there...
I'm 22.
I need you to shut up for a second. Okay, you're redundant to me now, right? You're like a staple in my foot. You're like a paper cut. You're nothing right now. Just having a moment. Can I? If you didn't mean
I am 22.
to, okay, cry more somewhere else. If you didn't mean to send that, please message me. If you meant to send that, that's beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love there. That is beyond kind. You meant to send that? I'm like shaking. That is so nice. I want to just be clear. First off, thank you for that blessing and thank you for that kindness. Yeah, and also the message with it. Feel free to message me. I'm more than happy to get on the phone with your MAGA Republican relatives and I will have a personal conversation with them one-on-one. That is so nice. Thank you so much for that blessing. That is beyond kind. I want to be clear, folks. When you send like a support, like when you put your hardworking dollars towards me and you support me like that, I want you to know those funds are used towards travel. As I continue traveling around the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters in person. Like I'm not like taking that and I'm like, I'm gonna go play video games with it. Like, no, I don't even play video games. But if I did, I'm taking that and that goes towards like me traveling from Erie, Pennsylvania to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, like on these 12-hour trips where I meet voters and stuff. Like, so thank you so much for the love. Thank you for the support. That is beyond kind. And I don't even know how to express that. I'm at a loss for words for how kind that was. So thank you so much, Deepali, and thank you for the love. That is so nice. And yeah, message me, Deepali, and we can talk about your relatives. More than happy to have a conversation with them. That goes for all of y'all. If you folks ever have Trump supporter relatives and you're like, you know what, I want Johnny to talk to them, hit me up. I am more than happy to. Let's end it with the Trump supporters. If you're a Kamala supporter, get up here. If you're a Kamala supporter, request to join. Let's talk. I think I'm done with the Trump supporters. Why? What did you just do? Daniel! Oh my gosh! Okay, you guys need to stop. You're like, Daniel, thank you so much for the love. Daniel just sent $251. Thank you so much for the love, guys. I really appreciate the blessings. That's immensely kind. I don't even know what to say. I will say that my favorite letter of the alphabet is now D for Deepali and Daniel. Thank you so much to the both of you. Thank you for the love. You guys got me crying up here. Can we stop? If you're a Kamala supporter, feel free to jump on into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. I want to hear why you're voting for Kamala, so don't be shy. Come on up. Thank you for the love, guys. That is beyond kind. Can I? Hi, are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Tell us why. Why are you voting for Kamala?
I'm voting for Kamala because I feel that she is the best candidate. Character means a lot to me, and I want unity, and that's what I feel from Kamala.
Yeah.
I feel that she wants to unify all of us. She doesn't look at us as, the color of our skin. She looks at us as human beings. All of us, we all bleed the same color.
Yeah.
And when I hear the hate from the other side, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I don't understand how anyone can support someone that only wants to divide us.
I agree. And I think, at the core of unity, we see freedom, right? Freedom unifies everybody. And when you have a candidate like Donald Trump, who's trying to strip away the right to choose, for example, or impede on the rights of everybody from middle-class Americans to something he preaches being the Second Amendment, even violating the rights of Second Amendment enthusiasts, then it's not unifying whatsoever, not just his rhetoric, but his actions. And, what do we get with Kamala? We get somebody who speaks truth to his lies, somebody who unifies via freedom, who fights for the right to choose, who fights for middle-class Americans, working Americans, lower-class Americans, who unifies us in our entirety and promotes our rights and freedom. So I agree. I agree entirely.
And the list goes on and on. A lot of people want to bring up, how she, prosecuted, people. But if you do a crime, you have to do the time, so that was her job. And they act like she made, laws. It's like half the people, I listen to you a lot, and I'm in the chat and I'm going back and forth with Trump supporters. Like, how can you be so, crazy to half of the time they come up and they don't know anything. They think like she was supposed to, save the world, and she wasn't even president, so right. It's like, please, they just really need to do research and stop being, hypocrites, because that's exactly what they are. I look at Donald Trump too, and it's nothing that he says that is encouraging. There's nothing that he says that shows leadership. He wants to be a dictator, and we don't need that in this world.
I think what's important to recognize as well is that with Kamala Harris, right, MAGA Republicans, about every Democrat, claim that Democrats are weak on crime, letting criminals run free. Kamala Harris was a strong prosecutor, elected as an attorney general and nationally recognized for her fierce work and advocacy, right? And they claim that she over-prosecuted. First off, I've worked for an attorney general. That is not how this works. Okay, if she wasn't doing the job well, she'd be replaced, and it's quite an easy process. But you have Kamala Harris, and they claim that she's the only Democrat who over prosecuted. She's the only Democrat who was too tough on crime. Like, pick your messaging. Stay on top. Like, are Democrats weak on crime or too tough on crime? Are they locking up too many criminals, or are they letting criminals go? They just keep moving the goalpost on themselves. It's so weird. But thank you so much for taking the time to come up and chat about this. I appreciate it.
Johnny. Have a good one.
You too. Folks, if you've already voted, comment it in the chat. I want to know if you've already voted. Have you already voted? Have you already voted? And also Daniel said, so Daniel had a message with his immensely kind contribution. He said about, so that one MAGA Republican who came up a little bit before, who just kept talking and crying, he said, sending this to broadcast a teachable moment for the guest who kept talking. Not everything is about you at all times. It's okay to sit back and realize other people exist. W Daniels in the chat, please. You're absolutely right, Daniel. Can we get some W Daniels in the chat? Hi, Parker. Are you voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
No, I'm voting for Harris.
Awesome. Why so?
Well, honestly, I this is an awesome thing to throw out there. This is the reason why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. All right. And I need to let everybody know this. Which political party believes a biological man can be a woman? Only the Democrats do. So I am.
I love when MAGA Republicans come up here to sit here trying to troll, and they can't even do it. I love when MAGA Republicans come up to troll, and they can't even do it right. Like, what is going on? Folks, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, come on up. Let's have a conversation about it. Some people are just very weird. Like, MAGA Republicans are so weird. It's like only a MAGA Republican will come up and try to troll and then not even do it right. Like, hi, Tia. You're voting for Kamala?
Yes, I've already voted.
Oh, nice.
How are you? I watch you all the time. I just.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
You too. First, can you do me a favor? And I want you to call your mom today and tell her thank you, because you are a blessing. You are a blessing to the world. Trigger warning. Only reason why, I'm voting for her because I've been a victim of rape and incest by family. I was 13 and I was gang raped, and then a year later, my cousin molested me. And it's been really hard. And I'm a mother of 2 girls and 3 boys. My son is graduating next year. He's going off to be an OBGYN, but I'm fighting for my girls' democracy so that this never, ever in life happens to them. And I'm literally standing here shaking right now because it's been hard. It's been hard to get through. I'm still dealing with that pain with counseling and therapy and all of that. And I'm 47. So I've already voted in Florida, and I'm in a red state, but I've already voted in Florida.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear this. That breaks my heart. I'm sorry, and my heart's with you. Because MAGA Republicans, right? They just double down on the trauma. I mean, you've already had this traumatic experience, an experience that's going to sit with you for the rest of your life. And then at the same time, they're saying, you know what? It's not enough. Let's not only, instead of helping her get out of this traumatic experience, let's double down and strip away the rights and freedoms of her daughter. I'm so sorry. But know this. Know that in less than 10 days, we'll be saying, Madam President-elect. We will be laughing in the faces of the MAGA Republicans who try to strip away the rights and freedoms of Americans. And we will continue fighting for you. And we will continue fighting for women across America, because this is going to end with us on top. This will end with us at the front line winning this battle. So
I've lost friendships over this, just they're Trump. And I hear the stupidity, I had more money when Trump was in office. No, because we were still under Obama. But they don't even want to hear it. It's pathetic. It's sad. But for me, it's just, I'm fighting for my daughters. I'm fighting for my daughters. So
and thank you for having
you.
the courage. Thank you for having the courage to do that, because too often people will shy away from that kind of battle when they have such an experience as yourself. But you're channeling that experience into action. And thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I watch you all the time. I love you. Please call your mother and tell her thank you for having you. We love you. I wish we could clone more of you, but we just more
I'm
people
actually
like you.
visiting. I'm actually visiting because I've been traveling so much. I will be heading back to. Oh, I almost said where I was heading. I was going to say where I was heading. I will be heading to a different part of Pennsylvania later today that I will not say to not get into any issues. However, back to meeting voters later. But I did visit my mom this morning, and I'm actually visiting her now. So, hey, Ma! They sound great! All right.
Yes.
So I think she heard that. I think she's outside. I was visiting her back home because I haven't seen her in a bit.
Awesome. We love
Thank you for
we
the love,
thank you
Tia.
for everything that you do in a day and all the crap that you deal with from these damn MAGA. They're uneducated, and it's just sad. But thank you.
Thank you. You can actually, I think you can hear her leaf blowing outside. You might hear the in the background. That's my mom. Have a good one, Tia. Thank you so
too.
much.
Have a wonderful day.
That's her knocking. That's okay, hold on. We're all busy. We can't have the same kind of excitement with Joe Biden. You know, Joe Biden's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I voted for him, but
yeah, right. It was like, okay,
Yeah.
we voted. Can we get something else, please? So I'm very happy about Kamala.
yes, I'm so happy, and I love watching you. By the way, you make me laugh so much.
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you for coming up.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks. Again, if you are voting for Kamala, step on up. I want to hear from you. I want to know why you were voting for Kamala. Let's get up our next guest, Joy. Joy, you know what? People say all the time you can't run on Joy, but I say you can run on Joy. You absolutely can run on Joy, which is why we're ahead in the polls, which is why we're ahead in fundraising, which is why Kamala has events with 30,000 people, yet JD Vance can get, 12 people at his press conference? Like, huh? Anyway, Joy, hi, how you doing?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. So you're going to love this. 63 years old, lifelong Republican, voting Harris. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I
love that. That's awesome.
Oh my God, everybody thinks I've lost my mind.
Not me. So why are you voting for Harris?
Okay, so it all started because, obviously I voted for Trump 2 times, and it all started because I started watching people around me and the way that they were acting and saying things, it just got ugly. And I was like, this just can't be right. This can't be right. So, obviously Trump tried to keep everybody off of TikTok. And so I moved over to TikTok and started watching you and some of the other guys. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've been absolutely voting on feelings, not facts. And so the whole thing started when Biden was still in, and then when she stepped into the arena. I'm a woman in business. I mean, from the time I was 17 years old, I know what it takes to climb that ladder. And I'm telling you, I am so excited because she represents us well. She really represents us well. But honestly, you guys and the way you educate people, you guys own this. This vote that I'm casting is because of you guys. So thank you. I mean, now nobody wants to see me coming because I'm like this person. Where's your facts? Where's your documentation? Yeah. Because they want to stay with the feelings. So Thank you. Thank you
so much for coming up, and thank you for saying that. You know, I myself, I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. When Joe Biden, for example, ran in 2020, if Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala as his vice president, I'm very candid about this, there's a good chance I probably wouldn't have voted. But because Kamala was his vice president, I was proud to cast my vote for him. Kamala is just that candidate. She is a overqualified prosecutor really who prosecutes people like Donald Trump. And so thank you for choosing facts over feelings, and thank you for casting that ballot. I mean, it's because of people like you we're going to win this election. And it's also you that is the bridge of the American divide. You are what this country was supposed to be. You see both sides of the aisle, and then you see through a middle of the road unifying moment with your vote. So thank you so much for voting.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Have a good one, Joy. Let's get a 1,000 W Joys, please, in the chat. I would love to see some W Joys in the chat. Please, 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 please. We love Joy. I love Joy. I love Joy. Don't you love Joy? I love Joy. Such a great name. You know, J names really are great names. Just gonna say it there. J names. Love J names. Let's get Tara up here. Tara. I hear you barking, pup. I got your ticket booked for Springfield.
Hello.
Hi, Tara. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala?
I voted just this morning.
Did you? Yo, let's get some W's for Tara in the chat, please. Let's get like some W Taras in the chat. Tara, I love when I talk, like, I love us. Like, the thing with Democrats and Kamala supporters is that whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, whatever aisle, if you're voting for Kamala, it seems like we've all already voted. Like, we are organized. We are ready to win. We're like, all right, make your plan, vote early, or have a plan to vote on election day. Trump supporters don't know when election day is. They're like November 6th, November 7th. I don't know. It's like, yeah, vote on November 7th. I don't care. Like, but
I went with my transgender daughter, and that is one of the biggest reasons that I'm voting for Kamala is her stance on LGBTQ rights and transgender rights and women's rights. Those are key factors that are so important to me because I use an IUD and I don't want to lose that. It's very important to me because I have endometriosis and I use it for that and I don't want it taken away. I don't want to lose that, and I don't want my transgender's daughter to lose her hormone therapy and her rights as a transgender woman. I don't want her to lose her rights. She has every right to transition and to be the woman that she is. And I don't want her to lose that under Trump's policies.
yeah. Well, first off, I want to say thank you for fighting for your daughter. I think, I mean, that's just, listen, there are so many MAGA Republicans out there who throw their daughters under the bus, who are more than willing to vote for somebody who will strip away their rights and freedoms, and they don't even blink about it. They don't think about it. They don't give it a second thought. And you're going out of your way to fight for your daughter, putting your daughter at the forefront of your mind, saying, this is why I'm voting. This is why I'm doing this. So thank you for doing that.
This is my whole world.
You're a great mom.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming up, and thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I love you. You're a great host.
I love you right back. Have a good one. Happy Sunday.
Thanks. You.
Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, jump on into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come chat. Should I do a few? Hi, how you doing, my fierce friend?
Love you.
Love you right back.
Listen, you guys, look at the difference in the chat right now as to what it was just like 20 minutes ago. It's a completely different vibe. And I'm a mod, and I will block and mute your ass so quick for being disrespectful to Johnny and to other people. But Johnny, I love you. Please take care of yourself. You are not only changing the hearts and minds of people, you're changing lives.
Love you
in
so
that
much.
process, please take care of yourself, because I've only been with you a month and I do not miss one live. I sit here for 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes to support you, but I know you're tired. So please keep up the fight, but please take care of yourself too.
Thank you so much for saying that. First off, can we please get some massive W's in the chat for our lovely guest here? And also let's recognize that moderators like you really do keep the chat as a safe space, this entire community as a safe space, because if not for you, I can tell you right now, this live would have been pulled down. I could tell you now that the chat would be overrun with conspiracy theorists, and it's you taking time out of your day to pitch into the fight so that we can continue educating folks and also entertaining folks in a way that's more productive and beneficial. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
and
of course. You've changed, you've taught me so much. And I mean, I'm 59. I was not into politics. I'm honest. I didn't know what I didn't know. And I voted later in life and didn't know the things that I know now. And what I know now is literally because of you. I have policies up on my screen. I have websites up on my screen. I'm comparing both sides. I'm investigating. I'm researching. I'm literally saving things you say to not only look them up, but because then I can have intelligent conversations with people too when I'm not sitting in your live, and I'm actually trying to make a difference with anybody that I can talk to try to help them understand, because at one point I didn't understand either. And I think there's a lot of people out there. And if you're willing to listen and do research and take the websites that Johnny gives you and literally do the work, it's important this round more than any other time before. It's so important.
Well, thank you so much again. I appreciate
You're welcome,
it.
love. I love you. If you ever need anything, I'm here. Have a good day.
Thank you. Same to you. And I hope you have a great Sunday. Bye.
You too, babe. Bye.
Alrighty, folks. Again, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, step right on over into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. I'm not going to be able to get to everybody today because I'll tell you now, we got like over 100 people requesting to join it, so I do apologize. But I am just picking at random, and so I'm going to try my best to get y'all up here. Hi, Barb. How you doing?
Hi.
Hello. Are you voting for Kamala?
Absolutely.
Tell me more.
Well, you know, I am a 50-year-old woman and I never believed in politics, didn't care about it until the orange Oompa Loompa got in. And then I started paying attention and how he was taking away rights to everybody.
Yeah.
And I can't have any more children, but I want other women out there to have that choice.
Yeah, I think, again, at the forefront of this entire fight is the fight for freedom, which is something that typically should be unifying for us. But more often than not, in the case of MAGA Republicans, they treat freedom as something that's like a recommendation. Donald Trump says that we should dissolve the Constitution. Donald Trump looks at the Constitution and thinks the Second Amendment, for example, is something he can just choose to violate, or that the will of the people, the electorate, is a suggestion that he can overturn, like January 6th. It's just god awful how he looks at freedom, how he looks at the right to choose, for example, as like a suggestion than the right of the land. It's just god awful. But I'm excited to defeat him. It's gonna be great.
I believe that, you know, I would rather live next to an immigrant than a Trump supporter. Because we are living on stolen land ourselves. We stole it from the Native Americans. And nowhere in America has ever been great because we stole land. We killed Native Americans. And then we brought African American people over here to enslave them.
Well, I think that that's in part something that MAGA Republicans like to look over. Like, MAGA Republicans, you are the immigrants. Like, you are the immigrants that you are trying to seek out of our country. It's very odd. Like, our country was built on immigration. It just, anyhow. Thank you so much,
Johnny,
Barb.
I think you are wonderful. I even try to listen to you while I'm at work doing work. Because you are amazing. And hopefully you change a lot of minds.
Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Alrighty, folks, let's bring on up our next guest. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Polly Raid. Hi, everybody from Polly. How are y'all doing? We got Polly Politics fam coming in. Hi, everybody. Hi, Corey. How you doing?
Hi, oh my gosh, I cannot believe you chose me. Oh my gosh, hi, I love you so much.
I love you right back. Oh my gosh, damn it! y'all got me blushing up here. Knock it off. I love you right back. How you doing?
I'm doing good, but yes, I already voted for Kamala in Georgia the other day, so...
Let's get some W Georges in the chat. Okay, can I be so blunt with you? Can I like be so for real? Okay, so... I'm a Pennsylvanian, right? And like, it is so good to know that like, while yes, I believe Pennsylvania will go blue, if we fumble, Georgia is like, you know what, we got you. We're like, Georgia's like, we're good. We're a swing state now. almost the same like electoral college vote. Like we're here. Georgia's like, we got you.
Yes,
y'all are
you
awesome.
how many Harris signs I have seen everywhere. Like the other day, I saw this this big old Trump sign, but there were like a million Harris signs around it. It makes me so happy. Like every house I go to, because I deliver mail and I do DoorDash on the side, I just see all these Harris signs. It makes me so happy.
Yeah.
But yes, I voted for her for all the reasons that you have said. I listen to you all the time. I've used a lot of your talking points to fight against what my conservative grandmother says. And I just think it would be really awesome to actually have a woman in power of us or a part of the United States. There are so many countries, or not so many countries, but there are countries out there with women full of power. I can't talk. I'm so nervous. But, they're so much happier.
It's just you and me.
Chilling.
You and I are just talking. Nobody else is listening in.
Yeah.
Chat, be quiet. Shh, none of you are here.
But yes, and those countries are statistically have a higher quality of life and they're happier. And I would really love to see that for us. I'd love to see women's rights put back into place. Like, it just disgusts me of how these white supremacist men just want to come in here and take everybody's rights away.
It really is odd how MAGA Republicans have such a urge to strip away the rights and freedoms of Americans across the board. I mean, they really treat like the Constitution, for example, as a recommendation. Like that's Donald Trump talking about dissolving the Constitution should have been sounding the alarm for MAGA Republicans across the board, but instead they chose to empower that rhetoric. When you apply for a job, look no further than the 3 references you have to put on your resume. Go look at Mike Pence. Should be a reference to Donald Trump, but chose not to endorse Donald Trump or run with Donald Trump because he was asked to violate the Constitution and overturn the will of the people. This should be an alarm for MAGA Republicans, but instead they look at that and they see strength. Huh?
Right.
What?
I'll tell you what, I was not a fan of Mike Pence at all, but once he said that he was not going to put Donald Trump against or over his oath to the Constitution, I have gained so much respect for that man. It is, I praise him so much for that. But I forgot what I was just about to say. But I don't know, just the thought of having a woman, and especially a woman of color, leading our country just makes me so happy. I want all these white supremacists to get the F on out of this country. Like, I don't know. It just makes me so happy. And I'm so proud to say that I've been able to vote for Kamala. Excuse me. I try to say her name wrong all the time. It makes me so happy that I was able to vote for Kamala Harris. And a lot of my family has actually done so as well. And we're all in Georgia. So I'm hoping we can flip this state completely blue. Again, I've seen so many signs and it just makes me so happy. Yeah. And I really enjoy listening to you. I'll have you in my ear as I'm like cleaning or if I'm like just doing whatever. And I'm like, I learned so much from you. And like I said, I've used so many of your points to fight against my conservative family. I've actually lost a couple of relationships because of
you and I both.
Yes. And you know what? It's for the better. It really is. I don't want to live for their just oppressive views. I don't want that in my life.
Well, I think, I've also lost relationships, both family-wise and friend-wise, and I at first it was a little upsetting, and then I'm like, actually, wait, these people don't think I should have a right to marry, so I don't feel that bad about it anymore.
Right, and I'm a part of the LGBTQ community as well, and I don't want my rights.
Let's get some W's in the chat. I want to see some rainbows in the chat. I want to see some rainbow flags in the chat.
Exactly.
I wanted to. You mentioned the signs thing. I was driving through Pennsylvania. I went from Penn State to Philadelphia to the Poconos, and I counted with a friend. So we caught all signs and billboards for Kamala and Trump. You ready for this?
Yeah.
We counted 109 Kamala Harris signs and 12 Kamala billboards.
Oh,
we counted 16 Donald Trump signs, 1 billboard. So 109 signs for Kamala, 16 signs for Donald Trump.
Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. Yes.
Listen, part of me knows that he's broke and so he can't afford to send out signs. Part of me also knows that people aren't going to put out the signs like they did in 2016. So it's just really cool to see. And I'm glad that you're seeing that in Georgia too, because that's a good sign. Like people say signs don't vote. Signs don't vote. Signs show strength in numbers, and signs shows how a campaign is doing financially. If you're not seeing signs, the campaign's struggling, and that's good for us, not for Trump. So
Exactly. But speaking about campaigning as well, whenever, everything first started, I cannot tell you how many Trump mail-ins or their little flyers that they would send in the mail. I sent them all back because, working for the post office, we have to send those back. There's a certain thing we have to do with those, and they have to go back.
Yep.
I wrote Kamala 24 on all of them. Like,
That's awesome.
Quit your rhetoric. I'm done with you. Like,
that's awesome. Well, thank you so much
for letting me come up and speak to you. I love you so much, and keep doing what you're doing. You're doing amazing work, and I appreciate you so much. You're like my favorite debater.
Shucks, knock it off! Knock it off! Yeah, knock it off. Thank you so much for coming up, Corey. Love you right back.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. All right, folks, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hi.
Hello. We
Hi.
talked the other day.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, but we didn't get to talk. We didn't get to talk too long because you were busy going off on the Trump supporters.
Are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you don't remember me.
Listen, man, the amount of
No, I'm
Trumpers
just
I
playing,
talk
I'm just
to,
playing.
the amount of Trumpers I talk to, let me tell you something. You don't remember your own mother's name after that. It's like... Anyway, so why are you voting for Kamala?
I'm voting for her because she stands for love, peace, unity. She's not for hate. And I really want to get up here because I haven't heard too many people getting up here saying because they're Christian, because, Trump supporters like to say they're the only Christians, but they spread hate. And God is love. He loves everybody. And really...
I hear you. I'm religious. I understand that a lot of those, a lot of streamers are typically atheists or, because there's just a difference between going by science and religion. And I understand. I am religious. I believe that we are all God's children. And it's so deeply disturbing and upsetting and unencouraging to see MAGA Republicans using God's teachings as justification for stripping away the rights and freedoms of Americans. They say, well, God would want me to strip away the freedom of women. No, excuse me, what? Who's your God? Huh? What is that? Exactly. Or they'll be my God says that LGBTQ Americans can't get married. It's find a different God. If your God is saying that, nope.
They pick and choose. They pick and choose what they want to follow. I just feel like Trump leading the country will lead us straight to hell. He's already sending the cult straight to hell.
He really, if there's one thing that Trump is good at, it is failing, whether it be in his businesses, his 6 bankruptcies, whether it be in his marriages. God knows those don't last longer than a few years. Whatever it be, he fails. So we saw that with his presidency, and God knows we're not going to be letting him lead us into failure once more. So Kamala's going to win this, and it's because of voters like you, like me, like those in the chat. But thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Thank you for taking the time.
I really just wanted to have an actual conversation with you because I watch you and I love you so much. Keep doing what you're doing.
Back. Thank you again.
You're welcome. Bye.
Alrighty, folks. I think that we're going to probably take a break here and go have lunch because I think it's lunchtime on both the East and the West Coast, and I'm hungry. What are you guys eating? Y'all having lunch? What are you folks gonna go have? I'm sorry if you were waiting in the guest request and you didn't have a chance to come up. Catch me later. We'll be back with more conversations later today, but I think it's lunchtime. Steak and cheese. That sounds okay. Whoa, steak and cheese sounds so good. I would love a steak. I would love steak right now. Oh my gosh. Pokey, nice. Salads. Seeing a lot of salads. Y'all could do salads all y'all want. I'm gonna go eat donuts. Yeah, salads are great, but it's better than a salad? A donut. All right, folks. Thank you again to everybody who supported me today in both Venmo, PayPal. I wanted to be clear. any dollars you folks send, know that that goes towards work. Like, I use those dollars as I travel across the state and meet voters in person, whether it be in Erie, Pennsylvania, or the Poconos of Pennsylvania, or Philadelphia, Allegheny County, or even rural counties like Greene County, Armstrong County, Schuylkill County, whatever the case be in Pennsylvania. Know that that goes towards travel, and I support that. And and that support I greatly appreciate. So thank you again. And other than that, I will be back later today. Thank you to our mods for taking the time today to keep the chat at like a safe space for us. Thank you so much. I think we should. Do we want to do a raid? Let's do a raid. Who do we got going on? Any recommendations on a raid? Raids are always so much fun. I love raids. Are Parker and Dean on? I don't. Deepali, $20 for my donuts. Thank you so much, Deepali. I appreciate the love so much. Thank you. Guys, I don't know if anybody else is on right now. Polly's not on. I think that this is a sign. I think we get lunch. I think we all go get lunch. That's what I think we do. Dieva comes on at 4, I just heard. I think, let's get lunch. Let's get lunch. I think everybody deserves a quick little break from the live streams for a few. I think union lunch break, if you will. No more work. Half an hour. We all go get lunch. All right, folks. See y'all in a little bit, okay? Bye, folks and friends.
דין מוות שלא יהיה גזר דין מוות. קחו את הבית שלו, תמכרו, קחו את הכסף, במקום שהמדינה תשלם ותכניס אותנו לעוד ועוד, קחו את הכסף של הבית ותיתנו אותו למשפחות של הנפגעים.
Let's get started in just a moment. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Help us get to... We're already at 10,000 likes. Y'all are too quick. MAGA's gonna start saying we're stealing the likes. We're ballot stuff in the like box. We're gonna get started in about 50 seconds with our first conversation. So again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be a snowflake. I want to talk to you. I want to have a word with you. I want to know why you're voting for the criminal. If you're voting for Kamala, though, hit that like button and help us get more folks into the live. We're going to get up our first guest in just a moment.
Trump 2024, show me your pussy. No!
What do I do from here? Do I like
2024?
Yeah.
No! It stinks in here.
Okay. Melania, I hope they let you out soon. I know we haven't seen you in a while, but you do not sound good, Melania. It might be time to, get some help. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy. Come on up. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. And hopefully I could be very clear when I say this. If you're voting for Trump and you're commenting it in my comment section, like a little snowflake, you're going to get booted out of my live stream faster than Donald Trump's ass is going to get escorted into a prison cell after his November sentencing. I don't need keyboard warriors. I need MAGA Republicans in my guest requests using their big boy and big girl voices to speak, okay? All right, great. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Trump. And some of the voices, yeah.
Okay, I ain't even doing whatever that was. That is, No, not today. It is too late into the evening. Yeah. My mom taught me to be respectful, but I ain't got much more respect left. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I am. I am voting for Donald Trump.
That's disgusting.
So you know how Donald Trump goes to like a bunch of like these events? Not too sure. I didn't read about that.
I know why. Because he refuses to talk to the American public. Can you tell me one reason as to why you're voting for Donald Trump, and let's go from there.
I feel like Kamala, like when she goes on interviews, I feel like they don't really give her like that much of a
Kamala?
hard questions. What?
Really? You think that she doesn't get tough questions?
Yeah, I mean, compared to Trump, I feel like
Do you live in the same reality? Tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because I feel like Kamala, like I think she I feel like she's not real.
Can you say it right?
Wait, how do you say it?
Kamala.
Kamala?
Yep.
All right, there, I got it.
Great. So you saying she's not real? I agree. I don't think she's real. I mean, I think that quite literally, and not that I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I think she's too perfect of a candidate. Like she's just that good, right? This is a district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world. This is a woman who has never forgotten about her middle class roots and continues to fight for middle class Americans across the board. I agree. She is too good to be true, and yet we are fortunate enough to be living in this reality where we can elect her as our Madam President. So tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal?
Because Donald Trump, he doesn't really talk in much of a, I feel like he doesn't really talk in much of like a political lingo. Like, it's hard to like know if like Kamala's being genuine compared to Trump, because like...
Okay, just because Donald Trump has dementia doesn't mean that he's, not speaking in political lingo. He couldn't speak in political lingo if he wanted to. He doesn't speak that well because he is coherently unavailable, right? It's a cognitive issue. You shouldn't be praising him for that. You should be suggesting he gets tested for that, right?
Well, like, speaking in a political lingo, like, doesn't mean you're smart, because a lot of people associate political lingo with, like, people that just lie, or people that are, like, scripted. Okay, it seems very scripted. It doesn't seem genuine when Kamala talks.
It literally does seem genuine when Kamala talks. You look at Donald Trump, and once more you're saying, well, he doesn't do the whole political lingo. It's not political lingo, it's English, and he doesn't know how to speak it coherently, which is why he talks about sharks and batteries, or why he talks about his wife Mercedes, or the Speaker of the House Nikki Haley. That's not him ignoring political lingo. That is him sundowning.
Well, he's speaking genuine.
No, he's sundowning. He is genuinely sundowning. So why are you voting for somebody who's sundowning?
Because I don't like, I think Kamala, I think she's
Kamala.
I think Kamala's just like she sounds like every other politicians in the last like 30 years. Like she sounds like every single one of them.
Doesn't make any sense. She sounds like every one of them. But
yeah, like,
no, let's make it
like
make sense.
Every one of them. She doesn't sound like every one of them, but like she just looks like just the regular regular politician, like who just like she's just there.
Here's an idea. If you're saying she sounds like every other politician and Donald Trump doesn't, is it that Donald Trump is the only politician who's incoherent and babbling? Because I could honestly bet you that Jimmy Carter would probably deliver a far more delicate, intricate, and detailed State of the Union than Donald Trump, right? The fact that I would put money behind Jimmy Carter delivering a more coherent statement in hospice than Donald Trump at his own rally speaks volumes to how weak of a candidate Donald Trump is. But you're using that as justification to vote for Donald Trump. You might as well put Jimmy Carter back into the presidency. At least he could get a coherent statement out.
Would you say that about Biden?
Yeah.
Biden? Really?
Biden presents terribly, and yet Biden still speaks more coherently than Donald Trump. And at least Biden knows the digits and numerical codes behind his own policies. Donald Trump has concepts of plans, and when you ask him to say how he's going to deliver on it, he says, we're going to end the Fauci.
I mean, he doesn't really speak like that, but
he
Biden,
really does.
I feel like Biden, his speech is very bad. Biden's speech is very bad.
And yet Biden's redundant to me as well, because Biden's not running for president. Biden's not going to be my president in a few months. Neither will be yours. Kamala or Donald Trump will be. So let's focus on the candidates at hand. You have Kamala Harris, who speaks very eloquently, beautifully, and very straightforward. Always delivers a response when asked and stays to policy. Donald Trump, don't know if he knows where he is.
I mean,
Donald Trump would be the oldest president we have ever had. You understand that?
Yeah, how old is Kamala?
She's 60. Just turned 60. Happy birthday, Kamala. Let's get some happy birthday Kamalas in the chat. Meanwhile, Donald Trump doesn't know how old he is. But again, it's the quality of sundowning. So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Is it based off of a policy, record, platform, character, value, morals? What is it?
I mean, he do seem to connect more with the younger people, though.
No, he doesn't. He literally doesn't. Statistically, he is not connecting with younger Americans. Kamala is quite literally obtaining far more of the young youth electorate. Donald Trump is not. He is struggling and he's behind. And he knows that.
I mean,
which is why he joined TikTok. And even on TikTok, when he posts a video, read his comment section. He's getting trolled by young Americans.
But Donald Trump, he is a big figure in the mixed martial arts community. And
what is going on here? Are you sundowning too? Tell me again, why are you voting for the convicted felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser, rapist, felon? Go ahead.
He just seems real.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you know what's unreal? The fact that I can't get an answer out of you.
Well, I mean, wasn't he only convicted because he just wanted his porn star to just be quiet about having sex with him or something like that?
What state are you from?
I'm from Michigan. I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable on politics because
I wouldn't say you're just not knowledgeable about politics. I would say, say it again. Say what you said again. Go ahead.
Didn't he just want
what did you just say about being knowledgeable? Can you say it again?
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable on politics.
And then cut it there. You don't even got to say about politics. You could just say you're not too knowledgeable. It's pretty blatant,
No, it's just on politics. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's just politics. I would say pretty much you're just not knowledgeable.
But MMA is one of the most largest and growing sports. And
congratulations. And 60 minutes would have reached the largest audience that Donald Trump could have tapped into during this election, and yet Donald Trump chose not to do it because instead of him making an appearance at a mixed martial arts fight, maybe he should have made an appearance and communicated about his policy to the American electorate. And this is why. For example, you know that Donald Trump went to an MMA fight. Oh, wow, congrats. Do you know what Donald Trump's plan is to replace the ACA, though?
Well, what is the ACA?
You don't. Okay, you don't even know what the ACA is. See,
but the thing
that's a problem. So wouldn't it be more beneficial for Donald Trump to get behind a microphone and tell us what his platform is, what his policies are, instead of attending an MMA fight for funsies? You tell me, what is Donald Trump's border plan?
But more people watch his MMA than just watching.
What is Donald Trump's economic plan?
Donald Trump I think he's just gonna help out. I mean,
okay, yeah, so you don't know that either. This is why education's important. And Donald Trump, when he is preaching about defunding the Department of Education, this is exactly why we should actually be doubling down on our investment in it, not defunding it, because of people like you. Anyway, here's what I would recommend. Take some time, go get better educated, and ask Santa Claus for a book. Let's get up our next guest. Boom, 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 boop. Where'd my wands go? Bippity bobbity boop. I deleted you. Poof, and he's gone. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello. We're just going to chill in their pocket for a minute. It's just us and them. What's he listening to? It's boring. As long as our Eagles are winning, I don't really care. Let's get up our next guest. I think it was football, but I don't know. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
10-4.
What?
Yes, sir.
Okay, RFK. So why?
Because he's a lot smarter than that crazy woman you guys have.
Melania? I don't think she's that crazy. I mean, I think he made her that way, right? I'm pretty sure she was normal at one point. She's kind of bonkers now, but it's not her fault. It's not her doing. It'd be crazy too if I had to sleep with that. You know. Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal?
No, because that crazy woman was wasn't she making love to that man?
Melania? Man, why do you keep bringing Melania up in this? She really leave her alone. That Melania is a gorgeous pro-choice woman who hates her husband as much as we hate him. So again, leave her name out of this. Why are you voting for a criminal? Can you answer that?
What happened at concert she had yesterday, Harris? And they were booing her. They were calling Trump's
Nobody
name.
was booing her. Can you tell me again why you're voting for the criminal? You seem to be sundowning. Can you just respond?
You answer that question, then I'll
I just
answer
did. They weren't booing her. Can we move on?
Yes, they didn't even
Great.
want it.
So again, why are you voting for the criminal?
Why? How much you guys getting paid to help her out?
Depends. George Soros, my daddy, gave me $20 million this morning to get a cup of coffee. It was a pretty expensive cup of coffee. And then after that, my second daddy, Jeff Bezos, gave me $50 million so that I could feed birdseed to birds, but I didn't want to feed them birdseed. So instead I used golden nuggets. I think it's cute watching them choke on it, like, the same way that Donald Trump chokes on. Never mind. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal?
Never mind. You're the one that looks like gay, man. Are you gay?
Can you just answer the question? Why are you voting for the criminal?
Are
Can
you
you
gay?
answer the question? I'm not interested. If you want to ask me on a date, you can just do that. You don't got to ask. You don't got to ask about my sexual preference first. If you're interested, just ask. You want to take me out? Fine. Where are we going?
You're full of shit. You better laugh.
Where are we going? Don't back out of it now. Don't ghost me. Where are you taking me?
like
Panera
women
Bread?
too much.
I'm always down for a good Panera Bread date. Uncle Daddy, where are you taking me?
You better keep feeding them birds.
Okay, Uncle Daddy. Do you want to tell me why you're voting for a criminal now? Or do you want to keep playing hard to get? Because this is getting kind of creepy.
Because that crazy ass woman was, she was.
Okay. It is way too early to be sundowning. One more time. This time, try to keep Melania's name out of your mouth. That's a challenge for you. Why are you voting for the criminal? Last time I'm asking until you get kicked. Do you understand? See the wand? You're going to get kicked if you don't answer.
3.
Go ahead, answer.
Homewrecker. She's a homewrecker.
Stop talking about Melania like that. Marla Maples listen. Marla and Melania, leave them out of this. I get Melania, and the whole cheating, and we don't got to do this. We don't got to do this. Leave Melania and Marla out of it. Next, you're going to talk about Ivana. Well, you can't talk about Ivana because Donald Trump buried her on his golf course.
Harris. She's a homewrecker.
Shelly, thank you so much for the $20, Shelly. Shelly just sent me $20 to kick you because she hates you. So thank you for being so hateable to our guests. Thank you, Blazo, I don't know, whatever your name is. Thank you for being so hateable. It's because of you I just got $20 to kick you. Goodbye. Poof. Hocus pocus. Let's get up our next guest. He was just so easy to hate. Made it real easy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm hating it.
Hi, how are you?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
It depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm voting for Donald Trump, yeah.
Okay, then I'm doing really bad, so don't ask. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Oh, I just wanted to know how you were doing.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Really? And this is your first time voting? What year were you born?
2006.
And this is your first time voting and you chose to vote for a criminal. Wow, mommy and daddy must be so proud. So why are you voting for a felon?
I don't know why you're attacking me. I haven't
This
even
isn't an
spoken.
attack. Not everything's about you. Why are you voting for a felon? Can you hurry up and answer?
I'm voting for him because under Kamala, the past 4 years hasn't been looking too good. And
Make it make sense. What didn't look good? The Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Respects for Marriage Act, the Infrastructure Package, the
if you let
bipartisan
me
border
speak,
bill.
I'll tell you.
Well, I want you to tell me how Donald Trump's policies were good. Can you break that down first?
He closed the border up, which is...
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
and you have less border crossings today than you did under Donald Trump.
That's
How did Donald Trump
false.
close the border? That's not false. Go fact check me. I'll wait.
No, that is false.
Go fact check me. I'll wait. Go fact check
I'll
me.
tell you.
Hurry up. Go fact check me.
Why? I'm
ABC
trying to
News,
speak.
Fox News, CNN, NBC. What's your source?
So I'm going to tell you that...
What's your source? First name the source. What is your source?
The Texas governor. He's done
Your
multiple...
source is a MAGA Republican?
I'm going to talk to you.
What?
Can you let me speak, please?
Let's get over this nonsense. Stop playing with me now. I want you to tell me how Donald Trump closed the border. Go ahead.
he tightened border controls, and he also was able to start building the border up.
Building the border up?
I misspoke.
Okay, well, don't do it again, right? So you're saying that Donald Trump built the wall. Is that an accurate statement?
No,
Is
I'm
that what you
saying
just said?
he started to do it.
Okay,
I'm talking
who built
about how
most of the wall?
Who
built most of the wall? Did I stutter?
Why are you being rude? I'm just trying
Not
to.
really being rude.
Your tone. I'm just
Get
trying
over
to
it.
have a conversation.
So again, you look at Barack Obama, who built 400 miles on the wall. How many miles did Donald Trump build?
I don't
50.
know the percentage off
50.
my head.
It's not a percentage, it's 50 miles.
Okay, I'm talking about how
The wall. You just spoke about the wall. And
Okay,
yet
I'm
you
talking
understand
about-
that Donald Trump built 50 miles, yet Barack Obama built
can you not
400
interrupt
miles.
me?
It's not an
I'm
interruption,
talking
it's a
about-
fact check.
Okay. I'm talking about how over the past 4 years, the border has become so open and there's been so many illegal
No.
immigrants that have been put into Chicago, New York. A
No.
New York school was shut down
Well,
to house
maybe
illegal
if,
immigrants.
excuse me, maybe if Donald Trump wasn't trying to ship them off so he could marry them all, we wouldn't have such an issue. But I'm
so
trying to
no,
better understand.
that's not-
You just said that the border's wide open, and we know that not to be true. There are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. And if you disagree, name a source that fact checks me. Second point I want to talk about is the bipartisan border package. Do you understand that that bill would have made this conversation we're having about the border redundant? We understand it would have capped immigration, blocked illegal asylum seekers, put 1,500 border agents on the wall, finished construction of the wall in its entirety from border side to border side, east to west, and it would have also funneled millions of dollars into border states to ensure they could further fund the border how they see fit. Do you understand that? Donald Trump blocked it. Why did he block that package?
You talked so fast. Can you slow down?
No, that's not me talking fast. It's you processing slowly. So do better. So tell me again, why did Donald Trump block that bill?
I don't know every single little thing. I'm talking
Okay.
about how the last 4 years.
Is it that you
under
don't know every little
Kamala-
thing, or is it that you don't know a thing? Which is it?
No, I'm just saying
Like, pick a
that
battle.
I don't understand. I'm just saying that I don't know every single little policy. I'm talking about how our country looked under Kamala versus how it looks under
Yeah, you're
Trump.
talking about how the country looked under Trump when you were at the age of 14. Okay, so are the middle class Americans in this chat, for example, the middle aged Americans in this chat who have lived far longer in the economy, supposed to take your word as a 14-year-old when you were 14 that the economy was better then than it is today? Okay, let's entertain this. So when you were 14,
Can you let me speak? Because
no,
I-
when you were 14, can you tell me how the economy was better
Yes, I
than it is today?
can.
Go
I
ahead.
can.
Go on.
Taxes. Look, I don't think you understand that as a child, you still are living under, you see the gas prices, you understand how your family's financials are. That doesn't take you from just because of your age. Children as young as 9 years old are able to understand money.
Yes, and according to Donald Trump, children as young as 9 years old are allowed to have forced pregnancies. I'm trying to better understand your economic position here. What is the inflation rate today? Do you know?
Last time I'm pretty sure it's
2.4%. What was the inflation rate in 2018 pre-pandemic?
I don't know.
2.4%. So if the inflation rate is identical to what it was in 2018 and we're back at pre-pandemic levels with both inflation and gas, then why might costs at the grocery store be higher today than they were under Donald Trump? Go ahead.
So
Floor is yours.
I'm saying that what's it called? What's it called?
Don't know what you're talking about. Elaborate.
I'm trying to think.
Try harder.
Oh, with the I don't know why you keep attacking.
It's not really an attack. Again, not everything's about you.
Well, your tone is just interesting.
Get over it. Can you answer the question?
What was your question again?
Wow. Okay, so it is a processing issue. Congratulations. Might be time to get tested. So again, if the inflation rate today is identical to what it was in 2018, 2.4%
No, it's actually
then,
not,
2.4%
though.
today, it actually is, though. Go fact check me.
No.
Go fact check me. I'll wait. Go on. Shoot.
So, with the
fact check.
gas prices in California are still...
Hello. Did I stutter?
Don't snap at me.
Did I
I don't know
stutter?
why you're just being rude.
This isn't being rude. Do you know what is rude? It's rude when you tell women that you're going to vote against their right to choose in favor of Donald Trump, the man who
That is
overturned Roe v.
literally
Wade.
against the
No, it is
Constitution.
rude.
Federally, they cannot
you don't
do
care
that.
about the Constitution. Let's be clear. Do you know what's rude? Voting for Donald Trump when he is the only modern day president to have violated the Constitution by implementing a bump stock ban in direct violation of the Second Amendment. His own Supreme Court ruled that in June of this year when they overturned it. He is the first modern day president to violate the Constitution. How dare you bring up the Constitution? Donald Trump, the very man who said that we should dissolve the Constitution, on Truth Social. That post stands today. Do you know what's rude? Saying that you're going to vote for the candidate, that being Donald Trump, who on April 5th of 2023 said that we should defund the police, and then gaslight Democrats into thinking that their candidate wants to defund the police when it's your candidate who said he would. Do you know what's rude? Telling LGBTQ plus Americans that you're going to vote against their right to marry and take transgender Americans out of the military when they're serving on the front line to defend you and this country. That's rude. That's rude. So get it right.
So, don't you think it's rude when Kamala put...
No, I think it's rude when people like you come up here.
I think you should not interrupt
get
me.
real on this. I think it's rude when you come up here and try to gaslight Democrats into thinking that we're the rude ones when you are voting against our rights, our freedom to choose, our freedom to organize, our freedom to vote, our freedom to marry, our freedom to live true and free to ourselves.
I asked you how you were doing.
That's what I think is rude.
I asked you how you were doing, and
Cry
then you
more
just
for me.
became rude to me.
Cry more.
So
I don't need it. So let's get back on topic here. Why are you voting for the criminal? You don't know his economic policy. You don't know his ACA policy or how he's going to replace it. You don't know any stance regarding the border. So where are we supposed to go from here? Do you want to do a song and dance before you go?
I'm saying that I could not vote for Kamala. She has put innocent men in jail.
Apparently you can't say her name properly either.
What?
Do you want to pronounce the name again? This time try it a different way. Kamala. There you go.
That's
Okay,
what
go
I said.
ahead. That's not what you said. Continue.
Oh, Jesus, I misspoke.
Okay, don't do it again. Continue.
You've done it, so I don't understand the problem.
Continue.
See, I don't understand why you've just been rude.
Hey, do you know again what's rude? Stripping away the rights and freedom of women and then saying that we're the rude ones. No, Democrats ain't
I'm
the rude
saying your
ones here.
tone is rude. I
Yeah,
have no
okay, get over it.
problem with-
Actions speak louder than words. My words shouldn't offend you as much as the way you are voting against the rights of women offend Americans across
Me
the board.
mispronouncing her
Tell me
name was
again.
offensive. Don't
You're
talk.
voting against the right to choose, voting against the right to organize, voting against our veterans and military soldiers, those serving on the front lines. You are voting against law enforcement, voting for a literal felon. Don't tell me what's rude or not. Let's stop playing the game. You're not going to get empathy from me. So tell me again, why are you voting for the felon?
Because the country was better under him.
No, it wasn't. We just went through this. You can even
so you
explain
think
how
that
it was
right
better
now
under
that
him.
we're in so many wars, you think that's good?
Ma'am, what war are we under right now?
What do you mean?
What war are you in right now?
Ukraine and Russia.
You're not in that war.
There's Israel and Palestine.
You're not in that war.
We are funding both
You are
wars.
literally not at war right now. Do you understand that?
Well, you understand that while Trump was in
It was
office,
a yes
he
or
was
no,
able
and
to.
maybe I stuttered. Did I stutter? Let me repeat the question for you. Are we at war right now? Are we at war right now? That was a yes or no.
I'm saying the world is at war.
Are we, America, at war right now?
I said the world
And
is at
I said
war.
this is a yes or no. Is America at war right now?
I literally just said the world is
And I
at
literally
war.
just repeated myself 3 times. Okay, Dory, answer the question. Are we at war right now?
If our money is at, if we're putting money into this, then
That's not how war works.
allies.
Huh?
We're oh my god, we're allies with the UN, and what is the UN doing?
Sir, do you think we're at a world war right now?
No, I believe that there's a lot of wars
Okay.
that wouldn't have happened if Trump was in office.
Why would they have not happened if Trump was in office?
Putin was in fear of Trump.
When did the conflict between Israel and Gaza begin?
October. Well, officially. war
Man,
was
I know you didn't just go to say October 7th.
Let me speak. So,
Yeah, fix that shit. Go ahead.
okay, so the war that is happening now was initiated on October 7th, but
No.
forever there has been conflict between them.
Right. There has been an ongoing conflict for decades. October 7th was a tipping point. Now we understand that we're looking
but
for a
that wouldn't
two-state
have happened.
solution, ceasefire deal, and a hostage release deal that will be achieved under the presidency of Kamala
Actually,
Harris.
no, because
actually,
Biden
yes.
doesn't
And then
actually
Donald
have-
Trump, excuse me, maybe I sounded like I was done speaking, but I don't think I was. And then
You've
Donald Trump
literally
on the other
interrupted me
hand,
so many times,
and
and
you
you
know
get mad
what? We
whenever
can
I
actually
interrupt
get
you.
over it. So Donald Trump on the other hand, what is his solution to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza? Go ahead.
Wait, what?
Do I need to repeat? Did you want me to sing and dance as I do it? Hold on a second. Maybe this will help your processing issue. Why will you vote for Donald Trump when he has no solution to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza?
I could say the same thing about Kamala.
No, I just told you what her solution is.
What? She's done nothing. She's been in office.
So her solution is ceasefire, two-state solution, bring the hostages home. Donald Trump's solution is sit at home and watch, what, reruns of The Canceled Apprentice?
No, but the thing is that Kamala and Biden have not done anything.
They literally have. They've been negotiating a
do not
ceasefire deal.
So
Again, processing issue. What is Donald Trump's solution to the conflict? If you could tell me, then we can move this conversation along.
I'm literally just saying that I just don't like how the country's going right now.
That's fine and dandy, but you don't have a reason to dislike it. Or at least you're not explaining that
I do.
situation coherently.
Fentanyl has been such a huge problem crossing
Can't say
our
that on here.
borders.
Toodles. Hocus pocus. Poof. Goodbye. Can't be talking about that. Silly goose. I didn't even get my drum out. I was going to start doing a whole fiddle for her. I was going to start going, you don't know what Donald Trump is running on. I was going to do a whole thing. Hello, are you voting for the criminal? Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
Poof. Next up. Where is our next victim? Guest. Where is our next guest? Hello, Samantha. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
Oh, wow. You must really hate America, huh? So anyway, when did you start hating America?
I love America, actually.
Yeah, you love America.
But
enough
what
to vote
I'm just
against its own
wondering
interests
is,
and
are
values.
we going to be able to have a constructive, mature
Yeah, continue talking to yourself for a moment. So I'm trying to break it down. When did you start hating America? Was it like a childhood thing or like, I don't know, did America not give you enough candy on Halloween? What happened? Do you want to unmute whenever you're ready? Here, I'll even send you an invite to unmute. There you go. Whenever you're ready. Just curious, why do you hate America so much? Like, is it a childhood
I was
thing?
born and raised in Northern Virginia, right outside of D.C.
Mm-hmm. And
I
so
love
why?
my
Is that
country.
like
I
a
love
really bad
America.
community or something? Is that why you hate
And
America?
Kamala is going to destroy our country, I promise you. Is this going to be a constructive conversation? Are you going to be immature?
Listen,
and can we
again,
have a
take a step back. I don't
constructive
mean-
conversation?
all right, hold
You're
on.
so
Hold on.
immature.
Cry more.
You're
Cry
so
more.
immature.
Ma'am, if you're gonna cry, at least save the tears, put it in the cup so we can drink them later.
I'm not crying.
Okay, well then I'm not
crying
gonna
at
get
all.
any water here, right? So I
But
guess
you're
we're
like
both
19
upset
years
now.
old. Can
All right,
you
listen
have like
closely.
a constructive
Listen
conversation?
Closely. Listen closely.
Or are you going to be condescending
Ma'am.
and a dick?
Ma'am, cry more. At least
No, I'm
while
not
you're
crying.
crying, can you
I've
do
been
something
watching your
productive like
lives
help me
for
hang these
days.
lights?
I've been watching your lives
you-
for
all right,
days, and I
so I have
cannot
a
believe
stalker?
how
Congrats.
immature you are.
Ew,
You are
why
so
you-
immature.
Ma'am, cry more. Again, you just said you were watching my life, like my live for days, and you don't like me. If you don't like me and you're watching me for days, now it just sounds like you're stalking. Which, like, I don't blame you. Maybe you got a crush. Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Can you hurry up and answer? I really don't have all day. This isn't like a...
He has our country's best interests at heart, unlike Kamala, who conforms to whatever
so I
crowd
like how I
she's.
ask you about Trump and you immediately go back to Kamala. Donald Trump didn't have your best interests at heart when he stripped away your right to choose. Donald Trump didn't have your best interests at heart when he stripped transgender Americans out of the military who were serving on the front line to defend your freedom.
Okay,
Donald Trump.
what's
I
more
am
important?
not done speaking. Donald Trump didn't have your best interests at
Transgender
heart.
or Americans?
Oh,
I
see,
don't
here's
give a
what we're gonna
fuck if-
do. Actually, you don't get a choice because I have the mute button and you don't. So, anyway, again, I'm trying to better understand this here. And you're like heavy breathing and stuff in the background. This really isn't that dramatic, ma'am. If you're getting this stressed just talking to me, it might be time to, one, invest in like a treadmill, and 2, it might be time to, like, I don't know, take a breather, calm down. I don't know why you're so stressed. Like, you're not even running. You're just getting angry. For what? Like, for what? So again, if you need an inhaler, I have mine. You can, do you want to borrow mine? Actually, I don't think I want your mouth on anything I'm touching. Anyway, so again, you look at Kamala Harris, who did have the best interest in mind of all Americans, which is why she put forth middle-class policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Package, the American Rescue Plan, and the CHIPS and Science Act that benefited middle-class Americans across the board, created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. When I unmute you, what I want you to do is this. Tell me one single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans, possibly to the same extent that Kamala did. Go ahead.
It's so funny because I'm literally on the treadmill right now, but you just like to bully people and be
really
an
bullying.
asshole. Yes, it is. You're a total
Not
bully.
bullying.
You're nothing but a bully.
Not
You're
really
nothing but a
bullying.
bully.
If you think this is
Yes, you
bullying,
are.
then just watch out.
You.
Quiet time. You're in timeout. It's not nice to call people a bully. If you think that I'm bullying you now, I think the chat can attest. I'm not bullying. This is not bullying. And ma'am, if I was, you would know. So tell me again, can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class? Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. I guess you think I have all night, don't you? Wow. You must be so fun at parties. Very conversational. Okay, you can unmute whenever you're ready. I'll just keep talking to myself until then. I mean, I'd much rather hear my own voice than the likes of yours, but there you go,
Okay,
Samantha.
I'm sorry.
Good girl,
I don't know
you
how
got
to
it.
freaking work TikTok. I
I
didn't
can
know I had
tell.
to physically unmute myself.
Oh.
But you, seriously,
Do you want to keep
you are
trying or just
nothing
name
but
the
a
policy?
bully.
Can
You
just name
bully,
the
bully,
policy?
bully.
Do you know what's
And you
bullying?
look like
I'm tired
an
of this.
idiot.
Shh, quiet. Do you know what bullying is? Bullying is when you bully women by stripping away their right to choose. You're bullying women. Do you know what bullying is? Bullying is, again, when you take those transgender Americans out of the military who are trying to put their lives on the line to protect you. That's bullying. You know what's bullying? Telling,
Okay,
oh, you thought
what's
it was
more
time
important,
to speak. No, it was
transgender?
time for you to So again, it's bullying when you tell a union worker that they can work a full-time job but not earn a
America's
living
more
wage.
important than transgender.
And actually, you who can So again,
Abortion is murder. Abortion is murder. Abortion is murder.
okay, can you calm down?
Abortion.
Can you calm down? You're crashing out.
Abortion is murder.
You're crashing out. Do you want to?
Grow up, bitch.
Let's do a quick breather test. Okay,
Grow
let's
up.
do a quick breath.
Grow up. Grow up.
Let's calm down. Let's take a
Are you
breather.
like
You and I.
19? Are you 19?
You and I. Ready? Let's take a deep breath. Up, and she ran away. I didn't even get the fetus deletus her. Okay, let's get up the next guest. She crashed out so bad that even TikTok was like, we're just gonna get her out. TikTok said, you know what, we're gonna abort her. Poof! She got kicked out. Oh my gosh, even TikTok aborted her. That was funny. She hocus pocused herself mid-conversation. She was like, I have something else to She was like, I got something else to say. And TikTok was like, no, you don't. Hello, Michaela. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, technically I can't vote, but everybody in my household is voting for him.
Hocus pocus? Fetus deletus is a great spell, but it is only legal in some states. Don't try fetus deletus in Alabama, everybody. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Let's get up our next guest. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Julie. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting. Congratulations. You must be so fun at parties. So why are you voting for a criminal felon sexual abuser?
I don't get why you.
I don't get why you couldn't answer the question and you're immediately going into your feelings.
Okay, she's right. You're actually a pussy.
Why
You
are
a pussy.
you voting for the felon? Bridget, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Can you just hurry up and answer?
Well, you don't ever
Are
get
you like
any-
eating the phone or something? Can we talk into the phone properly? Why are you voting for the felon?
Because he makes America great, and this bitch is.
Let's try again. This time, let's say something coherent. Why are you voting for the felon?
Because he'll make America great again.
Wow. Okay. It's giving roaches for raid. So can you tell me a policy that he wants to pass? Maybe we can work from there.
No, I'm going to ask you. You fucking
Sure.
start talking about your policies. You guys
Yeah, more than
are,
happy
you
to.
are a bully. You're a
Yeah,
bully and you
okay.
are a pussy.
Your dad
You
doesn't
hide
think I'm a
behind-
bully. Your dad
You
likes me a
hide
lot.
behind this little TikTok. I'd love
Not really.
to meet you in person.
I would love to meet you in
are
person
a-
too. Are you new here? You know I do this in person far more than I do this online, right? I do this online because I just like to talk to crazies. And you guys aren't as fun in person. You guys seem to be very scared of me in person for some reason.
You
I don't know.
sound like a little gay boy.
Anyway, let's get back into it.
Yeah.
Keep crying. Keep crashing out. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump wants to pass that'll benefit the middle class, and let's work from there.
All the policies that he has, Kamala is stealing. Get that through your head.
Donald Trump
Okay.
literally took no
She
tax
is-
on tips from Bernie Sanders. You understand?
Yeah, no.
Okay, can you shut your dog up before I send it to Springfield? Oh my gosh. I need the barking dog in the background. Gonna make a flapping golden retriever filet mignon. Hi, Michael. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay. Bye, Michael.
I'm here.
No, you're not. Folks, if you want to support me and you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. So if you want to support me and maybe you like what you're hearing today, feel free to do so. All those funds go towards my travel as I continue meeting voters in person across the swing state of Pennsylvania. Or if you haven't already, there's a follow button in the top left corner. Hit that follow button and join our little family. All right, Samantha, unmute whenever you're ready. Samantha?
Can you hear me?
You can. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I am not.
No, I can't hear you. Let's get up our next guest. We will be talking to Kamala supporters, but we aren't doing that quite just yet. We're going to do a few more conversations with Trump supporters, and then we're going to get up some Kamala supporters. And I do want to hear from all of y'all as well. But just for right now, we're just doing Trump supporters. We'll have Kamala supporters up momentarily. Hello, guest.
Hi, how you doing? I'm so sorry. I didn't know that you were only speaking to people.
Oh, no, that's
that
okay.
Trump.
You're good. Come back in about 10, 15,
Got you.
right?
Got you.
I got you. I got you. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest.
Hey, brother, if you ever spoke to me on the street the way that you speak to people in your lives, I'd beat the fucking...
Cry more. If you're going to continue crying, can you do me a favor? I have a cup and it's empty, but I do have the tea bag. I'm sure you're real familiar with tea bags. Can you cry into the cup? Save me the tears. Then I don't have to go run to the sink and fill it up with tap water. Okay. Anyway, on the count of 3, everybody, hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus.
Pussy.
Poof. Goodbye. Oh my gosh. Hi, Sprout. Are you voting for the criminal?
I am not, as you could tell by my shirt.
You can't actually see it. You can't see the profile photo, but I appreciate you coming up. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's gross. Do you want to turn off whatever sound is going on behind you? Okay. I love when MAGA Republicans think that by saying the N-word on a live stream that 2 things are going to happen. 1, they think my live stream is like going to get pulled. Okay. Hi guys, I'm a digital strategist. I work with the numbers and programming and coding behind algorithms. That's not how it works. You get flagged, not me. And then the second part of this is you think it's going to win you over Black Americans, the electorate you need to win the election by running on a live stream and spewing the N-word. Okay, weird strategy, but good luck. Let's try to get up our next guest. A very weird strategy. Okay, that one ran away before they were even born. What just happened? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not. But
Thanks
I
for
have
coming
I
out.
have a question.
I
though.
appreciate it. We are not talking to Kamala supporters just this minute. We will be talking to Kamala supporters very shortly. Right now, we are just looking for Trump supporters. We will be talking to Kamala supporters after, though. Hi, Steph. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm undecided, but most likely Trump, yes.
You're undecided this close to the election.
I haven't been able to.
I don't think there's anything funny about ignorance. I think it's actually quite scary. So tell me again.
I'm not ignorant. That's why are
we
you
don't
being
normally
rude?
make that decision for ourselves, sweetheart, do we? So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, I can say that our interest rates have never been better.
Yes,
at the
today
time
I
that he
agree.
was-
I agree. Our interest rates have never been better than they are today. Can you tell me one
Today?
economic
Damn
policy
real.
that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class? Go ahead. You want to cry more? Oh, she ran. She ran away. All I did was ask for an economic policy that Donald Trump passed, and she couldn't name it, so she ran away. What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh no. Gosh. With the amount of tears from these MAGA Republicans, I could start a water company. Kayla, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. That is so nice. Thank you for the love. Love you right back. Hi, Christian. How you doing? And Elizabeth, thank you as well for the $4 on Cash App. Thank you, folks, for the love. So, are you voting for a criminal today? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Donald Trump.
That's disgusting. Wow. You must be so fun at parties. I bet you get invited to all the sleepovers
I
with
am.
Jeffrey Epstein. So, why are you voting for the criminal?
Mainly because of certain things that Kamala has said during her interviews.
Okay, that makes no sense. At least she's doing interviews. Your question shouldn't be, oh, you disagree with the way Kamala Harris presents herself in interviews. Your question should be, why didn't Donald Trump do 60 Minutes? That's what your question should be. So let me ask you for you, why didn't Donald Trump do 60 Minutes?
Donald Trump has done several interviews.
But not with 60 Minutes. The first president to actually not do it. When Richard Nixon does something that you didn't do, that's how you know you're doing something weird. Because Donald Trump didn't do 60 Minutes, but Nixon did. Come on now. Why
Well,
didn't
I
Donald Trump
guess
do
it
60
really
Minutes?
don't matter that he didn't do it with one person or one.
No, because 60
station
Minutes
or
isn't
something
just,
like that.
to be clear, 60 Minutes isn't an interview. 60 Minutes is the interview. 60 Minutes reaches the largest audience of Americans than any other interview, including all of his Fox News interviews combined. So tell me again,
And I agree
why
with
didn't
you
he
on
do
that.
60 Minutes?
I have no clue why he wouldn't do 60
Right,
minutes.
he was running away
I
from the
agree with
American
you on that.
electorate because he doesn't believe in transparency, Tomater. So what I need you to better reflect in this conversation is, why are you holding Kamala Harris to a higher standard than that of Donald Trump? You're questioning whether or not you like or dislike what she did in her interviews, but at least
First
she
off,
did
I
that.
gotta ask you one
Donald Trump
question.
didn't. You just said you need to ask me a question and then you crashed out. What happened, Christian? My hands are here. I didn't boot you. Didn't boot you. My hands are here. We're innocent. We're innocent. Do you want to get back into the live stream here, Christian, or do you want to run away? It's like a cliffhanger. It's giving like the Hunger Games. Like, you know, like where Mockingjay Part 1 ends on a cliffhanger. Now what? Do we got to wait a whole year before we get Part 2 out of you? You said I have to ask you a question, and then you ran away. What was that? Oh my gosh. Let's get up our next guest. This is fun. I'm having a great time. They're so educated. They're honestly, I've never met people as educated as MAGA Republicans. I mean that so sincerely, with not an inkling of sarcasm.
Someone just broke my house. They're eating my dogs.
Okay, hold on. Fetus deletus. Poof. And then you wonder why some people don't want to be parents. Like, I think I think it's easy to tell why. All right, let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Hello. Okay. Let's get up our next guest. Valente. It's either Valente. Oh gosh, I know I'm butchering your name right now. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate the love. Love you right back. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Michael. Are you voting for the criminal?
A budget Ryan Gosling, and you cancel.
Ryan Gosling. What are we watching, Michael? Is it good?
one of those days.
One of those days. Mm-hmm.
Just lost your dad.
Oh, how I get on there?
You're good. I'll let you go. Have a good one, Michael. Enjoy the show. Let's get up our next guest. Oh my gosh. Folks, if you can't make yourself laugh, you got to be able to make yourself laugh, you know? Nobody else is going to do it for you. Well, except me. I'll make you laugh. Treat you great. Hit that follow button in the top left corner. I'll try my best to make you laugh every day. Hi, Gail. Are you voting for the criminal?
I sure am.
Oh, okay.
Why are you voting
that was a little...
Kamala?
Let me just take a moment and process the way you just said that. All right. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Up your ass.
Okay. I don't know. Ask your dad. All right. I'm going to let you go. We don't run around using the F slur on here. Fetus deletus. Poof. But after you have that conversation with your dad, tell him I said hi. I miss him. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Jay. Are you voting for the criminal?
100%. Are you processing what I said?
No, I'm just deciding if I want to keep listening to that voice the entire live or if I want to change it up to someone else, but I guess we'll entertain it. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Well, the same reason why other people voted for the criminal.
Talk about processing issues. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you good?
Okay. So why are you voting for the criminal? Let's start from the top.
Well, do you want from a subjective standpoint or from an objective standpoint?
I just want something coherent.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you a subjective standpoint. Trump kicked all transgenders out of the military, which I highly support that.
Do you know what I love about the European accent coming out? And I could hear it from the background. First off, let me just say 3, 2, 1 on the count of 3, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof. I love how the European accent slowly starts to come out because you can't hide it much more behind the American accent. Inevitably, it always comes out. If one more European comes up here and tries to tell me how our politics should operate in America, I'm going to go to Amazon, buy a bucket of tea, and throw it in the Boston Harbor. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Who wants to go do a Boston Tea Party? Who's down? I think it's time. I think we need a Boston Tea Party. You guys want a Boston Tea Party? Who's down? Boston Tea Party. Tea.
Hello.
Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Nope, not at all.
Thanks for coming up. We're going to have some Kamala supporters up here in just a little bit if you want to come back. I'll probably be about another 5-10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Yeah. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, this dog is adorable. I hope they don't send it to Ohio. Hi, Miranda. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Miranda, I hear you clicking, but I don't hear you talking to me, Miranda. You know, this isn't the first time I've been ghosted, but it is the first time I've been ghosted by a dog. I want to know your dog's name, but I'm getting nervous. You're probably from Springfield. I'm going to get up our next guest. Sad. It's truly sad. It's honestly sad. I'm so sad. You can tell I'm sad. Oh, that guy's didn't come up. Let me get up our next one. I got ghosted. I got ghosted by a dog. What happened? Let's get up our next. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
When were you born?
2003. November. I turn 21 next month. So excited.
Gotcha. Okay. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Because my dad's voting for him. My dad said that the country and I would be better off.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, forget about independent thinking. Whatever mommy and daddy says, go with that. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Makes real sense. Yeah, of course. Yeah, daddy tells you jump and you say, how high, daddy?
Why shouldn't I vote for him?
For numerous reasons, right? And at the get-go of this conversation, let's recognize that there's 2 candidates in this race. And one of them is a felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster. His name is Donald J. Trump, and that's the candidate you picked. So if daddy's telling you to vote for that, then you and daddy should probably sit down with the therapist and have a deeper conversation. But let's do some education here. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? And please don't say because Daddy told you to.
I guess because he was already our president and he did a good job.
He didn't. How did he do a good job?
Because like groceries or something were like low.
Okay,
and
because
like
of groceries
like,
or something
happier.
were like low. That doesn't make sense. So the inflation rate today is
I don't
what?
have like statistics, I guess.
Oh, I
So,
do.
don't know.
Hi. So the inflation rate today, what is the inflation rate today?
Like I said, I don't have those. I'm sorry.
Okay, what's 2.4%? What was it in 2018? The
Was
answer's
it
kind of shock
more
you.
or less?
No, it's the same thing. So if the
Oh,
inflation
yeah.
rate's identical to what it was in 2018, shocker, shocker, then why might grocery costs be high?
Something about
two-word.
tariffs, right?
No, it's a
Okay.
2-word answer. 2 words.
What's the second
First
one?
word-
Maybe I
first-
could guess it.
Okay. First word is corporate. The second
greed,
word
corporate
is
greed, corporate greed.
Yay, you did it! Wow, congratulations. Here, you got a cookie. So anyway,
I love this.
you don't want to hold corporations accountable for price gouging, but we recognize it's not a hypothetical or a theory. Just last month, Kroger came forward and admitted to price gouging. Their own CEO admitted it. Now they're being held liable in court for that practice. Kamala has a plan to outright ban that practice because price gouging has no reality or truth behind it. The fact of the matter is price gouging is a practice that doesn't need to exist. Corporations like Microsoft were already making record high profits before the price gouging. They'll make record high
Kamala's
profits
gonna make
after
it
price
cheaper?
gouging. She's going to ban the practice of price gouging. Donald Trump has no such plan to do so.
So if they do that, will that actually make things cheaper? Kamala does that?
Yeah.
Damn. That is definitely something to think about. But
okay, I think there's a lot here to think about, and I think that you should do something called it's called independent thinking, and it's typically the thinking we do alone, right? We do at home and alone, and with books, maybe YouTube video it, or an interview, or like, I don't know, anything that doesn't involve me, because I don't need to unwrap whatever's going on here and leave that for somebody else. This ain't Christmas. So, folks, on the count of 3, we're going to fetus, delete us. 3, 2, 1. Fetus, delete us. Poof. Goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. There's a really cool system. It's called Google. It's called Google. It's very, it's new, actually. It's only been around for a couple decades, but it's great. Try it.
You can hear me?
I wish I couldn't. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah, I am. And don't be on no
now I
piss,
really couldn't
bro.
wish it.
Because listen, we grown men, bro. So act like a grown ass man. Anyway.
No, I'm grown man. You're voting for a felon. I wouldn't really say that that's being
But
a
you're a
grown
faggot.
man.
But you're a faggot.
See, and there you go. Cry more. Next. Folks, I will end this live stream. I swear, I'm not just sitting up here getting called the F slur for the entertainment of a bunch of fetuses. Like, what are these fetuses coming up here saying the F slur? Like, oh my gosh. And to their parents, abortion was an option, right? Like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Some of these children, what is going on? This is why I'm proud to be a Democrat, because Democrats don't do this. Only MAGA Republicans do this. Only MAGA Republicans. And the reason they're doing it is because they're so overly emotional. Hello, Colin.
Hello.
Colin, haven't you been up here before?
No, I have not.
No, you have. So you came back for seconds because what?
No, I have.
You were interested? Okay, I'm not. So why are you voting for a felon?
I'm voting for neither.
Oh, gotcha.
They're jokes.
Okay. Congrats. Have a cookie on me. You're welcome. Hi, Uncle Fester. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
It's Uncle Fliz, but no, I'm not. And I just tuned in,
Fliz.
and I really want
appreciate
to
you coming up.
apologize.
I am just looking to talk to Donald Trump supporters right now. We will have Kamala supporters come up in just a moment. And I apologize. I couldn't see the name right. It's very small. I think I have the Addams Family stuck on my brain right now. I have to dress up as Wednesday Addams for my Halloween live stream. I have to dress up as Wednesday Addams for my Halloween live stream because I lost a bet with Tashika. Although Tashika has to dress up as Poison Ivy because she lost a bet with me as well. So she's Poison Ivy and I'll be Wednesday Addams. Hi, John.
How you doing?
Hey, I got one question, bro.
Oh, goodness gracious. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
How can you consider
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
You say
apparently I
about abortion.
stuttered. Apparently I stuttered. Let me try again. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, let's unmute and try to respond. Lou, thank you so much for the $5 for hate crime reparations. Thank you so much, Lou, for the love. I appreciate it. Anyway, John, can you hurry up? I don't really have all night. Well, I do have all night, but I have better things to do. You know?
Why are you able to sit on here?
Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5 for love. I appreciate it,
How can
Rebecca.
you sit on here and get away with abortion? How can you?
Did I have one?
Yes, you have. Now, why can you get away with that? Ask me. How can you get away with that?
How did I have one?
How are you getting away with saying abortion and not getting flagged?
Did I have
Ask me that.
one?
Huh?
I don't know if I had. Yeah.
Yes, you have, sir.
All right. Anyway, you have a good one.
Yeah.
But apparently I have some learning I need to do about my anatomy because I think I'm confused about something, I guess. I don't know.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting. Have a nice day. Okay, wait, that was funny. That was
Ditto.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh.
I think he was complaining about you using the word abortion. And
I thought he was saying I had one. I was like, did I?
So to the gentleman before me, the word abortion is not a derogatory term, okay?
You know, sometimes I do things and then I forget about them. So when he was like, you had one, I'm like, do we know each other? And he wouldn't answer. And I'm like, do we know each other? And did I have an abortion? Answer that question first. I'm like, I need to know. Anyhow, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and coming up. Let's have a chat.
You're a bitch. Look like my nuts, you fag. Fuck you.
Okay, cry more. Why do they do this? Bye. Why? Reparations. I'm done. I quit. Reparations. Venmo, PayPal in the bio. I'm done. I am not getting called these names by a bunch of fetuses. Maybe, I don't know, just unpopular opinion, but I'm pretty sure that's not winning you any votes. I could be wrong, but I just don't think I'm wrong. And then they go to me and they're like, Johnny, you're so disrespectful. Johnny, you're so disrespectful as they do that. Come on. Anyway. Slowly but surely. All right, let's do it this way. If you are a MAGA Republican and you are in my chat box right now, like the little snowflake you are, refusing to do anything but be a keyboard warrior, again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, get your butt into my guest request. Otherwise, going forward, my moderators will be booting you out of this live faster than Donald Trump's rear end is going to get escorted into a prison cell after sentencing. Hopefully, you little snowflakes, that was better for you. Okay? Hopefully that helps. Did that help? Great. I don't need a bunch of keyboard warriors. It's just embarrassing for y'all, you know? Again, we're going to get Kamala supporters up momentarily, but for now, we're just looking for Trump supporters who apparently are too scared to come up. Brad, how are you voting for the criminal? Okay. All right. That was Brad. Apparently, he heard criminal and he was like... It's like all MAGA Republicans. They hear the word criminal and they immediately just, they hear the word Donald Trump and they're like, oh, or I put on the wig and immediately the mood changes and they go from really angry and mad at me to oh, Johnny's looking attractive now. I throw the wig on, I use my tiny little hands, I talk with a Trump accent and they immediately fall in love and they get a crush. It's weird. Anyway, hi, are you voting for the criminal?
Yes.
That's disgusting. but congratulations, I guess. So why are you voting for a felon?
Because he opposes to teach young children about
He
transgender
opposes
topics.
to teach young children, pretty much, period, right? Because he said he wanted to defund the Department of Education. You understand that? So that's going to lead to us having more people like you who didn't get a proper education. Do you really want more
do have
people
a
like
proper
you?
education. I just don't believe that
Do you
small
want the
children should
question?
be taught.
Do you really want more people? And this is rhetorical. Do you really want more people running around like you, uneducated? No.
I
So
am
let me better
educated,
understand
actually.
this.
I just
Okay,
don't
sure.
think that you're educated
Anyway,
because you
anyway,
think that
okay,
young children
thank
should
you.
be taught
Anyway,
transgender topics while they're still very
Crime
young.
more. Are you done? Fantastic. So why are you voting for a criminal? And this time use a coherent remark. Donald Trump is defunding the Department of Education. That's via his own platform. And that's not the flex you think it is. Right? So tell me why
What you
should...
say
Why
is
should you're
true.
supposed to make an argument? Maybe
I
you're
honestly
confused.
think
Maybe you're
that-
confused, which isn't new for you. I'm sure you're confused often. Tell me again. You're up here to make an argument as to why people would want to vote for Donald Trump, and your only argument right there was division. You say, well, Donald Trump won't let transgender Americans exist. That's not winning you votes, right? That's not going to win you a vote. In fact, it's going to lose you votes from the LGBTQ plus community, which is an electorate you need to win the election. So you're deeply confused and you're not helping Donald Trump. If Donald Trump was here, I could assure you he would not marry you. And that's saying a lot because he'd pretty much marry anything with legs. So you have an echo, scroll out to the homepage, scroll back in, and this time try to tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump in a coherent manner. Scroll out, scroll back in. And this time try to tell me why. Okay, you have an echo, goodbye. Can we get some rainbow flags in the chat? Let's get some rainbow flags in the chat. I want to see all the rainbows. I want to see all the rainbows. What's the slogan? Taste the rainbow? Like, what's the slogan? Do you guys know the slogan? Taste the rainbow. Was that Skittles? That's Skittles. I think it's Skittles. Taste the rainbow, MAGA. Throw all the rainbows in the chat. Let the MAGA Republicans taste the rainbow. Neo, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep, probably.
Okay, hold on one second. It's breaking up a little bit. Where did I put? There it is. Fetus deletus! Poof! Gone. Aw. They got poofed out of existence. Deanna, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love, Deanna.
One-off.
Exactly.
You can't.
It's happening in mass. Like
No, and has there been any politicians or anybody arguing that we should teach children to be transgender or whatever? No.
I don't think that there have been any
There's no
politicians
liberal
arguing
argument
that.
for it.
story of one thing happening in one school.
Exactly.
And then
This
they
is
make it seem like it's
crazy.
happening rampantly.
It's a crazy thing to say.
It really is crazy.
Every
It's
elementary
crazy.
school has a litter box now. And it's like,
Yeah.
No, CD Daxon, I agree. It really is crazy.
Oh my God, I didn't know I was on.
Now you do. Hi, how you doing?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm doing good. We're just having a conversation. You, me. Who are you with?
I'm with my husband.
Nice to see you both. Hope you're having a great night.
Yeah, I was just saying how it's so stupid that they're trying to say that they're teaching kids to be transgender.
It's so ignorant on their part. I don't understand the whole argument. It's like, do we live in the same reality or what? Anyway, thanks for coming up. Have a good one, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
And Kristen, thank you so much for the $5 and the love. I appreciate it, Kristen. Let's get up our next guest. I know that I shouldn't, when people accidentally join, I know that I shouldn't, overstay my welcome, if you will, but I just can't help myself. It's like the holidays. I'm always the last one to leave, and then they come into the live, and I'm just like, hey, hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
That's disgusting.
How's it disgusting?
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't know if I explained it to you. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Where was the
You're voting for the criminal because?
I sure am. I'm voting for the criminal. I'm Hispanic. And,
okay, well, this isn't helping
he's
you.
done better. He's done better for this country than
gotcha.
that indie ass bitch over
Giving
there.
roaches for raid.
Yeah, no.
She's
snails for salt. Snails for salt.
She ain't done nothing, man.
Okay, can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal? And this time speak in a coherent manner where maybe we can better understand.
Listen to me. Listen to me. This country was better when he ran it. Everybody knows it. Y'all don't see anything. Y'all only see y'all's Democrat side news, CNN. Right now, go on your TV and pull up Newsmax and see what they're telling you. You, Parker, all y'all on TikTok.
Okay, can you answer the question? I don't need your whole coming of age life story. Not because I don't want to hear it, but I just don't want to hear it. So why are you voting for the criminal? Can you break it down? And this time, here's a challenge for you. Here's a challenge for you.
This country was ran better by Donald Trump.
Okay, tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Go ahead. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5. Kirsten just gave me $5. Wait, hold on. I want to tell you something. Are you listening? Are you listening?
No, you listen to me.
Okay, quiet time. You're going to listen to me. So Kirsten just gave me $5 because she hates you. Well, actually, she said it was for the Harry Potter wand, but I knew what she meant. So thank you. Thank you for being so hateable. Because of you, Kirsten gave me $5. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? And if you could hurry up, that'd be great.
Again, I don't know the policy, but
okay, yeah, of course you don't. So anyway, do you know anything?
Correct. You don't either. You have to have Google and all that on your
I just need a brain.
Notepad and everything.
If I only had a brain.
No, man,
yeah, I have a brain.
Yeah, I do too.
What's the one from the Wizard of Oz? Everybody in this world knows. Hold on, I'm having a moment with my chat. Quiet, talk to yourself. What's the one from the Wizard of Oz that didn't have the brain? The lion needed courage. The Tin Man needed a heart, right? It was heart for Tin. Scarecrow. That's what it is. You're the Scarecrow. Can you unmute? Scarecrow?
Okay,
great. So why are you voting for the criminal? You can't name a single policy. So what am I supposed to do? Entertain you with a song and dance?
I'm sitting here telling you, I don't know none of the policies, but I'm sitting here telling you, I'm 32 years old, and this world is better.
You're 32?
Correct.
I thought you were far older than that.
No, I'm 32 years old, buddy.
Wow.
I'm probably the same age as you.
Wow.
But what I'm saying, everybody out here in this world knows that we was living better on Donald Trump when he was running president. I don't know the policies. And I don't care the policies.
So you don't know any policy. Hold on. So you don't know any policy.
Listen.
You don't know any policy.
Let me tell you one thing.
The reason why I thought you were far older than 32 is because you're crashing out, and it's a little bit early to be sundowning right now, right? So I'm trying to understand. See the emotional unmuting you're doing? See the screaming over me you're undoing? Like, see all this? You don't got to do all this. You don't got to do all this. So you don't know any policy. So let me tell you a policy. Can I explain a policy to you? And you tell me if you agree or disagree with it? Come on. Come back.
Yeah, you can explain. I was watching your live the past 2 days in a row.
Kirsten
You want to say all this about Kamala's policy and you want to trick people.
Oh my gosh.
You're not gonna get me, buddy.
Why are you... Oh, Kirsten said with another $5, I was absolutely right. She does hate you. Thank you so much, Kirsten, for the love.
Hey,
and Rogelio, thank you so much for being so hateable.
Yes, correct.
It's because of you, I just got $10. So thank you so much. Thank you for being hateable.
Well, you're welcome,
so tell me
you're
again.
welcome.
Tell me again. Yeah. So tell me again. Yeah, folks, if you hate him, feel free to pitch in. Venmo, PayPal, my bio. Anyway, so tell me again. You don't know a single policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class economically, but you want me to entertain you like you can't talk about policy, which is arguably the most important facet of today's politics. So if I tell you a policy, you'll tell me what you do and don't agree with. Okay.
Because I'm not gonna
Can I
answer.
tell you a policy? Can I tell you a policy? Can I tell you a policy?
It's Kamala's policy.
Okay, let's move on. Next. He's lashing out. Listen, guys, I get it. If you need therapy, therapy's therapy. Like, seek it. But I am not qualified to be a therapist. Well, actually, I am, but I'm not qualified to be a therapist for whatever y'all got going on there. And Michaela sent $5 to kick him. Thank you so much for the love, Michaela. Hi, Vern Reno or and Carrie. Thank you for the love as well. Are you voting for the criminal?
I already did.
That's great. You want a fucking cookie? Here, go ahead, snack on it.
Thanks.
Anyway, congratulations. You voted away your own rights and freedoms. Do you have kids? Do you have a daughter?
Yeah, I do actually.
You do? Wow, congrats. In 10 years, she's certainly not going to hold a grudge against you for, voting her rights away. I'm sure she'll love you. She's going to say, thanks, Daddy. Merry Christmas. I'm so glad I can't choose my rights and freedoms now as I go give birth to Uncle Daddy's baby. I hope you have a great day, Daddy. Thanks so much. Okay,
Are you
anyway,
serious? Both
thank
of
you
my
for coming
kids are
up.
having kids right now.
Quiet. Thank you for coming up. Bye. Let's get up our next guest. Some people call it mean. I call it a reality check. Hi, Mitchell. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, as long as you know. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I think that when he was in office before...
You know what? Actually, wait, hold that thought. I decided I'm bored of you. Thank you for the fireworks, Alex. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alex. Let's get some Kamala supporters up here. I'm tired of hearing the nonsense from MAGA Republicans. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, come on. Request to join the live. Get on up here. Where's my Kamala supporters at? Come on in. Where are y'all at? Let's do it. If you're voting for Kamala, join the guest requests. Let's have a chat.
Hi, Johnny.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I'm definitely voting Kamala.
Tell us more.
The convict. I'm voting for Kamala because women's rights, period. Also, to her, she's actually has a degree in economics, so I would prefer to listen to her instead of a criminal. And I absolutely love how she does everything with style. Truly, style and grace. Sorry, y'all.
This I love. I love when, and thank you for bringing up the economics degree, because you look at Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are like, he's a businessman. Okay, first off, didn't help us the first time, right? And the business thing, the tariffs, the tax hikes, didn't help us the first time. But also, like, Donald Trump's a businessman. He's going to run our country like a business. America's not a business. Name one other business that has a superpower military. Name one other business that has a multi-billion-dollar budget that impacts the life of middle-class Americans. Like, it's just... Let's be so real, right? Exactly. And Donald Trump couldn't run a business right the first time. Where's Trump Water, Trump Vodka, Trump Airline, Trump University, Trump Steak, Trump Casino? How do you bankrupt a casino? The whole point is to take money.
Incompetent person ever. Honestly, people who vote for him, brain unalive, excuse me. Also, Blaga.
I think that honestly, saying that they're brain unalived is an insult to those who are brain unalived, because this is worse. Like,
right, they didn't want to be there in the first place. You're correct. You're
right?
correct.
At least those who, at least somebody who is brain unalived knows that if you have nothing nice to say nothing at all. MAGA Republicans say whatever nonsense comes out of their mouth and just spews blatant racism across the board. It's just...
Right. And I love how when you ask them about policy, they get to shaking that badussy and they don't know what they're doing. Oh
my gosh, I'm going to cry. Thank you so much, Tam, for coming up.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, this is my beautiful friend. I love Diva so much. Hello. Devin, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it. With the rainbow flag. Thank you, Devin. Thank you for the support and the love. How you doing? So tell us, why are you voting for Kamala?
Because she's not a convicted felon or an adjudicated rapist. No, I'm just kidding. It's because she's the fucking smartest one that's running. She's the only one she's the only one that has served in all three branches of government. She's worked in all three branches of government. She's had over 21 years of public service for the people. When she was an attorney, she would get up in front of the court and she would say, whenever they introduce themselves to the judges in the court, they're saying, I'm Kamala Harris for the people of the state of California. So she's always been for the people. And her policies reflect that she is for the people.
No, 100%.
Their policies reflect their ideals and their goals, and hers are directed toward the people, and his are directed toward corporations and the wealthy.
Right. No, 100%. I mean, Kamala Harris has never forgotten about her middle-class roots, while Donald Trump seems to think the middle class is a recipe for cookies or something, which is just weird. But, Kamala wasn't fed everything on a silver spoon like Donald Trump. Right? Donald Trump sat on a gold toilet, and that's how he spent his days. Kamala Harris was fighting to lock up criminals and to fight for our freedoms and our rights, fight for the middle class and uplift the working people. I mean, That's Kamala. Donald Trump is a criminal who does not know what the middle class is and apparently has an issue with immigrants unless he's marrying them. So, yeah, I'm going to pick Kamala every time. But
Correct. And I just wanted to thank you for coming up on my panel today. It was super fun.
that was so fun. I appreciate it. I was like, I want to eat my little things because I have like all these little cookies and things and I like, you know. And then I was like, I shouldn't go on live and sit there eating. So it's like, well, Dava is very smart, so I'll go on her live and then just eat my eat my calories away.
Exactly. But also, how do you bankrupt 3 casinos? Not 1, not 2, but
Right?
3. How do you bankrupt a casino when the house always wins?
Exactly. Like you had to have been like trying. Like you had to have been trying. But anyway, thanks for coming up. Good seeing you.
Thanks, honey. Love ya. Bye.
Love you. Let's get up our next guest. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Devin. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Are you voting for Kamala?
Oh yeah, I already voted for her like 2
Did you?
weeks ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What state?
Rhode Island.
Nice. Well, thank you for voting. So why'd you vote for Kamala?
I voted for her because she's like a prosecutor. I met her in California when she was the attorney general running, and she ran for president too. And we wanted to vote for her, but she had already dropped out of the race.
Yeah. See, this is why I'm so glad that Joe Biden picked her, because I'll be so candid about this. Like, I'll be so candid, everybody. If Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala Harris, there is a good chance I might have not voted in 2020, but I did vote, and very proudly, because of Kamala Harris. And I'm so excited to make her our next president because it does not get more qualified, more intelligent. I mean, she is the definition of America, and I'm so excited to have her running the country. Devin, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time. Alrighty, folks and friends, let's get up some more folks. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I want to hear from you. I want to know. I want to know. Hi, Trina. Are you voting for Kamala?
I am.
Tell us why.
Well, she's better for the people, and she's more genuine, and she cares. Of course, I love her policies a lot more. The main 2 are cutting costs on health care and women's rights.
It really does come down to freedom, I think, in this election, right? It's whether or not we want to protect freedom in its entirety, or do we want to overthrow it and move into fascism? I mean, Donald Trump's own chief of staff called him a fascist recently.
Yeah.
Like, does everybody in the chat, do y'all understand the gravity of that? If Kamala's chief of staff called her a fascist, MAGA Republicans would be running that for decades. They'd never let her live a day without hearing it. Donald Trump gets called a fascist by his own chief of staff, and MAGA Republicans are like, that's a normal Tuesday. Like, they're so willing to feed into fascism. It's beyond wild.
Right. And I don't want to have to fear, because I don't have children right now, but I don't want to have to fear to have them under him. You know, I wouldn't fear to have children under Kamala.
Right. Right. And at least, under Kamala Harris, too, you'll get a personal, like a child tax credit. Through Donald Trump, he's like, nope.
Right.
No.
Yeah, he expects us to drop our children off to the grandparents.
Yep.
That's not the case for everyone.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Trina, so much for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Alrighty, folks, let's get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, jump on into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. We got a lot of folks in the guest request, so I'm trying to be relatively quick. Holly, hi.
Hello, Johnny. Thank you for accepting my...
Thank you for coming up. So why are you voting for Kamala?
Oh, well, why wouldn't I?
Good question.
Really. Okay, first of all, she's more for the people than any other party any other nominee has ever been, I think. She's for the middle class, and she's pro-choice.
Yep.
I love that. And okay, yes, I have a disability, and I am affected by a lot of the laws and insurance, and I think insurance should be free to everyone, or it should be easier to attain than what the opposition wants. And she is so experienced. She has the most experience. And she, like Biden, he was vice president, and he had the experience. He knew what was going on. He knew exactly. He was so eloquent. He knew exactly what to talk about. He was just amazing, and she is exactly that. She is coming on, and she's so smart. She speaks so well, and she has our best interests at heart. She is just amazing, and I'm so ashamed by her opposition. I don't know why he's able to run.
Your question's as good as mine. If I could take a time machine back to our founders and beat their butts for the fact that they let a felon step into the candidacy, it's beyond wild. And oh my goodness gracious. I want to say first off, thank you so much for coming up and speaking on this. And I think it's inspiring to hear from you about this subject, because in part, we recognize that Kamala really is building a community that welcomes everybody, unlike Donald Trump, who divides and separates and secludes. Kamala says, come to me. I will fight for you. I will take you with me, and we will cross that finish line together. While Donald Trump says, you know what? No child left behind. Leave him behind. It's like...
Exactly. That's shameful.
Right. But Holly, thank you. Thank you so much again. Now, did you say that you already voted, or were you planning on voting?
Yes, I already voted.
You did. That's awesome. Can we get some W's in the chat for Holly, please? Thank you so much for voting.
I love watching you. And so I am pro-choice, and I support LGBTQ, all of that, because that's so dear to my heart. And I mean, I'm straight, no big deal. But I just think that everybody should have rights.
Agreed.
Everybody should be treated the same. And I'm so offended that they're not.
Agreed. Well, thank you again. Thank you again, Holly. I hope you have a great end to your weekend. Thanks again.
Thank you, Johnny. You too.
Alrighty, folks and friends, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. God, lower my volume.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited you picked me. I love you, Johnny.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited you're here. I love you too. So tell me why
anyways, I just had to, yes, I've already voted. I'm 55. I'm in Florida. And of course, I voted for the only qualified candidate that's running, Madam VP. But the laughs that you give me and the Uncle Daddies and everything, you make my day most of the time. So please keep doing what you're doing. And it also makes my day when you share that you have changed people's mind and that they've shared that with you. That is everything. And that's why you do that. I'm involved in a little small live that I do, and it's worth it every day if it's just one person.
I agree.
Change mind.
I will say, and it's becoming more frequent. Now, I'm not trying to say this as a flex on this one, because there's a lot of compliments in this one, but I want to read this message because I just received it from a MAGA Republican who is now voting for Kamala. They said, "Hey, Johnny, I'll be honest with you. I've been watching you for a couple of days, and that's all I needed to be swung from Republican to Democrat. You're really knowledgeable, and I appreciate what you're doing. So thank you so much again. Know that I have Kamala's back." And I was like... Okay.
It almost brings you to tears because you're making a difference. That's all we can do in this world is make a difference. And I want to thank you so much.
We're all doing it together. It's all of us. So thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the good work. I love you, Johnny.
Love you right back. Folks, I hope you know that you're also all part in that too. It's because of what you say in the chat. It's the time you're taking out of your day to engage in the conversations that we're having, whether it be calling out a MAGA Republican who says something silly, or whether it be providing fact checks in the chat. Like, you're all part of this. Like, I hope you know that. When it's not like Johnny flipped 3 people. No, we flipped 3 people. We flipped 3 people. That's us. We did that today. We flipped 3 people today. That was you guys too. Hi, Joyful Heart. How you doing?
Hey, I'm great. I'm a brand new fan, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm a fan of you too.
Thank you.
Pardon my cough. So why are you voting for Kamala?
I'm voting for her for many, many reasons, and it would take a whole hour to go into a dissertation, but it's all her economic policies, it's her practicality, it's her culture, it's her character. I don't think I can tell you anything new, but can I just give you just a little tip from Generation X warrior who's been on the abortion battle lines for decades? Do not ever forget that even with healthy pregnancies, women risk permanent disability and death. And to me, that's the biggest reason to make it a medical procedure and to make it a federal law. That's what I want people to remember. And I hear a lot of people who go on about rights, yada, yada, yada. And I think that's fabulous. But being pregnant is a risk of death. And I think every woman, every person should always be able to say, no, I do not want to risk death. Bottom line. That's it. You should have the right to say, absolutely not.
Can I also just say, as a Gen Xer, like, thank you from a Gen Zer, because I'm so sick and tired. It's always, I hear so much like slander and so much, you guys aren't doing anything and you guys gave us Trump and blah, blah, blah about Gen X. But like, y'all taught me everything I know, like down to whether it be making phone calls to voters or whether it be organizing or running a campaign or programming. Like, literally, Gen X has taught me absolutely everything I know, down from my teachers in my school district growing up to the people at the community center who taught me to be true to myself. So thank you, Gen X. And thank you, Joyful Heart.
My first campaign volunteer was as a teenager for a Dem in Texas. When actually we used to have a lot more Dems in Texas, trust me, which is why I'm so disappointed in my home state.
I hear that.
Makes me sad, makes me cry to even see all the stuff that's going on in my state. Because we were not like that.
My childhood community 20 years ago had a Republican state representative, Republican Congress member, 2 Republican senators, a Republican governor, Republican president. 20 years later, Democratic president, 2 Democratic senators, a Democratic governor, Democratic congressman, and Democratic state representative. Nothing changed. There was no redistricting. It's just that communities change over time as they get more educated. And we're coming for Texas. We're coming for Florida. We're coming for North Carolina.
I absolutely hope so. And I hope you're part of the movement. And I think you're doing a fabulous job. And when I first listened to you, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were kind of rude. But now that I'm like the biggest fan, I'm like, this is what they need because we got to get over their gish galloping and their craziness and you're just the person needed to do it. And I am absolutely in awe of your generation because I actually think y'all are taking up the banner and doing it in a fabulous way.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming up.
You are so welcome. Have an amazing week.
You too. Oh, gosh, tomorrow's Monday. Oh, no, tomorrow's Monday. Oh, no. Guys, we all have work tomorrow. Can we just pretend like it's Saturday? Can we all just pretend it's Saturday? Tomorrow's Sunday. We're just going to pretend. It's Saturday, tomorrow's Sunday, we don't have work, yay! You know what is exciting though? Bruce Springsteen and Obama. I was invited to their concert. I'm debating if I'm going to go to that or not. In Philadelphia, they're doing that like Bruce Springsteen, Obama concert. Debating if I'm going to go. I don't know if I'm going to go. I want to go. Love Bruce Springsteen. But I was really hoping to meet some voters in Senate. Oh, not going to say where I'll be. Never mind. Not going to say where I'll be. Hi, Jim. Hi, everybody. Hi, folks. I see you.
Hi, Johnny.
Jim
I
and
absolutely love you. I watch you every
Shucks.
day. I love you. I'm Pennsylvania, baby.
You're a Pennsylvania?
I'm right by you.
Hey.
I'm not far from you. We're neighbors.
Oh, wait, we're neighbors?
We are.
Oh, wait, don't say where. Don't say where.
We'll give you a hint.
What's the hint?
Hometown Biden.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to show up again on election day? The past 2, he went there. He was there.
Yeah, he was here. So wasn't Trump. He was here too. And he would not. He had so much traffic backed up in my area, and because he wouldn't do the Biden Expressway. He refused to let the car go down the Biden Expressway because they named an expressway after him. So the traffic, people were so pissed off. Unbelievably. Everybody was at rage. Nobody can get to work because he would not take the Biden Expressway to get into the town.
It's just I love riding the Biden Expressway. I think it's the coolest thing. Like,
I like it too.
Although,
and I'm proud to ride it.
We are going to have, let me tell you, we ride at dawn if Joe Biden does not put his presidential library there. I'm telling you now. that library.
I think he will. I think he will.
I think he will too. But if he doesn't, we right at dawn. Like
absolutely. Absolutely. But I have to say, Johnny, I watch you every day. I love how you put these MAGAs in their place and you shut them right out with Hocus Pocus. And I love it. I just sit and I laugh my ass off. You just make my day. You really do.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the
awesome.
love.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Voting. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, ready, folks? Let's get up our next guest. You know, Donald Trump is just jealous that Joe Biden has the Biden Expressway because the only thing they're naming after Donald Trump is a bunch of dumpsters and garbage cans. You know, it's like Trump dump or like Trumpster dumpster, and you know what I'm saying? Anyway, hi guest, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala?
Freaking course.
That's awesome. So did you already vote? Are you planning on voting?
No, I'm planning on voting. We don't have early voting in Alabama.
Gotcha. So why are you voting for Kamala?
Because she's the only one with a brain.
That's the truth. That is the truth right there.
But no, I'm voting. Even though my kids are over the age of 21, I'm voting for my kids because I have a daughter. One day she wants to have kids. And I have 2 sons that are black men. So, you know, I want them to be safe in this country. So that's why I'm voting for Kamala.
That's awesome. You know, I want to say massive shout out to y'all in Alabama too, because, you know, again, Georgia, right, Arizona, right, they flipped their states, they flipped blue, they flipped their Senate seats. But I think we all moved on far too quick from Doug Jones. Like, the fact you folks did that in Alabama, like, that will forever be the most inspiring thing to me ever. Like, just the fact that you folks won that Senate seat. I don't know. I just think it's so inspiring. And I'm never going to get over that.
If we could get rid of Mima, we'll be doing just fine.
Yeah.
She's a piece of work. I'm sick of her.
I know. I've been reading a lot into her, and so I'm just kind of like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm really sorry. And Texas, to all of y'all in Texas, too.
Is still, like, here. Why is she still around? It's so weird.
We're going to have to start asking God about that one. But anyway, thank you so much for coming up and taking the time.
Thank you for choosing me, and you have an awesome week.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, folks. I think we're going to do a couple more. I want to hear from a couple more folks. And then I got to get going because I want to make my puppy some dinner because he's hungry. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi. Oh my
Hi.
gosh. I love you. My mom is going to die because she loves you. Her name's Diana Powers. She loves you.
Oh, I love Diana.
Oh, she's the best.
Oh, Diana's your mother?
Yeah, she's my mom.
Oh, you're an amazing family. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Well, so tell me, so why are you voting for Kamala?
Well, I just did. So
let's get some W's in the chat, please.
We're in
That's
Washington,
awesome.
Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I have 3 things. I'll try to do it quickly.
Sure.
1, so 2016, I worked for the Democratic Party in Eastern Washington, which is awful. It's bad. It's like completely different from the western side of the state. I live in the western side of the state now, and it was very traumatizing because of, we all know why. So I took a lot of time off, and now to just like, I looked at my mom, she was just here when I was voting, and I said, here I go, voting for another woman again. Like, it's a little traumatizing, but like, I feel good. I feel very good. 2, abortion rights. I know I live in Washington, but I have a weird relationship with abortion because I have 2 children. You could probably hear SpongeBob in the background, but I have 2 children, and I almost died both times I was pregnant, and I did want my children, but looky here, she's here.
I saw Mama Powers in the chat, and I was like,
dogs are barking. They're very excited. The dogs are barking. They're very excited. Anyway,
I was driving home from Stephanie's house, and I was like, "That's my daughter."
She's gonna die. I was like, she's gonna die.
I want to say.
So yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. After you.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if I get pregnant again, I even though like I could probably take it to term, I will get an abortion, and that just scrambles people's Republicans' minds, because they're like, oh, you look healthy, you look fine, but I have 2 autoimmune disorders, which goes into my third thing, which people don't know about a lot. There are a few bills in Congress right now for disability, which would make it, I wish I could remember the bill name, but it would make it the access to disability and the wait time for gaining disability much shorter. Like right now, you can only have $3,000 or $2,000 in your bank account if you have a disability. If you're on disability at a time. If you ever go above that, you cannot be on disability. So I'm disabled. Right now I can't apply for disability because of how much my husband makes. So if Trump wins, that can't happen. There's no way those bills go through. So and that's an intersectional problem. Queer and minority people have a higher rate of disability because trauma causes autoimmune disorders. So it's very important to me that we go forward instead of backwards on this. But yeah,
Well, first off, I want to say just thank you both so much, for fighting this.
Love you, Johnny.
Because you folks, you cause good trouble like you're supposed to. You fight the good fight like you're supposed to. But it's also just so inspiring seeing, families fight this fight. Because one, yes, defeating MAGA Republicans truly is fun for the whole family. It's even more fun than playing like a board game of Monopoly. But also, it's just so inspiring that first off, you Mama Powers are teaching your kids values like Stephanie knows, and then Stephanie just knowing that you're going to be taking on this fight for generations. I just think it's so inspiring. So thank you so much.
I have my daughter here, and what did you say to the Moms for Liberty people when they canceled the drag show for books? Did you say, I wanted a book, you fucking books? She said, my daughter, she was like 3.5. We stopped and I was like yelling at some Moms for Liberty people because they got a drag show story hour canceled, and she was so excited. She wanted to go so badly, and she, we cuss in our house, but she rolled down the window and said, I just want a book, you fucking fucks.
Smart daughter. That's awesome.
I know.
That's awesome. Listen, you got to teach them young. You got to be fierce
really
young.
You really do.
Never be a pushover. Ever, ever, ever. Otherwise, you have MAGA Republicans coming for your rights. You got to slap them down.
Yep.
And Johnny, I'm Stephanie's gay mother, so. I'm LGBT and I'm Stephanie's big old gay mother.
That's awesome. Well, thank you both so much again for fighting the good fight and for inspiring all of us, and especially inspiring me. I mean that you inspire me, so thank you so much.
Oh, that you inspire me as well. Oh,
I gotta stop or I'm gonna start crying on a live stream. Let's not do this. I'll see you guys later.
All right, bye, Johnny.
Bye.
I don't know how to leave.
I got you. Bye, Mama Powers. Have a good day or night.
Johnny,
or night. I think it's 9 p.m. East, so 6 West. Could still be day-ish, I guess. Not really daytime anymore. It's not really daytime anymore. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more, I think. See, I want to scroll to the front here. Oops. I almost put a trumper up here. I don't want any of that. Thank you very much. I'm going to make a board game called Trumpopoly, and it's where you just make fun of MAGA Republicans the entire time. Fun for the whole family. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
Hey, Johnny. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala Harris?
I already did.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. How was the process? Was it good? If it was bad, be honest.
No, it was good. I already voted in Colorado.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's an important state too.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank you. You sent me a friend request the other day.
Oh, did I?
Yes, so thank you for that. I wanted to.
I think I remember this. Oh, no, I definitely remember this. Oh, we're friends.
Yes, we're friends.
It's always good meeting a friend.
Yes, so thank you for that. I wanted
especially speaking of, wait, you're not in Bobert's. You're not in Bobert's district, are you?
No, thankfully, but I am in Colorado. But yes, I am in Colorado. But no, thankfully, I'm not. But we do need to get rid of her. Yes,
we really do. The fact that she ran districts, like she just ran away, is wild to me. I don't know how they let her do that.
No, I don't either. But we do need to get the hell. We do need to get her the hell out of. Yes.
She must have been so happy that Beetlejuice 2 came out, though. More fun for her, I'm sure.
Right. No, but yeah, as you know, I am trans, so that's one reason I'm voting for Kamala is because I am trans, and I've been transitioning for 6 years, so that is one of my biggest reasons for LGBTQ rights, and I honestly did vote for Trump back in 2016 when I thought he was going to be, for LGBTQ Americans, and I'm scared to admit that, but No
reason to be scared to admit that.
Well,
he tricked a lot of us.
He did, and he's just a piece of shit now. And I thought he was going to be for us, and he turned out not to be. And
lied, exactly.
He did, and now I've got a 19-year-old daughter who is LGBTQ as well, and I'm fighting for her rights is not only in LGBTQ but for her bodily autonomy as well. So it's all of it. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for fighting the good fight, for fighting for your daughter, for putting your family first, and also you shouldn't be ashamed, and you shouldn't be shying away from admitting that you voted for Trump in 2016. You should be proud to say you voted for Trump in 2016 and you are now voting for Kamala Harris. That's a flex. That's a good thing,
Thanks for bringing me up, Ronnie.
Thank you for coming up. Love you right back. Have a good one, okay?
You too, buddy. Bye.
I think we call it here. What do we think? I think we call it here. I think we call it here for the night. And we all go have a good dinner. I know, guys, I'm sorry. I know. There are so many folks. There are so many requests right now in the guest requests. And I'm sorry if I didn't get to you. I wish I could bring up everybody at once and then we could all chat. But I try to keep it just one at a time because I do want to talk to folks individually and to ensure that folks have that time. We unfortunately have to miss some folks tonight, so I apologize if you didn't get the chance to come up tonight. I am really sorry. But we will continue doing this at the end of every night, so I do hope to get you up here and to conversate with you. But that being said, if you do still want to chat and maybe you aren't getting on the live, feel free to message me. I answer all my messages myself. That's me. That is me messaging. I want to say a massive thank you as well to the folks who are supporting me via Venmo and PayPal. Like, that is beyond kind. I want to say a massive thank you to Tara. Thank you so much to Andrew, to Devin, to Kirsten. I want to be clear. Those dollars that you send my way to support me, those contributions, know that that's not like, I don't take that and then go like, I'm not like, oh, I'm spending this on video games. Like, no, those dollars go immediately towards funding for travel. So, for example, if I travel from Erie, Pennsylvania to the Poconos of Pennsylvania, or just last week, I went from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia to Harrisburg to Philadelphia to Penn State to Philadelphia to the Poconos. Tomorrow I'll be going back to the center of the state. It goes towards that travel as well, while I am running around meeting voters and whatnot. So know that those are going towards a good cause. I don't think folks are asking about a raid. I don't think we need to do a raid. I don't think we could do a Parker raid. Parker's on. If you are still interested in hearing more conversations, I think if you go to Parker Get a Job, if anybody wants to comment it, maybe we can pin it. For those of you who don't know Parker, and I hope everybody does, nice guy. seems to have kind-hearted values. So I would suggest maybe going to Parker Get a Job is his username, PARKER, and then get a job. And let's do a Johnny raid. I've never done a Johnny raid. I wonder what a Johnny raid would be like. Are Johnny raids normal? Do we call it that? A Johnny raid? Anyhow, I hope you folks have a good night. Folks are commenting that Parker Get a Job username here. So here, let me pin. Oh no, wait, that's Park Get a Job. Whoops, I pinned the wrong one. I messed up. I pinned the wrong name. No, how do I get it down? Alexander, delete it. Oh, I literally have one job. Pin the comment, and I accidentally pinned the wrong one. Huh? Okay, so it's Parker Get a Job. I don't know how to unpin his comment. Somebody comment the right one. Here we go. Parker Get a Job. That's the username. Thank you, Chrysler. Oh, Alexander, you and I had one job and we failed. Alrighty, folks. So yeah, like I said, if you're interested, head over to Parker's account, Parker Get a Job. Feel free to do a Johnny raid, I guess we're calling it. If you want to continue hearing conversations, but also feel no pressure to continue listening in. It's always cool to end the night early, get some food, have a good dinner. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hope you have a good night. And a massive thank you to our moderators for keeping the chat clear today. I really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much, Jerome.